Good day, everyone. My name is Shiro Tamaya, your resident Coyote Phantom Thief, at your service. And of course, I had to stumble over my own intro. Oh gosh. Hello. It has not been that long. I am realizing that the time distance between all these streams is just extraordinarily short now. But it's fine, I scheduled it like this. But hello Fresh, hello Bison, and hello Yumi. Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. I have no class today. I am glad to hear. Good luck. Good luck. I mean, I'm glad you are able to have a nice free day and chill for the day. Look, it's a sure who doesn't have enough sleep. I get plenty of sleep, actually. I'm still getting a good enough amount of sleep. Granted, I could always get more. It doesn't hurt to get more. But yes. But today we are continuing Fatal 12. Last time we had a confession, a lovely confession. What else happened? We learned that the reason for the divine selection is to become the host of God. Not really, but also yes. But yeah, I really don't know what's gonna happen. But who knows? Yeah, no, but Rinka and Miharu, oh god. They're so cute. They are very cute. But I also feel like just for the satisfaction of getting an interesting ending, I might have to purposely choose a bad ending, and you all will hate me for this, but I gotta do it. But Cheryl loves. Well, I mean, yes, I do love my adorable little phantoms. Of course I do. You guys are very precious to me. I guess, I don't know here. There you go. I hope that, satisfies you guys. Enjoy. But anyways, we will be continuing Fatal 12 tonight. I don't know how far we'll get. We might be able to get an ending. I'm not sure. It'd be cool if we could get an ending and work, and then, finish there for that stream, and then we can start a new ending once I am able to play again. But yes, you get a little kiss, little fan service for all your lovely for your wonderful presents. But yes, I got the game up, and yeah, without any further delay, let us begin. Wahoo. Okay. Sounds looking good. Oh, right. And we also learned about the memory that Rinka forgot, and that's when my stream started having a meltdown. Hopefully that doesn't happen again, but who knows? We has been fed. I suppose I have fed you. Thank you for being patient. Alrighty. Yes, how did you forget something that important, Rinka? It doesn't feel like I've had a nightmare when I jolt awake. I normally wake up in a cold sweat whenever that man appears in my dreams. Oh, she remembered this time. Or actually, oh wait, the last time too, she might have remembered too. Let me move over a little bit. There we go. Put the chat back here. And stream here. Been starving for a long time. Well, maybe there'll be an opportunity at the end of the stream for a little service. Hello, Latte. You totally not the androgynous man in my dreams. Looks like Lete pawed the covers off me at some point. That explains why I feel so cold. Actually, it's got nothing to do with the temperature. It's got more to do with the fact that I remember the man appearing in my dreams. I'm not sure why, but I'd completely forgotten about him until now. Oh, no, so she just started remembering. That's right, he appeared a number of times before. Some theories claim that the brain organizes one's memories while they sleep, which results in our dreams. That may be possible. It may be possible to dream about past events that you've forgotten based on that theory, but the dreams I have feel more like I'm literally reliving those events. Dreams. Parker said that the dream world represents a wealth of possibilities. In that case, they might not be mere memories, but a representation of a world that could be. Who in the world is that man? Your cat. It's this guy. You cannot convince me otherwise. Don't you meow at me. Excuse me. Yeah, probably pointless to rely on Lete for an answer. No, he is the answer. Who knows? Maybe that world has dreams of the past as well. Then again, I can't say whether or not cats even dream in the first place. Me who is fully committed to the bit that the man is the cat. I can't. The cat'll just be going poker crimes in their head, pretending to be clueless. Indeed. It's me, I'm the man. I'm a oh gosh. Actually, the man is actually me. I'm the man. Also, hello, Nara. Nara, thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. We're continuing with the Fatal 12. I mean, you weren't that old, it's fine. I wonder if Miharu remembers those days. Then again, it's Miharu we're talking about. She definitely does. She probably noticed that I'd forgotten and decided not to bring it up. Those events feel heavier than her confession somehow. In fact, it might even be possible that she's liked me ever since those days. Maybe I'm thinking too highly of myself, but it would explain why she hates saying goodbye. Girl, you gotta give it a good think. I feel my cheeks heat up as I recall her confession. It's almost been a week. I wonder if there's a time limit or something for people on the receiving end of the confession. It'd help if someone told me. No, there's not really a time limit, I suppose. But granted, probably shouldn't stall forever. It is chill time. Yes, it is indeed chill time. I'll put it off for just a bit longer. If she asks about it, I'll apologize and explain. Alan and Federico are still at large, so I don't want to answer her until I settle things with them. True, we still got those two. Oh, hi, Mao. Coming to school every Monday has been something of a cathartic experience for me lately. It's proof that I am able to live and see another week. Miharu is already there by the time I arrive, so we spend some time chatting until class starts. The time limit, Rinka, is in 10 what? Your timer starts now. 10, wait, what? 9, excuse me, wait, I'm not, 8, 7, Six, five, four, three, two, one. That's cheating. That is the feeling. And hello, Maggie Lynn. Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome, welcome. Imagine though, so it's like someone confesses to you and then someone appears out of the bushes, straps like, or like puts a giant timer in front of your face, and just you hear the beeping counting down. It's like you have T-minus 10 seconds to answer this confession or else. I don't know what the or else thing would be, but who knows. Cheryl sounds like that number counting machine. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. How's that for robotic? Anyways. Once lunch rolls around, I make my way to the rooftop as usual. Meanwhile, Mouse stays in class so she can finish up the homework that needs to be handed in during 5th period. Homework given to us last Tuesday, might I add. Ah, I see. I finished it the day we got it, so I get to chill and enjoy my lunch. After some small talk, I decide to bring up an important topic.
ねえ、みはる。昨日の運命の大広間での話なんだけどさ。
Oh. I remember the time I was at the hospital, number 136. Hold on. Number 1369. Please come to the counter. Like something like that. Like some people have like those really like cheerful yet monotone sounding voice. Again, like the TikTok lady. In the end, every what? It. My monitor turned off. What? なんでちょっと待って。I don't know what just happened to my monitor. Hold on, let me check some of the wires behind. Oh. Too much stuff. Let me check something. Oh, I replugged it in. It's doing things. Oh, okay. Oh goodness. Okay. I think the plug just got a little knocked around. Okay, we should be fine. There we go. Apologies there. Not the TikTok lady. Did you know? Or like, I'm trying to think of. You won't believe what happened. Alright, tick clock. Slime review. Theme beach. Or I can't do it that well. I wish I could do it. I can't like get the. I can't get it. I can get like the intonation for it, but the voice itself is just like, it's not my range. Alrighty. Anyways, yes, about what happened in the Court of Fate. I'm referring to the discussion between Federico and Parka about whether or not her vessel has access to her powers. Yeah. Well, it turns out that isn't the case. Parka did say she retains the ability to alter fate even within her vessel. That statement seemed to take Miharu by surprise.
君はすでに僕の未練を知っている。だからこそ話そう。女神パルカもおそらく僕が君を思っていることを知っていた。僕が君とこの学校で再会できたのは女神が運命を変えたからかもしれないと思ったからさ。
Oh. I see. Apparently, Miharu had wanted to see me again ever since that day. That never came about due to her family circumstances, though. They moved to the countryside not long after our last meeting. And they did it because her dad caused an accident in which a child lost their life. Not only did the family get ostracized by the locals, but they faced harassment as well. They refused to let Miharu attend a nearby elementary school with things like that. Once they moved to the countryside, they started using her mother's maiden name instead of her father's. The accident left her father mentally impaired and unable to hold a standard job. It eventually led him to committing suicide when she was in 6th grade. Ooh, that is rough for growing up.
父親は自分の罪の重さに押しつぶされたんだ。僕は彼を無責任だとは思わない。もっともその心の弱さははっきりと遺伝しているけれどね。
Suicide was Miharu's cause of death as well. I know this, but I've never asked why. It might be best that I never know, in truth. Miharu continues her story. Her father's suicide incited rumors of an accident he caused to spread. The results were even more fierce in such a small rural area. It led to her entire family having to move once again. Having returned to Tokyo, Miharu chose to enter Amecha because it offered scholarships to middle school students, and it carried appeal to those wishing to attend college. She only knew my name at the time, so the chances of our meeting again were slim, especially when you consider that I wasn't part of any clubs or particularly well known. Even so, Miharu's wish to find me again never faltered. She figured she would have the best chance by going to a school in Tokyo.
希望はついえたと思った時、高校で僕は君と再会することができた。君は記憶よりもずっと凛々しく、可愛く、とても魅力的だった。偶然、もしくは奇跡と思っていたけれど、僕の思いを知っている女神が君と出会うように運命を変えたとしたら。何のために？僕たちがそれぞれ因果の時に命を落とすことを知っていて、女神の選定で蹴落とし合う姿を楽しむために。
So for our amusement, that would be fucked up. But it does sound like something Parker would do.
アメ茶女子は進学校で、高校から入学するには偏差値がかなり高い。君の中間テストの順位は 一般的な内部進学組以下だった。運命が改変されでもしなければ君が受かるとも思えない。
Fair, but also ouch. Miharu's just like, let's be honest, you're not actually that smart for this school. Dude. Ow. That hurts.
真顔で失礼なこと言わないでくれない？
Yeah, that was a really backhanded comment. Jesus. I figured she was joking at first as a way to lighten the mood. But judging by her reaction to my comment, she's serious. Ouch, my pride. Damn. I mean, valid judgment, but also, ow. Bruh, you confess your love to me, then you're just like, you're stupid, but I love you because you're stupid. You know what, honestly, I could imagine Miharu just like, if they were dating right now, like Miharu is just like patting Rinka on the head and she's just like, oh, Rinka, remember back in those days, you were such a dumbass, but at least now you're my dumbass. And Rinka's just sitting there, she's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, God. Guess I can't blame her. She's been aware of my middling grades since my acceptance, but still, being told I'm an idiot to my face sucks.
食事時にする話ではなかったね。失礼したよ。
It's fine.
大丈夫。それに心配しすぎだよ。私だってちゃんと勉強すればそれなりの点数は取れるしね。高校受験の時は頑張ったし、自分の実力だって言い切れるよ。
True. And now I'm just seeing a Rinka plushie stare into my head. God, marketable Rinka plushie? That would be... Actually, I would love that. That would be very cute.
それに、もし女神が運命を変えて私たちが再会したんだとしてもさ、今日まで過ごしてきた事実がなくなるわけじゃない。
True. I'm confident in that claim. There's no denying that fate can be, and has been, altered through divine selection. The results may not be perfect, but it's clear that there's a power we can't begin to comprehend at play. Still, that doesn't make the time we spent together meaningless. None can stop the power of marketable plushies. If only I had a marketable plushie. And now you can have a Shirotamaya! Actually, if I were to make a marketable plushie, I wouldn't make it of myself, I'd make it of, Poco. I'd make a plushie of Poco, and then, I don't know, give it customizable parts. Like, you can have the hat, or like you could give him his little, or, I don't know. I'd make a plush of Poco, and then maybe I'd make a plush of Coyote for me. My little PNG of the Coyote. With the little black... It kind of looks like a raccoon, to be honest. It's like a raccoon with a cape. But no. If I'm gonna make a plushie of anything, I'm gonna make a plushie of Poco. Because I just want a plushie of Poco. I just want a little guy. My little guy. There are many ideas I've had for merch, that I don't know when I'd ever be able to make those happen, but it would be fun if I could. Granted, I'm nowhere in a state being a big enough channel to even think about releasing merch on my own, unless it was like in a collaborative effort with some kind of event that were happening. So, but anyways, moving on from that. Still, that doesn't make the time we spent together meaningless.
ああ、そうだね。余計な心配だった。
After saying that, she offers a pleasant smile. Her hair dances with the gentle breeze.
ところで、僕に疑われないように 期末テストはちゃんと勉強するんだよ。こんな状況だけれど君にはこれからも学校生活があるんだから。
Thanks, Miharu. I'll do that.
美晴もでしょ。私の意見は変わらないよ。
True. The bell rings soon after. It goes to show how long we've been talking. We clean up in a hurry and make our way to class. She never asked about my answer to her confession despite our being alone. I feel bad about that. Oh. We're in Miharu's perspective. Mishima Miharu watches Rinka from behind as they make their way back to their classroom. She is under the impression that Rinka has forgotten about their meeting when they were children. Her attitude makes it apparent that she remembers those events, but Miharu understands that either her confession or regret card triggered Rinka's memory. She doesn't mind if Rinka forgot, considering how long ago it was. In fact, it would be a bigger issue if she does remember, based on her attitude toward Miharu. Miharu is willing to forgive Rinka no matter what she does, though. More importantly, Miharu didn't actually recognize Rinka at first. Oh, wait. Ooh, do we get their first meeting? It was Miharu's first year at Amecha. She often found herself alone due to a lack of friends besides Mao. Her superb grades and looks caused others to avoid her for reasons only they understood. One day, soon after starting high school, she was on the rooftop by herself, as Mao had business elsewhere. The scars on her wrists were already present. However, due to being alone, she had forgotten to keep them out of sight.
痛くないの?
The school year had just begun, so she didn't know the name of that girl. At first, she thought they might be from the middle school due to their height, but the uniform ran counter to her assumption. Miharu made no attempt to answer their thoughtless question. She was panicking over the possibility of her wrists being seen. Doubly so, due to the rumors that had begun to spread.
ま、いいけどさ。ここ、開放されてたんだね。私も、ちょっと風を浴びたかったから。
Also, hello Dan, thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome, welcome, hope you're doing well. Oops, I got lost in Osu Taiko. No worries, no worries, I hope you were having fun. After they say that, they sit down right next to Miharu. Miharu swears to herself that she won't speak to them. She gazes toward the horizon instead. They never did try to say anything else to her, though. Miharu eventually caved and braved a glance at the girl. They were gazing into the distance as well. Something sparked within Miharu the moment she looked over. She knew she was right, and yet she couldn't bring herself to speak.
あ、予令だね。
Saying that, the girl stood up to leave. Much to Miharu's surprise, she found herself far too nervous to give any kind of response.
じゃあ、またね。
Aww. That innocuous event was all it took to set Miharu free. It only took her till that afternoon to learn that the girl's name was Shishima Rinka, and by the end of the next day, they and Mao had become close enough to have lunch and go home together. Aww. Rinka has yet to give her answer. Miharu is still able to smile whenever she looks at her, despite that, however. Aww. I head back home as soon as class is over. Miharu left in a hurry due to work, while Naomi has other things to do. Mao's normally the one to ask if she wants to head home together, so I left without her. I hear the sound of someone racing up behind me on the way, though. Hey, Mao. I guess Mao has decided to chase after me.
どうしたの？
リータンさ、ミハルにまだ返事してないでしょ。
No.
うん。
ま、リータンらしいですな。ちゃんと考えてるってことだもんね。
Yes.
きっといろんなこと考えてるでしょう。ミハルの告白のことだけじゃなくて、いろんなこと。
Oh yeah, we got so much stuff on our minds.
リータンの今一番考えないといけないこと、やらなくちゃいけないこと、それが終わるまで答えは出せないってことだもんね。
True, yeah. It was a lot of fun. I'm glad to hear that it was a lot of fun, Dan.
オッケー。だから返事はもうしばらく時間かかりますってミハルにそれとなく伝えておくね。
Aw.
マ
Times like this make me wonder if she really isn't involved in divine selection at all. I know deep down that she isn't, though. While she can seem dense at first blush, Mao can pick up on the most subtle cues. In fact, she might know more about us and the change in our behavior than we do ourselves.
大丈夫。マオ様に任せなさい。
Thank you, Mao, the only sense of normalcy we get in this game.
だから時間がかかっても答えはちゃんと決めること。どっちに転んでもうちらは変わんないからさ。いや、付き合った場合はってあれ、これ2回目だね。
Yeah.
あ、ついでに言っておくとナオリンも感づいてるっぽいよ。
マジ？
大マジ。ま、だからどうってことでもないんだけどね。じゃ、また明日。
Everyone knows now. Mao dashes off in front of me after saying her piece. There's no one who shows their consideration quite like Mao, although that was a huge relief for me. She made it clear that I have time to think and answer when I'm good and ready. My priority isn't how our relationship will develop moving forward. It's figuring out how to make sure we both survive. I change into some clothes I don't mind getting dirty when I get home. My gran asked me to do something for her, so today I'm keeping the store closed so I can finally get around to it. Cleaning her room, I mean. She had planned on coming home this week for a bit, but that got cancelled thanks to scale. When she'd get another chance was anyone's guess, so she asked me to clean her room for her. I actually got scolded for not having cleaned it already, but that's only because I thought it would be better not to mess with her stuff. I'll start cleaning it regularly after today. There's something else I need to do in here though. Ooh.
おかえりなさいま。いってらっしゃいませ。
I love these lines. Miharu's just like, hello, and nope, actually, get the fuck out. Miharu attempts to greet her customer as per usual, but she switches gears the moment she sees their face. It's none other than Federico. Goodbye, hopefully forever, oh god. Miharu, an absolute icon. It's Federico, though. The fact that he's here means he has business with her. She shows him to his seat and then brings him some water. Leaving him to another staff member is too risky, so she decides to wait on him herself.
相変わらずあんたは美人だ。今日の仕事は何時までだ？
Federico, stop. Federico, stop. You had a good moments while you're doing this.
店長に言って出入り禁止にしてもらおうか。
Lovely, Miharu.
そいつは困る。事情があってな。あの店はもう出入り禁止になっちまったんだ。あんたと話をしたくてここまで来たんだ。そう邪険にするなよ。
What do you want to do though? I think it's a little late to... it feels a little late to strike a bargain. It isn't hard for her to figure out that he's referring to Milk Crown. She isn't aware of the specifics, but chances are it involved him getting blackout drunk. More importantly, something seems off about him to her. He seems far more composed than usual, almost like he has completely changed since she last saw him.
どうした？
なんでもないよ。そうだな。あと1時間ほど待っていてくれないかい？そうすれば休憩に入るから、僕がここに来よう。
ああ、そうだな。とりあえずワインリストをもらえるか。
POV me when my cousin comes around. Oh god. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, kinda old man? At the very least, it's like, you're an adult, stop. Even if you are a young adult, stop. Also made me how to be speaking ill to you. Oh my god. Calm down.
残念ながら、そんなものはこの店にはないよ。あるのは偽物の愛情がこもったまずいコーヒーだけさ。
Bitter coffee filled to the brim with the pretense of love. Holy shit. That's a little real there, but like, true. Maid cafes, everything, especially prepared, poor cheap food under the pretense of love. Holy shit. I'm joking, but also, holy crap.
んじゃ、そいつを一つ。
He pulls out a book after giving his order. It's a book that seems unusual for a man like him. Not on a visual level. The cover suits his image quite well. Rather, its contents. A collection of works from a famous painter. Oh. Miharu casts her mind back to when she and Odette went to an art exhibition focused on the very same artist. Ah, he's looking at that. He's still thinking about Odette. That... Aw. Miharu is our spirit animal. She is fabulous. She is perfect. Queen. I retreat to my bedroom after an hour or so of cleaning. Dealing with 2 months worth of dust is tougher than expected. Lots of vacuuming, not to mention the initial round of dusting. Doesn't help that she's got everything nice and organized, so I have to be extra careful. I'll need to do this on a regular basis. I'm about halfway done now, so it feels like an appropriate time to take a break.
おばあちゃん。
I give my thoughts room to breathe. Cleaning her room doesn't bother me at all. It just hurts when I think that I won't see her again for a while longer. In all honesty, I'd be lying if I said I don't hold a grudge against Scale for what he did. The sadness I feel over her not coming home far outweighs it, though.
よし、続きだ。
Aww. I guzzle half my sports drink before getting back to work. Actually, I'll take that opportunity to drink some water. Hydration check. And... and clear my nose out. Wow. Meanwhile, Alan is stalking us. Alan Scorpion finds himself standing outside Lion House. A sign declaring its closure for the day causes him to sigh.
そうか。
You want to visit us? While a common sight for the store's regulars, it's a spot of bad luck for Alan. He wants to discuss things properly with Rinka. He could do it over the phone, seeing as he has her number, but he wants to see the look in her eyes as he does it.
仕方ないか。
Alan abandons his plan and sets off to find somewhere else to satisfy his hunger. Oh. R.I.P. Alan being... He's like a...
待たせたね。
Why does Alan now feel like a little puppy? He's just a little dog. Little dog is like, oh no, she's not available. I guess I'll go scamper somewhere else. It's also weird seeing Alan smiling so much, but you know what? It suits him. It's good. Little golden retriever. I don't know if I'd call Alan a golden retriever. Alright. Federico has long finished his coffee by the time Miharu comes over to see him. He closes his book and cuts to the chase.
アラン・スコーピオンの死因を教えてくれ。
Oh. The contrast between him doing this and his typical attitude takes...
ようこそ、僕の新しいファントム。
Matthew Johnson, thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. Welcome, new Phantom. Yokoso. Glad to have you aboard. Anyways, I brain went to buffer mode as soon as I said that, and I'm like, what am I doing again? Federico notices this, but opts not to address it.
スケールと組んでいた時、ユウを脱落させたら教えてもらうって約束をしていたはずだろ。オデットが独自で動いたことや、スケールがあんたを指名したことでなあなあになっていたが、俺にはその情報を知る権利があるはずだ。
His attitude continues to surprise her. She had pegged him as a far more brash and careless person, the type that could never truly be cruel to another. That impression remained firm even during the latest round of divine selection. He even seemed the same when he first arrived at the restaurant, but everything changed the moment he took his seat.
なるほど。それも一理ある。
Yeah. She takes a moment to think before answering. Ignoring him outright is one option, but he seems to hold no hostility toward her. Add in the fact that he seems worth talking to right now, and...
問題は2つある。ただし、どうやらここで話す話題ではないようだ。君が出禁になってしまったあの店、どうにかして交渉できないかい？
Go back to the bar?
しかし、それもそうか。わかった。なんとかする。
This is absolutely not the place to discuss anything related to divine selection. Miharu is confident he'll be able to sort something out, although that confidence she has in him perplexes her. After arranging to meet in 3 hours, Federico pays his bill and leaves. Ooh. Interesting. Meanwhile, Rinka's just been doing some cleaning. Night has fallen by the time I finished cleaning my grand's room. Getting it all out of the way today was a good call, at least. It looks nice and clean now. All that's left is to wash the windows on Saturday. I take a nice warm shower to wash off all the sweat and dust. Ideally, I'd follow that up by crawling into bed and sleeping, but there's something else I need to do first. I take a deep breath and turn my attention to a certain book.
本当に同じだ。
Oh? It looks exactly the same as my card book. The one major difference is that this one is far more worn than mine, to the extent that it looks like it'll fall apart without any proper care. Oh, was this her parents? Or one of her parents? The color and decorations are practically the same too, though hers feels somehow more unique than my card book. Almost like it was handcrafted as opposed to being mass-produced. My gran was surprised when she saw my card book during my visit the other day. I recall sending her a photo of it back before I realized its purpose. She didn't seem concerned at the time, claiming that there might be a similar book in her room. It wasn't until she saw the real thing that she remembered having one that looks the exact same. There's no way I would let that comment slip past. He asked if I could check it out while cleaning her room, which she agreed to. It took a little effort to find, considering she remembered where it was. All I had to do was pull out a box from the bottom of her bookshelf and open it.
おばあちゃんのおばあちゃんのもの。
Oh, her great-great-grandmother. Oh, not her parents. That's what she told me anyway. That would mean this has been around for over 100 years. Makes sense considering its ragged condition. That many? Jeez. The book's history alone makes it a pretty important relic. With that in mind, I take a deep breath before opening it. Oh. Its contents are all written in English, which doesn't surprise me. My gran revealed that her own gran was from England, making her a quarter English. I was kind of amazed that she never once brought that up in the 16 years we'd spent together. When questioned about it, she replied that it's because I never thought to ask. Of course. Now, not only does that mean I'm 1/16 English, but it apparently also explains the gold coloring in some of my hair. Setting that aside, she also said that she never bothered to read the book because her grasp of English is poor, to put it nicely. It remained an important memento of her own gran, however, so she couldn't bring herself to throw it away.
これ日記だ。
Oh, it's a diary. What? The first page is a simple brown flyleaf. Page 2 is where the diary starts. Dear my sister. Sister. It's all handwritten, although the ink is starting to fade here and there due to its age. Can't say I'm too familiar with English writing habits, but something about the penmanship tells me it was written by a woman. That would mean it's my great-great-grandmother's diary. I place my card book next to the diary before reading it. I should be able to read it just fine thanks to the card book's effect.
でも文字がかすれてるせいなのか、あんまり頭に入ってこないな。
It takes me half an hour to make it through just 2 pages. The best comparison I can make is that it's like trying to read Japanese except the kanji are all jumbled up. Not being able to make out certain phrases is what makes it hard to decipher, basically. From what I could get, though, it seems like a regular diary. She talks about the food she ate, who she talked to, that kind of stuff. I was right about it being written around 100 years ago, so it's pretty interesting to learn the cultural differences between the early 1900s and today. It'll take a while to get through the entire thing at this pace, though. Plus, it might not say anything related to divine selection at all. It might be best if I just check whether or not diaries like these were sold at the time if I can't find anything relevant by flipping through.
まだ判断するには早いかな。
I'll read one more page tonight before bed, and then a few more tomorrow. That should be enough to decide if it's worth perusing the rest or not. I noticed something curious while solidifying my plan. Oh, I almost forgot. This diary was made and given to me by my sister Diana for my birthday. Diana. Huh. Thought the cards only let you understand the other participants. No, it lets you understand all language. That's why, like, Federico can easily get around Japan because his words are being translated into Japanese rather than to other people. So everyone perceives what he's saying as Japanese. I believe that's what it is. Because otherwise, many of these people would not be able to function and just like be able to get by in the foreign country. That explains my earlier thoughts, although I figured it was more due to time taking its toll on the book rather than its craftsmanship. Now I'm even more curious about the link between it and our card book. It's definitely one of a kind. There was no internet back then, so they couldn't have published the design somewhere for others to easily replicate. The theory I had 10 minutes ago has already been proven wrong thanks to this.
この日記には何かある。
Huh. The book design was by... Maybe this... Did someone here... So did one of... That... My best guess then is that Parka... Was Parka born from either, like, the great-great-grandmother or the sister? Or this Diana? Maybe? Who knows? My gut is telling me I'm right. I doubt anyone would think otherwise when faced with these same mysteries. I had planned on studying tonight, but that can wait. Instead, I take the diary downstairs with me. I need the right environment to read through this beast. Interesting. Miharu finds herself at Milk Crown for the first time in around 2 weeks. While the idea of a high schooler visiting a bar like this is problematic in of itself, Miharu has already become accustomed to it. Federico is already there by the time she arrives. He wasted no time in buying a drink, it seems. The bar's lighting reflects off the amber liquid in his glass.
店で一番高いウイスキーだ。こいつを入れるって約束で出禁を解除してもらったんだ。さすがにうまい。あんたも飲むか？この酒ならマスターだって見逃すぜ。
No.
はあ、だから僕はお酒を飲まないよ。君にとっては残念かもしれないけれど、またミルクをもらってもいいかい？
Her decision leaves him visibly disappointed, leading to him and the bar owner clinking their drinks together on their own. Miharu sighs in response, as the owner doesn't seem to care at all that Federico had been barred once before, and now that he's forking out a hefty sum for a drink.
さて、ここからは俺たちの時間だ。
Oh my god, stop.
誤解を招くような言い方はやめてくれ。ジンマシンが出そうだよ。
And I might become allergic to. Damn. Oh my, we are slowly approaching Rinka's the Chosen One theory territory. Oh god. I will be lost in a foreign country, real. Because I'm already lost in my own. I don't get lost too often. I did get lost once a little bit in Japan when I was exploring Akihabara, but that's just because I forgot which direction I went, but I was able to find the station again. But god, my feet hurt so much when I was wandering that, but it was so much fun still. Federico's attitude while drinking is much more in line with her previous image of him. She feels an odd sense of relief over this.
まあいい。アランの死因を教えるにあたって2つ問題があると言っていたな。まずそれを教えてくれ。
Okay.
ああ。一つ目は、僕はアラン・スコーピオンの死因をカードに書かれている情報でしか知らないということだ。
Oh. She goes on to explain that she doesn't know the details behind how it happened. This means that Federico will be unable to obtain a card even if she reveals it to him.
構わねえ。先に言っちまうが、俺はこれからインドに行く予定だ。
Oh.
なんとしてもあいつの情報を集めたいんだ。スケールから聞いた情報はあくまで紙の上の情報だ。奴の家族にも会ってみて、死因と未練の詳細を探す。
Oh, wow.
カードの情報だけでも知ってればだいぶ楽になるからな。
正気かい？
ああ、あのゴリラ女なら手詰まりになれば迷わずそれくらいはやってのけるだろうからな。もっとも第一にあいつがそこまで手詰まりになる状況が想像つかないけどな。
True. Oh dang, I got lost like 10 times already this month. Oh no. Well, be sure to have a GPS with you. He urges her to tell him about the second issue. Before she can say anything more, he downs the rest of his drink and gets his glass refilled.
君が情報を集めなくてもアラン・スコーピオンは脱落する。おそらく彼はリンカに敗北するつもりだ。
Oh. Miharu had already heard about how Scale targeted Rinka's grandmother, and how it was Alan who saved her. It was easy for her to deduce that Alan felt some sort of attachment to Rinka, based on both that and what she had heard previously. At the same time, his actions didn't seem like those of someone who intended to survive divine selection.
なるほど。だが、それは問題にならねえ。なぜなら、俺の目的は、あのすかした野郎を俺の手で脱落させることだからだ。
意地というわけかい。僕はアラン・スコーピオンを無視して、リンカや僕を狙った方がいいと思うよ。
悪いな。あ
Ew.
んたの体に
God.
興味はあるが、あんたらにもう興味はねえんだ。
Dude, not necessary. Miharu can only think of one woman as Miharu can only think of one woman as she watches him laugh after making that comment. It leads her to understand why he felt like a different person before. But okay, no, never mind. I can see. It's like kind of jokingly. Odette. I got lost in a foreign country once when my maps app decided to tell me I was in a different location than where I actually was. Thankfully, I found my way, and if worse came to worse, English was a commonly spoken language, so I could ask if I had to. That's always good.
どちらにせよ、君にアランの死因を教えても僕たちにデメリットはないだろう。それに約束を破るのは気が引けるからね。彼の死因は毒死さ。詳細はわからないが、有名若社長のアラン・スコーピオンなら想像もつく。君がこの情報をカード化するのはそう遠くない未来だろう。
Poison.
ありがとうよ。さて、俺は明日の朝一の便でインドへ向かう。それまで世間話に付き合ってくれよ。
断る。高校生を何だと思っているんだい？
Sir, have you forgotten? Miharu takes a breath before continuing.
しかし、今日は喉が渇いていてね。もう一杯ミルクを飲む間くらいは、君の話に付き合おう。
And there's a reason why she decides to say this. It's because she knows. She knows this will be the last time she and Federico will ever cross paths in the real world. Miharu goes straight to bed upon returning home. The next day, she manages to obtain Federico's regret card. She got it as she reflected on the events of the nights before while taking a bath. So Rinka's gonna take Alan out, and then she's gonna take Federico out. Oh god. I see. I feel about ready to collapse when I am only about 1/6 through the diary. I've always been a slow reader, but I'm probably going twice as slow thanks to the faded writing.
日記だね。
That's about the only thing I can say after what I've read so far. I feel both guilty and slightly embarrassed reading it, since it feels like I'm peeking into someone else's life. Apparently, my great-great-grandmother's name was Linda. The vague similarities between it and my own name make me feel a bond with her. Her dad was an English clockmaker. Both he and his wife moved to Japan before Linda was born. He visited Japan once before to instruct others about his craft, and it left quite a positive impression. The decision to move was a result of the company he previously instructed offering him a permanent position. Linda was born not long after they moved, and her younger sister Diana followed the next year. I doubt that my gran remembers much about Diana, and I'm just now noticing how well designed this diary is. My bias against the design thanks to my card book got in the way of that. She must have been a nice person if she was willing to make something this nice for her sister. The contents of the diary itself give the impression that they got along well. Part of me feels a bit jealous since I don't have any siblings. Now that I think about it, Miharu and Naomi are the same. Mao has a younger brother, which makes her my only friend with a sibling. Anyway, I close the diary after glancing at my clock. I make sure to be nice and gentle so the spine doesn't crumble.
これは今週いっぱいかかりそうだな。
I know the feeling. I often feel embarrassed reading my own diary, entries from many, many years ago. Notebooks from over 100 years ago were just quite simply built different indeed. I never made a diary. I also never had like a diary or anything like that. I think at one point I tried to, but I just couldn't get into it. But it doesn't work for everyone, truth be told. Having decided to pick up where I left off tomorrow, I head up to my room. We are on the train.
チェ、柄にもなくすがすがしい気分だ。あれだけ飲んだくせに二日酔いもありゃしね。しかし、ミハルは本当に一杯で帰りやがったな。あいつを好きになる男が俺以外に現れたら、さぞかし苦労するんだろうな。
Newsflash, it's not a guy. Federico chats aloud on a near-empty train. His destination, the airport. He finds himself thinking back on his life during the ride. Born in southern Italy, his life was an amalgamation of failures. As a child, he was often bullied. He was as thin back then as he is now, only shorter. It left him with no real means to defend himself. His attempts at retaliation resulted only in further beatdowns, both physical and verbal. He became a child who knew the taste of defeat well. At the same time, his parents had settled on a divorce after dealing with a lot of friction. Federico wanted to stay with his mother. There was no deep reasoning behind it. He simply liked being around her more at the time. But even those feelings were linked to failure. The divorce was due to an affair on the mother's side. Naturally, Federico had no involvement in it, but he considered his choice a failure regardless. His mother opted to move in with the man she was seeing and eventually married him. The wedding ring wasn't something she left to Federico. He snatched it when it tumbled out of the garbage. Oh. Even so, he couldn't bring himself to part with it, as it represented his desire to see her once more. 20 years later, he finally realized it served to symbolize his inability to win his mother's love.
大切な指輪かと思っていたが、捨てちまってみると大して感傷も湧かないぜ。
Hey everyone, hi Shiro. In school, they had us write letters to ourselves, which we got back during our senior year. A lot of mine were very basic and uninteresting. I had a time capsule thing that we did from school, and it was only filled with some interesting stuff. But hello Tristan, thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well.
母ちゃんがゴミ箱に捨てた時もこんな気持ちだったのかもしれないな。一人の相手に一途になれない気持ち、今ならよくわかるけどよ。
The first time he started dating someone was just after entering high school. She was a frank girl, one to always drag him around at her whim. While things appeared steady between them, it was all for nothing when she had to move away. Putting aside what he thought of those events, his high school life was nothing but a failure even when he was no longer the target of bullying. He was surrounded by people far more skilled than him in the soccer club. No matter how hard he tried to surpass them, he could never manage it. Even when he put his all into studying, he was never once able to get the best grades in class. Compounding these with the failures of his childhood led Federico to become a child who would always hold himself back, not that he was aware of it. Much like how he was never aware of the misfortune it continued to cause him later in life. His fear of failure led to his decision to not apply to any universities, a reality that he continually denied. Instead, he started up his own business. This choice was spurred on by his father's death, which left him with a fairly large inheritance. The business itself wasn't complicated. Anyone with a good amount of money on their hands could do it. He loaned money to those who were struggling, attached a hefty interest rate, and then collected what he was owed at a later date. Of course, he made sure to choose his business partners well. People who couldn't inform the police of his activities due to their having multiple debts or criminal records. In other words, those who had experienced failure on an even greater level than him. So I see, kind of a loan scam. There were a number of ways to deal with those people who wouldn't pay up. He could force them to visit other loan sharks, lay claim to whatever valuables they had, or simply beat the money out of them. In terms of profit, he was doing somewhat well for himself, until he ran into any issue that money couldn't solve, that was. He had been conducting business in the mafia's territory. Naturally, they weren't pleased. Those who crossed the mafia were likely to be whacked with the snap of a finger. Hold on.
今思えばあのゴリラ女の方がよっぽど恐ろしかったぜ。物理的にな。
In the end, Federico's first ever business venture resulted in failure. There was only one way for him to escape his situation. He presented the profits he made to one of the mafia's higher-ups and became a member himself. He never held any significant position there, but his abilities allowed him to bring a fair amount of money into the organization. He even began targeting landowners, convincing them to give up their land in exchange for social status. There was one issue, however. A majority of the money he made was funneled straight to the higher-ups, which ticks him off. That led to him laundering the organization's money by transferring it to a bank in Switzerland. He set his eyes on a certain shipping company too, one he had dealt with before. Of course, there was no ordinary shipping company. They dealt in weapons, stolen goods, and much more. The boat itself was stateless, but its representative was a woman from France. They were effectively a group of independent mercenaries.
今思えば俺みたいのをよく乗せてくれたもんだ。
Having discussed things with the captain of the ship, that being Odette Malenson, he settled on fleeing the country. The mafia itself was essentially a family-run business. Federico would never make it to the top in that environment, regardless of how he tried. Even so, all the members had to make a blood oath upon joining. Were they to quit, all that awaited them was prison. Of course, one could not simply quit the mafia and expect to live. And thus, fearing failure once more, he chose to flee, only for the ship to be targeted by pirates, leading to both his and Odette's death.
死んでからも負けてばっかじゃ。ざまあねえな。
By reflecting on his past, Federico is able to lull himself to sleep until he arrives at his next stop. His mind is only on one thing, to gather as much information about Alan as possible before returning to Japan on Sunday morning. But he has yet to notice. Though his life may have been steeped in failure, he's never given in. He's always struggled against that which most people simply accepted. Federico Carminati is known loser in the game of life. He's unlucky, but he is certainly persistent, which is definitely a very valuable skill to have. I make sure to open the store today after school. I've been feeling better now that my grand's room is all neat and tidy. Once closing time comes around, I go about my usual routine before bringing the diary downstairs to read it. As always, I make sure to handle it with the utmost care. And then I delve even deeper into the daily lives of Linda and Diana. Meanwhile, Alan finds himself staying at a hotel today. It isn't unusual for him to switch to one over the warehouse in Yokohama every now and then. The warehouse is perfectly fine for him. It does lack the facilities required to recharge his phone and laptop, however. Not that he can deny the pleasure that comes from sleeping on a comfortable bed.
今日は行かなかった。
While he had made the decision to visit Rinka yesterday, the store she was running was closed. Today, on the other hand, he simply couldn't bring himself to go. If proof was needed for the butterfly effect of one... God, I can't read. If proof was needed for the butterfly effect of missing one's opportune moment, this would be it. It would have no influence on Alan under normal circumstances, yet he finds himself unable to operate as usual when it comes to Rinka.
おそらく今度が最後の。
He collapsed onto his bed and cast his mind back to the first participant he eliminated. Oh, we never even got to really see her. Hello, Chan. The person we never got to actually meet. True, I recently got a new mattress because my old one was sagging badly enough to hurt my back every day. Huge difference. Yes, a good mattress will definitely have a difference on your sleep, but also, hello person we got to meet like for 2 seconds in the beginning and is now dead. May 3rd, Sunday. 3 days following the juncture of causality. Alan had been called out by a lone woman. Alan received the explanation about divine selection from Parka by this point, but he chose not to go to Japan until after the first round. That woman standing before him was Chan Chan. She was the one that caused him to forgo his decision and instead come earlier. It wasn't unusual for people he didn't know to request appointments with him, considering his position. These requests were typically ignored. However, he had no choice but to take notice when she brought up divine selection over the phone. Imagine hearing it. Oh my god. While still somewhat suspicious, it was here he learned that a small number of people found themselves in the same situation as him.
来てくれて嬉しいわ、ミスター・アラン。
Mr. Alan. She stood a few meters away from him, her tone as confident as they came. In Alan's eyes, she seemed like nothing more than an average woman in her early 20s. Her apparel was simple, about what one would expect of someone on vacation.
なぜ僕のことを知っている？いや、僕が選定の参加者であることを知っている。
あなたの名前が有名なことくらい自分で分かっているんじゃないの？二つ目の質問には、そうね、答えてあげるわ。私の初期カードのうち1枚があんたの氏名。あんたみたいな変な名前、そう多くはいないものね。
Oh.
でもね、あんたのことは昔から知っていたのよ。ウィリアム・リュウという男を知っているかしら？
William Liu.
知らないな。
そうだと思ったわ。
Huh.
ウィリアム、ビルはあなたの会社とも取引がある広告会社の営業担当よ。
An advertising company.
あなたとも会ったことがあると言っていたけれど、どうやら社長様は取るに足らない下請け業者のことなんて覚えていないようね。
Oh. The more the woman spoke, the less Alan cared to be bothered. He was never very good with these types, the ones who gradually drifted off topic the longer they spoke. Were she a regular businesswoman, he would have been long gone.
私はそのビルの婚約者よ。
Oh.
要件を早く話してくれないか、ミセスちゃん。
Got the whole anata thing. Yeah, it is very assertive and aggressive sounding. Or well, assertive to say the least.
あれ？あれ？どうして私の名前をあんたが知ってるのよ？
君はわざわざ僕の会社に電話をしてきただろう。偽名を使ったようだが、せめて非通知でかけてくるべきだったな。
Ah.
Hi?
After he said that, Alan took out a single card. Chan was quite familiar with the card's design. Numeral 6, name Chan Chen. She wasn't aware of the significance behind the numeral yet, but it was clear that her own name was written on it.
新しくカードが生まれる瞬間を僕はすでに目撃している。
Ah.
ちょっとそんなのずるくない？個人情報とかどうなってんのよ。
Alan remained silent in the face of her panic. He was aware that nothing would come from interacting with her as if things were normal.
でも名前でしょ？私なんてありふれた名前だし、どうせすぐにバレちゃうよ。
Oh god.
そんなことより、
ちゃんちゃん、貴様の死因は転落死だな。
嘘！どうしてあんたが知ってんのよ。
Girl, don't confirm it! It was simple, really. Numeral 6, cause of death fell to their death. He was unable to determine who the card belonged to at the time, as he had yet to meet anyone in the Court of Fate. However, he soon realized that each participant had an identifying numeral after he came to possess Chan's name card. Interesting. Every time you hear Anata, assume that you're being interrogated by an FBI agent. Anata. Anata. Nani shiten datte. What were you doing? What were you doing the night he was murdered? Present your alibi now. Anyways, he had anticipated this by the nature of his personal cards containing the numeral 12, but with this he was able to confirm it. Once he knew that Chan was numeral 6, he was able to link her cause of death and name.
私もしかして大事なこと言っちゃってた？
Her carelessness was a source of irritation for Alan.
使命を軽んじているならばその考えは改めた方がいい。ただし来世ではな。
Alan was already an atheist, but the teachings of his parents seemed to carry a lingering influence on him.
何よ。あんたはまだ私の未練を分かっていないはず。それに
She walked in here just to reveal all of her secrets. True.
婚前旅行というのか。ただの旅行なのか知らないが、貴様はウィリアムと登山を楽しんでいた。登山といえど本格的なものではなく、ほとんどピクニック。しかし貴様たちは好奇心に負け、ルートを外れて崖の方へと向かった。そちらの方が景色がいいと思ったようだな。
あんたなんで知ってんのよ。まさかストーカー。やだやだ。あんた顔は悪くないと思うけどネクラっぽいから無理。そもそも私はビル一筋なんだから。
Girl, why did you approach this man?
おそらくこの転落死というのはその時に足を滑らせたか何かだろうな。わざわざ立ち入り禁止の場所へ行ってその結末というのは愚かという他はない。
うっさいわね。っていうか早くなんで私のことをそんなに知ってるのか教えなさいよ。
心当たりがないのか、動転して見失っているのか。
Alan made sure to gather as much information on Chan as he could the moment he learned her name. He wasn't entirely convinced that divine selection was real, but the creation of the cards and existence of the card book that removed all language barriers convinced him not to deny it outright. Information provided one with the upper hand when negotiating. That was the conclusion Alan had reached. It was why he did everything he could to gather information on not only her, but her fiancé William as well, though he wouldn't admit to such a thing. Half of what he told her was information she herself had made public via rampant social media posts and updates. Ah. Oof. While the results of her fall had clearly become undone, it wasn't difficult for him to put the pieces together based on the information he had at hand.
いいわ。もう遊びは終わりにしましょう。
Chan wiped the sweat from her brow before whipping out a knife. What the fuck? It was a butcher's knife, about 20 centimeters in length. Her intent with it was clear as day.
私は生き残りたいのよ。ビルとの新婚生活が待ってるんだから。
She raises the knife before dashing toward Alan. Jeez! A mere 5 meters separated them. She would reach him at her speed in an instant. Chan was confident in her speed thanks to her having played tennis since childhood. What's more, Alan was the stereotypical rich boy. He had no means to defend himself, or so she thought.
女神の選定の参加者は死なないと女神から聞いていないのか。
Alan dodged her with ease before twisting her wrist and stealing the knife from her grasp. He kept hold of her wrist, however, and brought the knife to rest against her neck.
あれなんでこんな状況。ちょっと待とうよ。
Girl. Okay. Now I see why you were the first to die. What do you have there? A knife! No!
信じていないというところか。もっともこの点に関しては僕も試していないから信じてはいない。
私やばくない？この状況やばくない？
Yeah, girl. You made a mistake.
だってさ、それで首の血管を切られたら私死ぬよ。あんた人殺しになっちゃうよ。
Alan could hardly believe the words coming out of this woman's mouth after her own attempt to stab him. He knew that there would be no point in calling her out for it, however.
試してみるか。
Oh.
嫌だ嫌だよ
Oh, Jesus.
助けて
Disastrous hardly began to describe what transpired next. Just as Chan screamed, William leapt out of hiding. He attempted to jump Alan, but Alan used Chan as a human shield. William could make no move in that situation, so Alan threw the knife away and pushed Chan toward him. They both fell over as she slammed into him, causing Alan to look down on them both.
ミスター・ウィリアム、今晩は最後の時を過ごすことだな。
Jesus. Saying that, he took out a third card. Numeral 6, regret, married life.
私のミレン
Girl, I hate to break it to you, but you practically threw the information at him.
12人の中で君が最も愚かな参加者であろうな。
Yeah. Alan had lost all interest in Chan Chan by that point. He picked up the knife and tossed it back to them. The last thing he wanted was to raise suspicion by carrying it around when he'd only just arrived in Japan. Neither Chan or William saw this as an opportunity either. Their instinctual fear of him had taken over. Not even a gun would make them feel as though they stood on equal footing with him. Alan had no interest in what they did following that event.
この倉庫は使えるな。
Not only was it abandoned, but no one else seemed to be squatting there either. It's neither too close nor too far from the city. Should everything check out over the next few days, he would use it as his base of operations. Ah, so that's how he got to the warehouse.
今ならあの必死さだけは理解できなくもないか。
Alan let his thoughts slip out as he stares at the hotel room ceiling. Two hours after I began reading, I've made it through another fifth of the diary, I'd guess. While the diary of a girl living through the end of the Meiji period is interesting in its own right, the structure is inherently different from a novel. That makes the process of reading it pretty tiring. I did come across an interesting tidbit about one unrelated to Divine Selection.
リンダさんたちも黒猫を飼ってたんだな。
Let Oh god. It had a leisurely attitude and seemed to be more attached to Diana than Linda. It would appear and disappear when it saw fit. By the sounds of it, it could have been Lette's great-great-grandcat. They called the cat Leo, which is pretty similar to Lette. One diary entry was about how it once stepped on a piece of broken glass, leaving a scar on the paw of its front right leg. Ah. Hi, Lette. Speak of the devil, it's Lette.
あんたもガラスには気をつけてね。実は踏んじゃってたりしないよね。
Oh god. I tried to approach, but Lette runs off. Must have sensed something annoying was about to happen. I assume it's fine if it can sprint like that. Following that, I close the diary and head back to my room. Imagine it doesn't have a scar on its paw. We're gonna learn that the cat has just been here forever. Once in bed, I start to think about what I should do from here on out. Let's put things into perspective. I have three main concerns at the moment. First and most importantly, finding a means for both Miharu and me to survive. I've yet to reach a conclusion, but I'm sure that figuring out the mysteries behind divine selection itself is the right approach. I can't say for sure whether or not I've made any progress until I've finished reading Linda's diary. The second concern is gathering information on Alan. This is a difficult one as well, especially when I don't understand his goal. I know for a fact that he holds no hostility toward me, but I hardly think he's willing to let me eliminate him just because of that. And that's why I need to discuss things with him. I have no way to contact him, but something tells me that he'll come to see me soon. My third and final concern is Federico. I know both his name and cause of death, but I have nothing to go on for his regret. I've never talked to him in person, so that makes things even more difficult.
あれ
Just then I receive a text message. It's from Miharu. I've gathered all of Federico's information. My shift starts later tomorrow, so do you mind if I come to Lion House after school? The message itself is short, but I can't help but be amazed at her perfect timing. I text back, that works for me. I figure I can use that time to talk to her about the diary as well. I haven't hit a dead end quite yet. Forcing myself to believe that, I set my mind on getting some sleep. Ooh, this is gonna be an interesting week. Miharu and I head to Lion House once classes have ended.
あれ、今日は羊さんはいないのかい？
Oh?
用事があるみたい。必要なことなら明日にでも伝えておくよ。
Oh boy. It's pretty rare for Miharu to ask about Naomi. Divine selection requires us both to fight our own fate, so maybe that's changed her perspective on Naomi at some point. There wasn't much to what she said, but I could tell there was a slight difference in her attitude toward her. Anyway, it's just the two of us. Mel's probably told her that I'm waiting a bit longer before giving my answer, but even then, it still feels a bit awkward to be alone with her. You two are doing great. 30 minutes after we arrive at Lion House, Miharu leaves for work. We didn't discuss much, but she told me how she met with Federico Monday night, and how she was able to deduce his regret from what they talked about. It didn't happen right away, but everything fell into place on Tuesday night, which led her being able to materialize the card. I didn't ask for the card's contents, but I asked her to fill me in later, on the off chance that he's gathering information on me as well. He seems to have no intention of electing me according to her, but it can't hurt to be safe. I made sure to show Miharu the diary too. Its existence took her by surprise just as much as it did for me. I told her that I'd pass any worthwhile information over to her once I'm done reading it. Just before she left, she offered her thoughts on it.
その日記帳は僕にはどこか切り札のようなものに見える。
Ooh. There's no basis to her claim, but I happen to agree. After she left, I opened the store up for business. Alan might stop by today. Or well...
おはよう、マオ。
Never mind.
おはよう。来週から期末とか鬱になりそう。
Oh no, finals.
その話はやめて。
Not to brag, but I haven't studied in the slightest ever since midterms. Midterms weren't much of an issue for me since they happened after divine selection began, but the same can't be said for the finals. I actually considered using my card book to cheat my way through the English exam at least, but only total losers cheat. It's a fact that I don't have the time to study though. That's when I receive a text message. You're not technically allowed to mess with your phone on campus, but I'll break the rule for today. It's from my gran. I heard the finals are coming up. Forget about the store for now and focus on studying. Make sure to send me your results too.
エスパー
Thanks, Grandma.
なになに？おばあちゃんから怒られた？
マオまでエスパーしないで。
A mere employee can't ignore their boss's orders. It's impossible to keep the store going without keeping in contact with her too. Running the store serves as a nice change of pace, so now I'm just depressed. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll keep reading the diary as usual, but I guess I can avoid failing if I use the time I normally would on the store for studying. In the worst case scenario, I'll ignore English and use my card book. No, bad. The intrusive thought coming in. I'll use my card book to no. No. Bad. Stop that. Regular life can sure be difficult. Once school has ended for the day, I return home to study. I put up an announcement about how the store will be officially closed until the week after next. Seems like one of my teachers got in touch with my gran after realizing that I probably wasn't studying this time around. They're aware of my circumstances at home, so I can understand why they'd get in contact. No teacher can ignore students' poor grades. I'll have to keep on top of studying once divine selection is over as well. Otherwise, I won't be allowed to keep running the store.
ナオミ、そろそろ休憩しない？
ダメです。まだ30分しかやってないじゃないですか。
Senpai, it's only been half an hour, Jesus. Oh, girl, you gotta keep on with the grind.
なんか今日のナオミ厳しい。
I think you're just
すいません。でも先輩がそこまで勉強が苦手だったとは知らなくって。
oof. Naomi, I didn't know how fucking stupid you were. Holy shit.
受験の時は目的があったからよかったんだけど、日々のテストのためって言うとどうしても。
ちょっと意外です。まあでも前に英語の問題を出した時悲惨でしたもんね。
Naomi's doing some considerable damage to my morale today. Not like I can blame her. Her upperclassman is acting pretty pathetic.
三原は今日もバイト。女神の選定のことを考えながらいつ勉強してるんだろう。
もう人それぞれです。先輩、1時間頑張ったら休憩ってことにしませんか？
うん、頑張る。
There's no point in avoiding it, so I decide to stick my head into some books. I used to study with Mao a lot during our first year, but we normally ended up just chatting. In that regard, properly studying with someone like this is a pretty novel experience. I don't want to disappoint Naomi either, so I'll focus for at least this first hour.
さすがです先輩。じゃあ少し休憩にしましょう。
Thank you, Naomi. An hour and a half later, Naomi finally offers me entrance to the oasis known as a break. It was supposed to happen at the 1 hour mark, but I couldn't bring myself to mention it when the time came. Knowing her, she probably didn't want to interrupt me because she thought I was focused. Equally admirable and depressing, considering that wasn't the case at all. We spend the break talking and snacking. The topic switches to divine selection at some point. I tell her about how Miharu has gathered all of Federico's information and about the diary I found. Give me 1 second. Okay. Well. Alrighty. After mentioning it, I head upstairs to grab it. I place it down right beside my card book. It's almost like a before and after comparison.
これなんだけど。
100年以上前の本。はあ、 本当に同じ想定ですね。それも手作りなら私たちが調べても見つからないわけです。
She's so excited.
それで匂いを嗅いでみてもいいですか？
Girl. Okay, leave now. Bye bye, Fresh and Shiro. Goodbye, Dan. Thank you so much for stopping by. Have a great rest of your day. Oh my god. Do you mind if I smell it?
ちょっとだけなので。あ、触るときに手袋とかいらないんですか？
Hello, Shiro. And hello, Adam. Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Naomi's just, really wants to get a whiff of a book. Nothing suspicious, I swear.
そこまで気にしてなかったけど、今読んでるしね。
先輩、もっと大事にしましょうよ。それで読み終わったら私も読んでいいですか？
Very excited about book.
いいけど、私が読み終わったら内容話しちゃうよ。
Ah.
いいんです。そんな昔の本を読めるだけで幸せなので。
Nami's too cute. She is very cute. Very patable. Very patable. Seeing Naomi this excited is pretty surprising. At the same time, I realize that the diary will be in peril if I leave it here. Back up to my room it goes. She couldn't keep her eyes off it as I took it away too. Guess it puts just how much she loves books into perspective.
すみません。つい。
Nah, you're good, you're good.
あ、いつものナオミだ。よし、じゃあそろそろ勉強再開しよっか。
That said, we settle on another hour of hitting the books. We study until around 8 p.m., taking infrequent but always welcome breaks.
私、そろそろ行きますね。
Naomi starts packing up to leave. She can't stop herself from smiling after learning just how much Rinka dislikes studying. It has no effect on her impression of Rinka, but seeing this side of her has been a nice surprise. To Naomi, the day was endless fun. What's more, a certain desire has continued to blossom within her as the days have gone by. The desire for things to continue like this, for her memories of these days to remain intact. Naomi isn't a participant in divine selection. That's why retaining her memories carries the same value as Rinka and Miharu's survival. There's no end to the burden caused by these feelings of hers.
よかったら明日も一緒に勉強しませんか？
もちろん、明日はマオとミハルも来るかもね。
Rinka gives her answer with a smile. And Naomi responds in kind. Aww. Ak, I returned from leaving for a bit for an urgent matter. I'm sorry. No worries, no worries. Welcome back. After exiting Lion House, Naomi spots a nearby man muttering to himself. Shock overcomes her the moment she sees his face.
何？しばらく休みだと。
Alan's just like, fuck. It's Alan Scorpion. Numeral 12 in Divine Selection, one of the 4 remaining participants. Naomi has seen him once before, at the hospital, when dealing with Keiko. Keiko? The hospital. The name Kamebuchi Keiko causes her mind to flash back to the 2 disparate memories. One involves Naomi collapsing from anemia after paying a visit to the hospital. The other involves going to the hospital with Rinka to approach Keiko, and learn more about her. Following this, she was attacked by Alan, who had the same goal in mind. What's more, the things she heard from Rinka are mixed into both memories. The confusion causes Naomi to collapse to her knees. She can feel her mind failing to parse which memory is real and which is fake.
君は
Noticing something is amiss, Alan rushes over to her side. He seems to remember her clearly.
大丈夫か
She cannot comprehend why he's showing concern for her. It might have made sense if he considered her Rinka's underclassman, but the genuine tone of worry in his voice is confounding. The Alan she is gradually beginning to remember was never this kind. This realization causes her to suffer even more.
中にまだ先輩が
She somehow fights through the pain to speak. Strangely enough, she doesn't feel that she should keep him away from Lion House at all costs. Around 10 minutes after Naomi leaves, someone else pops into the store. An unexpected person in an unexpected situation to boot.
水とベッドを
Alan is carrying Naomi with one arm cradling her neck and the other behind her knees. The surprise fades once I notice that Naomi doesn't seem to be feeling right. This isn't the time to ask questions, so I get some water ready and take her upstairs to my room. The idea of having Alan come into my room isn't all that thrilling though, so I ask him to wait downstairs. Once I come back down, I notice Alan standing there with a bitter look on his face.
どうだった
意識はあるけど頭痛がするみたい。頭痛薬とお水を飲ませたから1時間くらい様子を見る。
Yeah, she's having the double memory issue. I make sure to call and let her mom know. I tell her that she's sleeping here at the moment due to her not feeling well.
ありがとうございます。でもどうしてナオミを？
この店の前でいきなり倒れたようだ。目の前で倒れられたら見捨てるわけにはいかない。
You have changed so much, dude.
親切なことに正直驚いた。ごめんなさい。もっと冷酷な人だと思ってたから。
Perhaps that's not the wisest thing to say to someone who willingly knocks out nurses and eliminates participants without a second thought. But now he's helped both me and Naomi. That's why I feel comfortable enough to speak my thoughts.
やっと話してくれるんだね。
The fact that he's here means he has business with me. I expected him to come, though I didn't think it'd be this early. I assumed it would be either Saturday or Sunday.
ああ、
Aww. Look at the sprite of him. He's so handsome. He's so much softer now. He doesn't feel that intimidating anymore. Like, there's still like this air of like him being like this like bulky ass prince looking like guy, but like he's softer now. He's just a guy. Character development for reals, indeed.
君は何度も僕の行動を不可解だと思ったことだろう。
Ah.
あの日、夜の病院で華奢で無力な君が僕に立ち向かう様を見て、その瞳を見て思ったことがある。君の瞳は僕の妹に似ている。
Oh, your sister. There's a certain gentleness in his expression as he admits this.
僕には4人の弟と1人の妹がいる。 弟たちはまだ小さいが、妹の年はちょうど君と同じくらいだ。
Ah.
妹の名前はアムリタ。僕と違って妹たちは両親から受け継いだ使命を名乗り続けている。
My siblings continue. Ah. Amrita. Amrita. Oh. My mind flashes back to something Alan mumbled during his sleep after fighting Odette. Amrita. It's his sister's name.
ちなみに君よりも顔立ちも発育もよく聡明だ。
gotta get that lick in.
ちょっと。
だが君たちは根源的に似ている。誰よりも意志の強い瞳も、感情的になった時の復活さも。
Oh.
弟たちは僕と同じように強く成長するものと確信している。僕は男だ。血のつながりというのは強い。それに男の気持ちはよくわかる。だが心配なのはアムリタだ。あの性格では仕事も結婚も不器用にしかできないだろう。
My card book begins to shine all of a sudden. Oh. It's his regret. You only got into this high school because of your lore plot. And now this. Think of just getting quick, light jabs from all sides. Indeed. We all gotta give a punch to Rinka. One card materializes. 12 regret, sister's future. Aww. Having seen the gentle expression he shows from time to time, I'm not very surprised at the card's content. If anything, it proves how well I've come to understand Alan.
どうして私に自分の未練を教えたの？
君に生きてほしいと思ったからだ。
Aww.
だって。
構わない。これが僕の結論でもある。だが君にはこれから僕の人生を背負ってもらい、僕たちの物語に終止符を打ってもらおう。
He tells me about his past next. His mother died from an illness when he was still a child, while his father was killed due to a grudge involving shady business practices. Alan soon took over his father's business connections, discarding both his name and religion in the process. Even his country's traditions soon became a nuisance to him. He built his own business from scratch and turned it into an undeniable success.
だが僕は会社を大きくする過程で多くを切り捨ててきた。物も人も。恨みを買うという性質は生を捨てたぐらいでは変わらなかった。僕の死因は毒死だ。皮肉にも知識と近しい方法で暗殺をされた。
Oh, so it was assassination. There's no change in his tone as he discusses how he was killed. My card brick shines once again, materializing his cause of death card.
殺されただなんて。
君が想像している以上に世の中には不審死というまま処理される暗殺が多い。僕が脱落した場合もおそらく暗殺とは処理されないだろう。
He mentioned that he had to deduce his own cause of death after it had been undone. Nobody would know they've been poisoned until after it kicked in, I guess.
僕はずっと君にアムリタの姿を重ねて見ていた。困っている人がいたら放っておけないおせっかいさや流されやすさもあったな。一方で友人のために邁進する気概も持ち合わせている。 君のおばあ様がスケールに襲われた時もそうだ。君は彼女たちを救うことしか考えていなかったはずだ。
でも私は私、アランさんの妹じゃない。
無論分かっている。だが根本は同質だ。
There's little I can say when I don't know his sister personally. Alan presses on, unconcerned about how perplexing this whole scenario is for me. My thoughts are likely irrelevant to him. This isn't the logical side of Alan talking. These are his emotions.
僕は会社の人間を信用していない。あらかじめ僕が死んだ際には家族を次の社長に据えるように文書を残していた。つまり年齢的に言って僕の妹アムリタが次の社長だ。心配だったよ。アムリタは優しく脆い。人の悪意と欲望が渦巻く中でうまくやっていけるかとね。
私と同い年で社長に。
ああ、だが君を見ていたら少しだけ安心することができた。自分の弱さを自覚しているけれど無自覚に強い芯を持っている。
That's why, actually, now it makes sense. He chose to watch Aninka to decide whether or not he really had to press forward or not. Because he wanted to judge whether or not he feels that his sister would also be fine.
人の心を動かすことができる。信用できる友を作ることができる。自分の瞳の力を疑うのであれば目の前にいる僕を証拠にすればいい。
His gaze is locked onto me as he speaks. Our eyes may be meeting, but it's not me he's looking at. He's using me as a window to see his sister.
買いかぶりすぎ。それに私はそんな責任持てない。
構わないさ。これは僕の決断だ。もっとも利益を生み出すという意味でアムリタが僕より上を行くことはないだろう。失敗も多くするかもしれない。だが僕とは違った成長を生むはずだ。そして何より僕のように暗殺されることはないだろう。究極的に言えばアムリタが長生きしてくれればそれでいい。
アランさん。
無論まだまだ心配は尽きない。けれどそこに希望を見ることができた。この僕が希望を見たんだ。その意味がわからない君ではないのだろう。
His expression changes once again to one I've never seen before. Look how soft he looks. I could ruffle his hair right now. That's what I see when I look at this CG. So cute. Aww. Whoa, unbelievable. I never thought he'd have it in him to express such a brilliant smile. His every word and action in relation to his sister just shows just how much he cares for her. I have no parents or siblings to speak of, but I can tell this is how those who do feel about them.
何がおかしい?
I don't realize I am also smiling until he points it out. He's strict but kind and reliable. He always seems a bit desperate despite his intellect. Part of me is envious of Amrita for getting a brother like him. What a weird situation.
なんでもない。
そうか。
Honestly, if you two were long lost relatives, I could imagine that. Who would have thought that I'd ever come to think about him like this? Well, I guess it's my own fault. I never bothered to try and understand him after what happened at the hospital that day. But he'd always been kind to me after that. At Shigetsugu's home, when he helped me to stop you, and even when he saved my gran. I'm at fault for never seeing him for who he really was, or who he really is.
私の生き方がどこまで通用するのか見届けるんじゃなかったの？
言っただろう。君の生き方が通用した結果が今の僕だと。
Ah. Alan pauses briefly before posing a question.
見張る蛇ナタとの決着はどうするつもりだ？
Ah. This question takes me by surprise. Well, not the question itself, but the realization that he truly does understand me. There's no reason for me to hesitate, though. I only have one answer to give.
生き残る。二人で。
ああ、いい答えだ。アムリタも獅子舞凛花ならそう答えるはずだから。
私の入れるコーヒー美味しいんです。最後に飲んでいきませんか？
ああ、いただこう。
It is supposed to be a simple offer, but my wording may have given it more weight than intended. I doubt Alan fails to catch it either.
ちょっとだけ待っていてくださいね。
I'm going to make this the best coffee I've ever brewed. No words are exchanged as he drinks his coffee. It's not an awkward silence or anything. Words simply aren't needed. Our relationship doesn't extend beyond our status as participants in divine selection. We're not friends, we're not lovers, we're not enemies, we're not even siblings. But that's why this works.
ごちそうさま。僕はコーヒーがあまり好きではないが、美味しいと思ったよ。
Aw.
ありがとう。
Glad to hear you liked it, buddy. He pauses, stands, and then continues.
そろそろ君の後輩の様子を見に行った方がいい。
うん、そのつもり。
君は何人もの人生を託されてきたのだろう。それでも強く生きたいと望むのは君にしかできないことだ。他人の人生など重荷に過ぎないだろうに。
私は一人じゃないから重荷じゃなくて力に変わった。
肉体において人間は常に一人だ。だからこそ一人ではないと信じられることが君の強さなのだな。
アランさんだってずっと一人じゃなかったはずでしょ、お兄ちゃん。
Nice.
冗談はよしてくれ。言ったはずだ。アムリタは君よりも才気間髪で器量も良いと。
That was a good claps to you, Rika, for doing that one.
何より僕は君の生き方を認めるまでアムリタを信じてやれなかった。その意味で僕はやはり一人だった。君に頼みがある。
Oh?
はい。
僕は日本へ来るとき、僕のルーツに関わるあらゆるものを置いてきた。だから君に預けられるものは何もない。しかし刻んでくれ。君の人生の奇跡に僕を。歪んだ運命の中で君と出会えた奇跡を。
アムリタさんに会いには行かないんですか？
君には関係のないことだ。君は獅子舞凛花だろ。
I give Alan an understanding nod and respond. I'm certain I would have hesitated to elect him had he not given me a proper answer. Or had he given me a proper answer, regardless of what it was. He's made sure to put a wall between us. I understand why, though. That's his way of making things easier on both of us. His objective accomplished, he takes his leave. My eyes remain locked on him even as he fades into the darkness outside. It's because I know this is the last time I'll ever see Alan Scorpion in the real world. Oh, this is both Miharu and Rinka have had like, this is the last time we're seeing these two. This is the last time in the real world. They're not coming back. Oh god. Not long after he leaves, Naomi comes downstairs.
ナオミ、具合は大丈夫？
心配かけてすみません。大丈夫です。それよりごめんなさい。
Oh, no worry. She pauses before pulling her eyes away from me.
聞いちゃいました。アラン・スコーピオンさんと話していたこと。
Ah.
私、勘違いしてました。彼はお礼も言わなきゃいけないのに。もう。
Ah. It's okay.
大丈夫。
It's all I can think to say to her.
彼はミハル先輩がフェデリーコ・カルミナーティさんの情報を揃えていることに気がついていたんでしょうか。次の選定で先輩とミハル先輩と2人が残るようにするために。
Yeah.
そうだね。きっと。
彼が脱落したら私は忘れちゃうんですね。今日助けてもらったことも、やっと知った彼の優しいところも。
だから私が刻むんだ。彼のことを心に。
そしたら必ず教えてください。私が忘れてしまっているはずのことを。
Oh.
もちろん。だって私一人じゃ背負いきれないから。
Naomi grips my hand tightly in hers. Her memories take a considerable blow since she's helping me despite not being a participant. Though that makes me question why the system that rewrites people's memories is so flawed. If Parker's the one who made it, then I want to lodge a complaint. It's far too cruel. There's more to life than the beat of one's heart. It's our experiences that make us who we are. That's why changing or making people forget those experiences is just as bad as outright killing them.
私、まだ具合が悪いみたいです。だから、今日は止めてもらえませんか?
Really effed up to know that you keep remembering and forgetting memories over and over. Yeah, that that would be rough.
いいよ。ただ、お母さんにはちゃんと連絡しておきなね。
She's obviously faking it. Not like it matters to me, though. If anything, I don't want to spend the night alone. Aw. Saturday, 2 days later. Oh wow, we're really skipping through. I mean, there isn't too much now because those two are kind of out of the picture now. Yesterday passed without issue. The four of us studied together after school, and then I did my usual diary reading at night. I told Miharu about Alan too. Looks like I'll be electing him, while she'll be electing Federico. On a superficial level, things have gone far smoother than they have in weeks past. There weren't any huge incidents like with you, nor was there any need to make deals with people like Odette. Things aren't so simple deep down though. The significance of the upcoming eliminations is all the greater now that we've gotten to know and see their development. There's no point in being depressed until the time comes though. Instead, I try to brighten my mood before heading to school. Upon my arrival, Mal greets me with an eerie grin.
おはようリータン。今日は何の日かわかるかな?
What day?
え、7月7日
Oh,
だから
Tanabata.
そっか、七夕だね。
正解。食堂の方に笹があるから短冊飾りに行こう。
Tanzaku ka.
ちょっと恥ずかしいけどいいよ。真央が学校のそういうのに興味持つって珍しいね。
別に気分だよ気分。みはるんもだからね。
凛花が書くなら僕も書くよ。
決定。じゃ、ナオリンにも連絡しとこう。
There must have been a Tanabata feature on TV or something. That aside, it's relieving to see Mao act like this. Well, it'd probably be a relief if she was in her post all-nighter mode as well. Once we've written and hung our wishes up, we start to make our way to class. Oh god, Tanabata, aka the perfect time to write an emotional wish story beat in anime. Ah yes, the wish on the Tanabata. That makes me think of every like romance anime ever. It's like on their wish of the Tanabata, I wish blah 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 will love me. The faculty set bamboo up in the cafeteria that's shared between our and the college's campus, just like Mao said. A surprising number of people are participating, which leads me to taking a peek at some of the wishes. Most are relationship related. Yeah, that makes sense.
いやー、みんな何を書いたのかな。
秘密にするって約束だったでしょ。
We make it a point to keep what we've written to ourselves. For a simple reason too, we're shy.
羊さん、恋ではないにしても君は僕の短冊を見た。もしそれを誰かに話したらどうなるか分かっているね。
Don't threaten her, it's fine. Now we won't say shit.
ごめんなさい。私言いません。
Don't scare her, girl.
お、ナオリン、ミハルンのお願い事を見ちゃったんだ。ほれほれ、マオ様だけに教えてみなさい。
Mao, don't tempt fate here.
マオ先輩でも無理です。
Miharu gives Naomi an exaggerated glare before transitioning into a smile. As for me, well, I guess there's no point in reminding myself of something I wrote. At least Miharu's doing it slightly more jokingly.
もういくつか寝ると夏休みだね。
ああ、そうだね。2桁をいくつかというには多い気もするけれど。
Aw, good to see the girlies getting along.
リータンは覚えてる？花火大会。ちょうど来月の今頃じゃなかった？
Next month.
うん。
行こうね。4人でさ。
Ah. There's a hint of gravity in her words. It's not often she sounds like that, so it leaves the rest of us speechless. Naomi ends up breaking up the silence.
はい、行きましょう。私、花火大好きです。
Oh god. Meanwhile, I'm just like, I might turn this into a sad. You know what? Let's not think about it right now. Miharu and I nod in agreement.
んじゃ、ナオリンは朝一で場所取りだね。頑張ります。
みんなで一緒にね。行こう。
凛花がそういうのなら僕も。
I feel guilt! My reluctance to say in the first place is why I force myself to make that claim. It's a much more personal wish than what I wrote earlier, but also a more earnest one. Their last happy moment before the final stretch scenes are are never not bittersweet feeling. Yeah, truly. Once the day is over, I get ready for bed. As for the diary, I am almost done with it in terms of pages. Tomorrow's session should be my last. I couldn't find a second volume after looking around, so tomorrow marks my last look into the diary, into the daily lives of Linda and Diana. When I think about that, I recall what we talked about earlier on in the afternoon.
花火か。
I talked to Miharu about it before, back when we were alone at the theme park. Back when I was the only one who didn't know anything about divine selection. Oh no. A flood of memories came back to me all at once. I must be tired. I feel my eyes begin to water up as my emotions involuntarily pour out.
行きたい行きたいよ
My thoughts turn into screams. And then I remember that it's the middle of the night, so I end up smothering my face with a pillow. It helps to muffle my screams. It's also sudden. The fear of losing what I have at the moment has just hit me out of nowhere. I don't want anything up till now to be undone. I fall asleep at some point, unable to sort out my emotions. Federico returns to Japan from India on Sunday morning.
手に入れたのは死因までか。
Once in India, he visited both Alan's company and his family. According to his company, Alan was out on a private business. Was out on private business that wasn't to be divulged to anyone. As a result, he kept all contact with the company to a minimum. In exchange, the vice president was in charge of all the important decisions for the time being. This led to Federico's discovery of an anti-Alan faction within said company, not to mention their connection to a certain competing company. Putting two and two together with what Miharu had told him, he was able to deduce the background behind Alan's death and materialize the card. The big issue with learning his regret since no one there had any valuable information related to it. His visit to Alan's home proved entirely meaningless too.
まさかあんな奴がいるとはな。
Oh? Oh, her. A girl there realized what Federico was up to. Ah, the sister. Her name was Amrita. Their surnames might be different, but she was apparently Alan's sister. She showed no reservation in telling Federico to leave the moment she saw him. Federico knew that Alan had plenty of enemies. He never would have been poisoned if that weren't the case. What's more, those enemies of his would visit his home in order to uncover any potential weakness. Federico used this knowledge in an attempt to threaten her. It was to no avail, however. She did nothing but glare at him in response. Federico realized right then and there that she was a stranger to the concept of fear. She was undoubtedly aware of her brother's bad side, his merciless attitude toward others, his valuing of skill and competence above all else, and how many had lost their jobs due to both of those traits. I will say, she is pretty. She's very pretty. Even then, she was wise enough to prevent his potential enemies from learning anything about him. Her situation was full of contradictions, yet she stood resolute before Federico and his threats. Federico himself likely would have resorted to a number of horrible means to force information out of her back in his mafia days, but this time he gave in. The lack of both any backing from the organization and confidence that she knew anything about his regret caused him to do so. More importantly, the look in her eyes made it clear that she wouldn't budge through normal means.
誰かに似てる気がしたんだよな。けど、オデットとも違うしよ。
Those eyes and that earring is freaking perfect. It really is. There was something familiar about that look. Federico's inability to remember who it reminded of him bothered him.
まあ、いいか。顔こそ美人だが、まだまだチンチクリンだったしよ。 しかしあの性格じゃ将来が心配だぜ。
Apart from that, the fact remained that Federico was unable to obtain Alan's regret. He gave himself a set time to return to Japan for two reasons. One was to prevent himself from losing his resolve, and the other was to ensure he had enough time for one last-ditch effort. The only thing left for him at this point was to find and question Alan directly.
さて、あの野郎はどこにいやがる?
Oh yeah, he and Minka never had any particular long-term interactions. They really didn't. Like, we switched POVs and we, like POVs, and we had his perspective and we had his cards, but we never interacted with him. The train rocks as he tries to discern Alan's location.
そっか。寝ちゃってたのか。
Ah. Waking up only to remember my outburst last night feels anything but good. On the bright side, it proves just how much of a toll this whole thing has taken on me. I open my window and take a deep breath of fresh air to collect myself.
Ah, 結局俺らしいっつうかよ。
Federico chalks up his current situation as one befitting a loser like himself. He is unable to get in touch with Alan now that Scale's gone. He visited a number of places in hopes of finding him, but to no avail. He wasn't even at the warehouse where he met with Odette and that other girl. In the end, he finds himself at the National Park in Shinjuku, the final destination. He doesn't know why this park has such a fancy name, but he doesn't care. What he does care about is the fact that Alan's not here either.
俺たちは運命で繋がってないってわけだ。それはそれで虫が走るぜ。
His pace may seem leisurely, but he spent the day running around on foot. Time simply won't allow him to slow down. He's running so hard that he's gotten covered in sweat despite his level of fitness. He has done all he can to triumph over Alan. It's a level of effort that he'd long forgotten. That's why he feels an odd sense of satisfaction, despite having nothing to show for it.
酒でも飲んで寝ちまうかな。
His decision made, he walks off into the night of his final day. No, he knows. He understands. 1 hour later, Federico returns to an area close by. In doing so, he notices a certain cafe.
まずコーヒーってのも悪くねえか。
He hasn't had any espresso during his whole trip. He doesn't know. It won't quite match the taste of what he's used to back home, but he finds himself wanting some after so long. The lights are still on, leading him to believe the shop's still open. Thus, he struts over to its entrance. Dude, the store's not open. We're gonna have an interesting interaction here. After the day turns to night, I sit down at my usual table with the diary. I got some coffee with me as well, but I'm being extra careful not to spill it on the book. I didn't spend the whole day studying thanks to having to take care of some chores, but hey, it's nice to finally sit down and relax. I don't get to do that often these days. At first, I was reading through this diary to find information related to divine selection, but somewhere along the way, I found myself simply enjoying it. I can see why Naomi loves to read so much now.
さて。
After taking a sip of coffee, I open up to the page I have bookmarked. Soon after, I hear someone shouting outside the store.
なんだ、せっかく雰囲気のあるカフェかと思えば休みかよ。電気がついてるくせによ。
Federico, calm down. The door is closed, but I can hear them loud and clear. What's more, the voice sounds familiar. I close my diary and duck behind the counter to better scout out what's going on. Standing outside is none other than Federico Carminati.
どうして?
Why is he here? He just wanted a cup of coffee. Didn't he settle things after his discussion with Miharu? I prepare myself for the worst, though something feels off. He isn't addressing me directly now that I think about it. In fact, it may be safe to assume he's here by coincidence. Judging by what he said, he's just upset the store's closed. There's no need to overthink things in this situation. Well, seems like he's noticed me. I bet he never expected me to be running a cafe, much less the fact that I'm simply trying to read a book. He stands there and stares at me, mouth agape. I decide not to say anything to shatter his silence. Shortly after, he grins from ear to ear before erupting in laughter. The way he's laughing, it sounds familiar. It's a familiar sound. Intense music for a guy who literally just wanted to drink coffee. It's like that Spider-Man pointing fingers to me. It's you! Ooh, wait, hold on. Oh, it's Odette's theme. Don't play this shit. Excuse me. God damn it, game. Federico can't hide his surprise at this turn of events. Inside the cafe he's about to visit stands none other than Shishimae Rinka. It's the first time they have met one-on-one in the real world. Oh yeah, this really is their first meeting in the real world. Faye must be up to something for this to happen on his last day. Her presence within the closed cafe could mean she works there, but Federico is more inclined to believe that she lives inside. That doesn't matter to him though. Instead, he finds himself excited about a certain revelation. This music without context. This music with the context. Yay, pain. That's Rinka is staring Federico down, clearly wary of him. The look in her eyes brings someone else to mind. Amrita, Alan's sister. They both share that same resolute gaze. He had always wondered why Alan seemed so concerned with Rinka, but he figured it had nothing to do with his regret. But he was wrong. This chance discovery seals the deal for him. Alan's regret is related to her. His excitement turns into a sense of joy he has never experienced before. He has won. At the last minute, he finally possesses all of Alan's cards. He has succeeded in outdoing someone he wants to beat. Federico then takes his leave without bothering to enter Lion House. Rinka stands there alone, puzzled over what has just happened. That is... Truly, that was an experience and a half. Also, hello, Galaxy Whisper. Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hello. I'm just playing some Fatal 12. Going through Fatal 12, a visual novel. Federico randomly decided to wander off while I was giving him a silent stare. I'm not even sure what he wanted. He looked incredibly happy for some reason, though. He's not a bad guy, he's a guy. I'm not sure why, but there was something unsettling about the way his expression switched from anger to surprise and then joy. It didn't seem like he was rejoicing over obtaining my information at the very least. Let's take a break. Perhaps it's for the best since he might try to come back. Sucks when I'm almost done with it, but oh well. After returning to my bedroom, I focus on preparing myself for tonight's election. I wonder if Federico will try to elect Alan, though. Hi, Parka. That's the 10th time I've had to listen to her voice. Parka addresses the Court of Fate, as she always does. I'm well aware of the cruelty being masked by her divine tone, as well as the reality that I have the same cruelty within me.
どなたがこの女神の選定で残るのでしょうか。
あんたの入れ物になるんだったらよ、女の方がいいんじゃねえか。
私、男女差別はしませんわ。
Ah.
おい、俺に酒臭そうって言ってたじゃねえか。
あら、記憶にございませんわ。
Of course you don't, Parka.
こいつは。
もういいだろう。いや、構わないか。
Mm.
なんだこいつ、笑ってやがる。気持ち悪いぜ。
It's not that creep. Well, I mean, I guess from your perspective, it might be a little creepy. Alan and Federico have no issue engaging Parka in senseless conversation. That's been the case since the beginning, in fact, especially with Federico. That's right. Tonight is the last night I'll get to see this. I don't feel sad about it, just empty. I can't say for sure how Miharu feels, but at the very least she's chosen to remain silent like me.
今夜の選定でついに2桁の大台を迎えました。皆様の運命がどう紡がれていくのか私をどうか楽しませてくださいませ。
Mm.
それでは今宵も選定を始めましょう。運命の大時計回りなさい。
Her sly grin signals the beginning of the election procedure. My place as numeral 1 is one that I detest. I'm always the one forced to make the first declaration as a result.
1番様、いかがなさいますか。
私は12番を指名する。
I make sure to look Alan in the eyes as I do so. I'm using his life as a stepping stone for my own. It's a truth that no rationalization can change, thus I have to accept it. He smiles upon hearing my declaration and nods.
お次は2番様、いかが。
僕は3番を指名する。
I accidentally interrupt you. I interrupted you, Parka, but also Miharu would interrupt you. That's just a fact. Things are proceeding as expected. Federico nods in response, his expression an odd mix of satisfaction and displeasure. I understand now just how incredible it is for him to have remained that. Incredible it is for him to remain that composed.
さて、お次は3番様でございます。
俺か。俺はあら、てめえを指名するぜ。
Ah.
もう番号でお呼びなさってくださいな。
Parka, we all know each other's names at this point. It's not worth it.
いいじゃねえか。どうせここにいる全員が全員の名前を知ってんだ。しかしま、ルールに従うよ。12番、あんたを指名する。
かしこまりましたわ。
Parka nods and then turns to face Alan. He raises his voice before she can prompt him, though.
僕はフェデリーコ・カルミナーティを指名しよう。
Ah, we're doing this.
あなた様まで私がお尋ねしてからでございます。
We're all just electing each
12
other.
番様、いかがなさいますか。
安い挑発に乗っただけだ。僕は3番、君を指名しよう。
Everyone's pointing their guns.
承知いたしましたわ。もう皆様ちゃんと決まりは守ってくださいませ。
Parker, no one gives a shit about your rules, actually. Federico and I have elected Alan. Meanwhile, Miharu and Alan have elected Federico. All four of us face duplicate elections. This isn't a situation I had anticipated. I get that Federico wants to elect Alan, even if it means causing that situation, but I honestly didn't think he had all of his cards. I'm not quite sure why Alan wants to elect Federico when Miharu already is doing so, either. This entire situation has me slightly bewildered. I can't see this being a tactic to make us back off. It should be clear at this point that I won't hesitate to earn election priority.
これはどういう。
おやおや大混戦でございますわね。それでは指名の重複について順番に処理を行いましょう。
It's one final huzzah, I suppose.
ああ、頼むぜ。おい、ミハル。分かってるな。俺はこの野郎にとどめを刺されるのはお断りだ。てめえと一晩相手できなかったのは残念だが、せめて幕引きだけは相手してくれよ。
だから私が進行いたしますから。
Fuck you,
勝手
Parker.
にお話ししないでくださいませ。
No one cares. Federico ignores Parker's distress and tells Miharu that he's leaving it to her. What's more, Alan turns to speak to me.
同感だ。彼は品がなくてね。彼に指名されて脱落させられたとなれば、アムリタの兄として恥ずかしい。
They're just... This is... We're just messing around now. I clench my fists as I listen to his words. I finally understand his thought process. It's not a logical decision at all, but it's one I can understand.
くす男ってほんとバカとでも言ってほしいのかい。
そういう趣味はねえが。ま、悪くない理解だ。
アランさんまでそんな風に思うなんて意外です。
そうか。だが、ただの兄に戻った僕はこんなものだ。
ちゃんと私の進行に従ってくださいませ。
We're just ignoring Parker. Parker actually raises her voice at us. How unusual. There's no anger in her tone, though. If anything, I think she's excited. It's an abnormal situation, one where a myriad of emotions are all crossing paths.
それではまずは1番様と3番様による12番様の指名についてお伺いいたします。ご存知の通り、ご自分のカードを1枚開けることで指名の優先権を取得することができますわ。1番様はどういたしますか？
私は自分の使命を公開する。
俺は俺の未練を公開してやる。
I close my eyes as Parker chides Federico for ignoring protocol again. My actions are essentially throwing mud in his face after he helped me. But that's okay. What I'm about to do is through my own will.
私は自分の死因も公開するよ。
これじゃ型なしだ。俺はもう公開するもんがねえからな。野郎のカードを3枚集めた時点で俺の勝ちだった。最後の答えをくれたあんたには感謝くらいしてやるか。
She doesn't even know what...
そっか。
No, she understands. I finally understand his actions from last night. He must have learned about Amrita somehow. I never met her myself, but the similarities must be authentic, if even he is able to make the connection between me and her. Still, it doesn't feel right for him to thank me. I never did anything for him. He's the one who obtained the answer he was looking for on his own.
承知いたしました。それでは次は2番様と12番様による3番様の指名でございます。
ついぞ、君と顔を合わせることはなかったな。
そうだね。でも君は凛花を助けてくれたのだろ。ならばお礼は言わなければいけないね。
よしてくれ。そんな柄ではないことを聞いているのだろう。
女神、指名の優先権は僕がもらおう。君はどうするんだい？
僕はまだカードを3枚残しているが、今優先権を取って彼を指名したら呪われそうだ。僕を呪うのは許容できるが、アムリタを呪われてはたまらない。
You're He really was just going with the flow. It's like, ah, no, 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 you don't do that.
ここで引こう。勝負は持ち越しと言っておこうか。どうだいフェデリーコ・カルミナーティ。
Aw.
ち納得いかないぜ。ここはお互いに勝ちってことでどうだい？
断る。
The boys are fighting.
なんでだよ。
もう皆様勝手にお話ししないようにと何度申し上げればわかりますの？
Alan half going, oh, we're doing this, let me join in on the fun, and half, I will rip you to shreds if you think of laying a figure of my sister. True. Parker halts the conversation for us. Next, she begins the process of bringing two lives to their end.
それではこれより1番様による12番様の指名と2番様による3番様の指名を順番に執り行いますわ。
Oh, are we gonna watch both of these? The Court of Fate rumbles following her exclamation. I'm up first. Okay, no, it's in order. My platform makes its way to the upper stratum, as does Alan's. Alan and I face another upon completing our ascension. He remains silent, albeit with a peaceful expression.
今さら君と語り合うこともあるまい。
Yep.
あの夜。
はい。
His current silence compared to the night he's referring to says it all. The silence is soon disturbed by Parka.
おやおや、もうお話はよろしいのですか？
Shut the
1
fuck
番
up.
様はもっと惜しまれるかと思っていましたのに。
Shut up, Parka.
意外でしょ。みんな結構意外な一面を持ってるんだよ。
Mm.
あ
あらあら。けれども、よどみなく進むことは私にとっては良いことでもありますわ。それでは指名を始めていただきましょう。
I open my card book once she shuts her mouth. My cards float out in response, despite the majority of them being useless now.
使命アラン・スコーピオン。死因毒死。
宝石商として君の所得では一生買えないようなダイヤでも送ればよかったと後悔している。
To present you with a... Oh my god.
ここで嫌味？
代わりに魔法の言葉を教えよう。僕は僕の亡き後、アムリタが社長を務めていると信じている。
Oh?
いつか宝石が必要になる時が君にも来るだろう。その時に格安で買える魔法の言葉さ。
Ooh. He chuckles to himself before continuing.
アムは13歳の8月までおねしょをしていた。これをアムリタに伝えれば、君はどんな宝石も手に入れることができる。
What the fuck, Alan? Oh my god.
何それ？
I can't help but crack a smile. He cares for his sister far more than I imagined. An overprotective big brother through and through. To be honest, I'm a bit jealous.
こう爽やかならば、指名される側も悪い気分ではない。そろそろ最後の言葉を告げてくれ。
未練、妹の将来。
Being a big brother one last time. Indeed. And hello, dear, oh dear. Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome, welcome. My cards begin to shine in response, floating to the middle of the Court of Fate. Once there, the light engulfs the entire space. It's then that I hear his last words.
しかし、君たちに宝石は不要だったか。その瞳に何よりも輝かしい光を持っていた。
Dude. Aww. Aww. Alan. The scenery switches to that of a hotel room. Alan was going through documents. Not just paper documents, but files stored on his laptop and tablet as well. Room service arrived shortly thereafter. It was coffee. Alan normally didn't partake, but his secretary recommended it if he needed a way to keep himself awake. They claimed the coffee here was especially good. He took a sip. Full body paralysis followed mere moments later. Only then did he notice just how many people had to have worked together through their shared hatred of him. His time was short, however. He lacked the means to judge them for their decision. Only the outcome mattered, and how it was a fitting end for someone who had thrown so much away. But in his heart remained one regret. He hadn't seen his dear sister in half a year. A child could grow like a weed in that little time. If only he could have seen that growth, her baby steps toward adulthood. Aww. Oh, sevens for Alan. My consciousness returns in what I had guessed was 5 minutes. I wasn't surprised by what I saw. It all made sense based on what Alan had told me. One question lingers in my mind, though. Why did no one see how kind he was?
これはさ、あなたにも見えてるの？
残念ながら記憶は私の担当外ですから。
どういうこと？
それでは12番様の持っていたカードをあなたにお教えいたします。どのカードを取得するかお選びくださいませ。
ちょっと待ってよ。
My attempt to stop her is in vain as she has already disappeared. Following that, my platform begins its descent. Man, I wanted this to happen early on, but even guessing Rinka reminded him of his sister, I didn't expect to feel so sad for it. Yeah, it is a bittersweet thing, but at the very least, it was peaceful for him. Like, this was his choice. Like, these ones definitely feel a lot more kind because it's just these are choices being made. They have accepted what is happening. It's the other ones that are worse because you're just like, that feels like straight up murder. This is a little bit different. Rinka's platform returns to the lower stratum not long after she leaves. Miharu looks her in the eye and nods. Words aren't needed between them now. Her own platform begins to rise after this. Federico's follows in suit. 2 elections, God. They face one another in the upper stratum. It's the first time they've done so in their last encounter in the real world. Done so since their last encounter in the real world. Federico is the one to break the silence.
なあ、最後にあんたに聞いておきたいことがあるんだ。
なんだい？
あんたさ、レズなのかい？あのチンチクリンが好きなんだろ
？Bruh, you have 0 tact. You're so... God, Federico, you will always be a character. This is not the question Miharu had anticipated. While she may have gotten angry under normal circumstances, being asked in such a blunt manner renders her completely speechless. Federico, why does that question make it sound like it's weird, bro?
まあ、どうでもいいか。どっちにしろ、俺はこれで終わりだ。
君は別れ際に自分の顔に泥を塗るのが趣味なのかい？
恥じることはないだろう。人それぞれだ。同性愛ってのは俺は理解できないが、いておかしいとも思わない。
Glad to know that, Frederico. Why do you word it like this, though?
むしろそれならそうと早く言ってくれれば別の遊び方を教えてやれたのによ。
Dude, no. You know what? I do like this guy. He said some weird things and some kind of creepy things, but I can still laugh at this man. It's been good knowing him, my dude. Miharu responds to his joke with an icy stare. There's no animosity behind it, however. Just her silly way of responding to his silly joke.
話はそれで終わりかい？
もう少しだけならばお話ししても構いませんわよ。
いや、いいぜ。もう話すこともないだろう。
そうだね。
Aw. Yeah, a lot of these past eliminations just hit you. Yeah. Neither of them are surprised by Parker's sudden appearance. While somewhat displeased, she continues with the procedure.
それでは2番様、カードをお選びくださいな。
Miharu opens her card book when prompted.
氏名フェデリーコ・カルミナーティ。
そうだ。俺のことじゃないが、一応言っておかなくちゃならないことがあったな。
Oh.
あのゴリラ女。あいつはそれなりに大変な人生を歩みながらも、楽しむことを忘れてなかった。最後は、俺なんかをかばって、助かる命を捨てちまった。俺も死んじまったしな。何が言いたいかってよ、そうだな。あいつや俺みたいなやつでも生きてたってことを覚えていてくれ。
Indeed. Hold on. I just want to check something.
楽しむか楽しまないか。もう自殺なんてすんじゃねえぞ。
Aww. What Danganronpa is this? Hello, Fox. Thank you so much for stopping by. Dream. Maybe Danganronpa Mirai Niking here. Yeah, we got card books. It's great. Like, look at these cards. So many cards. Oh my god, we have so many cards.
死因足。
前回の選定で女神は運命を変えることができるって言ったんだ。もしあんたやチンチクリンが選定に勝利したら存分に使っちまえ。あんたはもっと欲望に忠実になった方がいい。綺麗でなくていい。もともと十分すぎるほど綺麗なんだからよ。
Thanks, dude.
未練勝利。
She bites her lip as she reads out his final card. She has no idea what emotion she is feeling right now.
あんたの恋に勝利が待ってることをどっかで祈っておいてやるよ。
Thanks, dude. It's been good knowing ya. The court of fate is once again engulfed by the light from Miharu's cards. Beauty of Dark Magician, and no, unfortunately, we just have lots of causes of death, and names, and regrets. So many regrets. The scenery of a sinking ship unfolds. The ship's captain leapt toward him. Her body collided with his immediately after. The ship's components collapsed at the same time, crushing him underneath them. His resentment toward both his failure and something else accompanied his death.
余計なお世話だ。君に祈られるのは疫病神に疲れるようなものだろう。
Aww. Oh, sevens for Frederico. one hell of a character till the very end. Aw.
嘘をつくのはいけませんわよ。美晴様。
Right.
やめてくれ。僕をそう呼んでいいのは、僕が君の器だった頃の話だろ。
くす、そうでしたかしら。
待ってくれ。今まで君は僕を通じてこの世界を見てきた。だが、君は僕の体を通すことでしか世界を見ることができない。君は今日までどうやって現実世界を俯瞰してきた？
Yeah.
下ではお友達がお待ちですわよ。
Through me? Is that a... Miharu's platform begins to move after Parker ignores her question. It helps her realize something, though. She is getting ever closer to an answer. It feels like an indirect way of answering the question, too, though, at the same time. What does Parker do? Miharu returns from the upper stratum, alone. Her platform settles next to mine once more. Thus, only us and Parker remain in the Court of Fate. The seemingly endless space somehow feels even bigger now.
さあ、ご苦労様でしたわ。取得するカードはもうお決まりになりましたか？
って言ってもね。なら私は6番使命にしようかな。
Ah. It belongs to the woman Alan eliminated on the first night. I never met her, but learning her name should allow me to remember her.
凛花に倣って、僕は7番使命をもらおう。
She must have understood what I was going for. That name belonged to the man Odette eliminated on the second night. I'll ask her about it later. That way I'll finally know the names of all 12 participants. I'll be able to remember every last one of them.
おやおや。どうやらもうお二人のカードは不要なようですわね。
Yeah.
どうだか。
さあ、早く選定の終わりを告げてくれ。少しでもゆっくり眠りたい。
はいはい、わかりましたわ。
Parker gives an apathetic response before returning to the center of the Court of Fate.
それでは、今宵の脱落者は2名。これをもって選定を終了といたしましょう。
I might not like her, but I can't deny how pleasant her voice sounds. Wait, what? Divine selection. It won't be long before this cruel ritual is finally over. 10th week is done. We still have 2 weeks left. Holy shit. Can I reach an ending? I should be able to reach an end. Morning. Right? I'm stricken with a sense of loss upon waking up. My alarm rings after I've spent some time staring at the ceiling. I've managed to wake up before it went off somehow. I checked my phone, only to notice a message from Miharu. It's about the card she obtained last night.
ロサンって読むんだ。中国の人かな。
Ah, Ro, yeah. He was that chubby old man, if I recall. I'm not sure what sort of life he led, but I can only assume he'd gone through his fair share. I'd sent her numeral 6's name as thanks. Her name was Chan. She was probably in her mid-20s, judging from her appearance, although her desperate plea for someone to help her stood out the most. Her life must have been at its highest point for her to react in such a way. Every single person had led their own lives. Sounds obvious, but I've come to appreciate that reality much more. I get a follow-up text from Miharu as I'm thinking. Finals start today. You ready?
うぐ。
I spew an unintelligible response sound in response. What a sound. May you finally get the espresso for Dedeko. Yes, may he be able to drink espresso in the afterlife. And imagine Rinka listening to Parka ASMR on her earphones in private. Oh my god. That would be something. Looks like she has more to say. There's no need for us to rush since it's just us left. Let's get exams out of the way before we think about how to handle divine selection. Both Alan and Frederico were eliminated during last night's election. Miharu's right. We can take our time to think things through once we're done with exams. Curiosity gets the better of me, which leads me to do an online search of his name. His position meant that even Japanese news outlets would report on his death. It was labeled as a death under unknown circumstances at first, but now it's been chalked up to suicide. Yeah, he definitely wouldn't. Anyone who knew him would agree. His death occurred 2 months ago now. It's too late to try and do anything about it. Not like anyone would believe me if I did. It's not like it affects my life anyway, but it still frustrates me. Alan expected things to play out this way, though. That means there's a more important issue to consider. Per the contents of his will, the position of CEO will be taken up by the late CEO's younger sister. Apparently, there were plenty of arguments over it, but she got appointed in the end. She even changed her name to Amrita Scorpion to carry on his legacy, and is working hard with the support of others. I guess people aren't thrilled with this show of nepotism, judging by the comments on the articles themselves. Doesn't matter. I know she'll forge a path ahead without giving haters the time of day. There are photos of her in the articles too. You can tell she's still young, but she certainly is gorgeous. I'm not really sure how we're similar, but I can now take pride in Alan's claim that we are.
Yes.
Time to move on with my own life. I've decided to put reading the diary on hold until I'm done with finals. Much as I want to finish it, I'd rather not come across something important right now. It'd kill my ability to focus on studying. I enjoy a nice big stretch and then get ready for school. The Alan and Amrita hug, yes. Hi, Mao. Oh. Did it just skip to Friday? Yeah, we're just at Friday. I mean, yeah, I guess there isn't too much to say. And Archer's 5 days of exams has come to an end. The time spent at school was short due to each day being limited to 2 subjects, but that didn't make it any less grueling. Miharu and Naomi made sure to drag me to the library every single day too. The risk of me not studying was just too great. They had to do special Rinka preventions. Sure, I started late, but I definitely didn't spend any less time studying than anyone else. In fact, I'm feeling pretty good about the results this time around. The price I pay in return was a dear one, however, leading me to sprawl out over my desk the moment I handed my last exam. All we have left for today is homeroom, so now I've got to wait for the teacher to arrive. I sense Mao approaching. She's probably noticed that I look like I'm dying.
リータン、ずいぶんお疲れだね。
疲れたよ。こんなに勉強したの、高校入ってから今回が初めてだ。
それはどうかと思うけれど。
It's an issue, but it's fine, Miharu.
リータンの成績はパンダ並みだったからね。
Bruh, everyone is insulting us.
パンダ。
The first half of my first year went well enough thanks to what I learned while studying for entrance exams, but it's been downhill ever since. I can't even offer Mao a witty comeback when even she's been outdoing me. What did I even do with my time? It's not like I had the store to worry about or anything.
まあでも今回リータンが頑張ってたのはマジだもんね。
だから休ませて。
それは無理ねえみはるん。
ああ、今日の放課後は4人でカラオケに行くらしいからね。
Ooh, karaoke.
4人ってことはナオミも？
そうだよ。明日はもうお店を開けちゃうんでしょ。だったら今日遊んでおかないとね。
Hell yeah, karaoke. We gonna sing some auto?
文化祭の時に行けなかったからね。リベンジだよ。
The culture festival. Oh, right. We couldn't go due to Naomi getting injured from the accident that happened back then. That's how the events were rewritten. Mao had something planned for the week after as well, but nothing came from it in the end. This might just be the best time to cut loose then. But I'm still exhausted.
いや、休ませて。
No, we're dragging you.
凛花の気が抜けないように内緒にしておいたんだ。僕としては凛花の意思を尊重したいけれど、まずはマオを説得することだね。
I don't think you're convincing Mao.
そっちの方が疲れるかな。
Oh well. Talking Mao down when she's rowing to party is too much of a hassle. It's been a while, so I guess I'll have fun. I'm fun out of care.
あー、喉カラカラ。
Ah.
私もです。マオ先輩元気すぎ。
Mao apparently just has a reservoir of stamina reserved specifically for partying. Also, it's been a while since I heard just like normal ass music in this game that isn't tense or emotional or stressful.
いやー、今日のために昨日は早く寝たからね。
I see.
でもちゃんと勉強もしたのだろ。
どうだかね。
I see. We end up staying at the karaoke place until 7, which is when free time ends. After grabbing some food, we make our way to the nearest station. I haven't gone all out like this in a while.
でも楽しかったな。
そうだね。
I whispered that to myself, but even so, Miharu chimes in as if to say she heard me. Mao went wild even when she wasn't singing. Naomi actually had a pretty good voice when she overcame her shyness. Meanwhile, Miharu outright refused to sing. Ah, my voice was completely forgettable, but for some reason, Miharu kept taking pictures and videos of me. Miharu's just like, I gotta save this for the books. She tried to be sneaky about it, but it was not hard to notice. At least, I know the reason why. Miharu approaches and tugs ever so lightly on my left sleeve. Mao takes immediate notice and grabs Naomi by the arm.
ナオリン、うちお店にスマホ忘れちゃったかも。
Ah, it's like, I need a moment.
あれ？さっき使ってませんでしたっけ？
Naomi, you need to get the hint. Miharu just all over Rinka, and honestly understandable and relatable.
気のせいじゃない？ってことでナオリン、ついてきて。リータンとミハルンは先帰っててね。ついていきますから、引っ張らないでください。
Poor Naomi. Despite her pleas, Mao drags Naomi back along the path we were just walking. It's just Miharu and me at the station. There's no need to wonder why either.
とりあえず場所を移動しないかい？
うん。それなら前と同じ東京タワーのところへ行こう。
The park where we first met might have been more appropriate, but it's closed out this hour. Both of us figure that we should avoid Lion House too. That's why it feels right to go back to where she confessed. Oh boy, here we go. We don't say anything on our way there. We just stand side by side, taking in the sounds of the train carrying us to our destination. It gives me time to sort out my thoughts. I'm aware that I've made her wait far too long. 2 whole weeks and 4 days, that's how long I've put it off. Her decision to not rush me for an answer also means she's had to spend all that time worrying about it. I have an obligation to answer her now. Maybe that's not the right way to put it. I just need to be honest with her about how I feel at this moment. That's why I spend most of our journey thinking about my answer. Well, I've already settled on the answer itself. I just gotta figure the right way to tell her. Our silence continues until we reach our destination. Tokyo Tower really is lovely when it's all lit up. It feels like a different experience in the summer compared to spring. I'm not quite sure how to kick the conversation off with Miharu. I decide to just roll with the first thing that comes to mind.
まずごめん、今日までずっと返事ができなくって。
構わないよ。時間がかかることは真央から聞いていたし、女神の選定や期末試験という問題もあった。ちょっと少しそれなりにじっくり考えさせてと、あの日君は言った。だから僕は待つことにしたんだ。
Seems like she remembers exactly what I told her. Hearing it repeated like that is embarrassing.
僕の方からも先に言っておくべきことがある。今日遊びに行った後に僕たちを二人きりにするということは真央の提案なんだ。
ああ。
それはなんとなく分かってた。
けれども、その返事が聞きたいと思った僕の気持ちも嘘ではない。
それももちろん分かってる。
Miharu tugging my sleeve was her way of saying this is something she sincerely wanted. She must have been overwhelmed with emotions when she did so. Worry, hope, anxiety. Now I better understand all that she's been going through compared to before.
そしてもう一つ先に言うべきことがある。長い話になるかもしれないけれど聞いてくれるかい？
It's so strange this music we've been hearing in the context of the death game, and now it's in the context of a love confession. It is certainly an experience.
もちろん。
Yes. What do you need to say?
それは君もすでに所持している死因のカードのこと。この後に及んで隠し事をしたまま返事を求めるのは自分でずるいと思ったんだ。
Okay.
だから僕の最も醜いところを知った上で決めてほしい。
Okay.
僕の告白を受け入れるかどうか、僕と付き合うかどうかをだ。
分かった。私も先に一つ言わせて。美晴が醜いと思っていることがどんなことでも私はそうは思わない。嫌いになることもないし、拒絶することもないし、軽蔑することもない。そんなことありえない。
Miharu nods in response. I feel that this goes without saying between us nowadays. If Miharu is willing to open up, then she will. All I need to do is listen.
そうだね。君に僕の昔の話をしたとき、アメ茶に入ってから君に出会う話をほとんど省略していたと思う。
Alrighty. Oh, this is a very interesting CG. This is slightly... Ooh. Ominous.
この話はあくまで加害者側の話。被害者の人生を奪ってしまったことに擁護のしようはなく、被害者の家族にどれだけ恨まれようが仕方ない。
Oh, the perpetrator.
君も知っている通り、僕は自分の母親が嫌いであり、尊敬できる人ではないと思っている。けれども、昔からそうだったわけではない。
Height difference between Yeah, they have quite the difference in height. Miharu tells me about her mother's past. This must be crucial in understanding her frame of mind.
けれども僕は加害者の側に生まれた人間だ。加害者にだって人生はあるから。
She prefaces her story with this. It's not the first time I've heard about how her father took someone's life in an accident. She told me about it way back when at the park too. He may have been responsible, but that doesn't mean he felt nothing over it. I'm sure his wife felt the same pain he did.
僕の父親、自分の夫が事故を起こしても離婚せず、過ちを共に背負い、母親はもう一度人生をやり直すために努力をした。
She pauses for a moment before continuing.
しかし、母親は変わってしまった。きっかけはおそらく父親の自殺。もともといろんな感情を押し殺してきた母親のことだ。いつ限界が来てもおかしくはなかったのかもしれないけれど、一番の原因は悲しみ以上にきっと裏切られたという喪失感だ。自分の人生を捧げてでも犯罪者になってしまった夫を支えようと決意したにもかかわらず、当の本人は人生を投げた。自分の起こした行動の結果に対する責任を、これから待ち受ける罪との戦いの日々を捨てた。一方で僕の母親は父親の罪から解放されもしたんだ。自由になったと言ってもいい。
Miharu's mother began looking for a new partner. Eventually, she fell for a younger man at her workplace. Miharu made it a point to say that her mother was pretty beyond doubt. She looked young despite her age and everything she'd been through. It made sense for her to enter a relationship with someone younger.
僕も一度その男性に紹介されたことがある。彼は子持ちの母親のことも受け入れ、間もなく婚約というところまで来ていた。この時僕の母親はいつも上機嫌だった。夕食はよく僕の好物を作ってくれたし、出かける時に服を並べて選ぶ姿はまるで少女のように幸せそうだった。決して裕福とは言えない家計を切り詰めて、僕におしゃれもさせてくれていた。ああ、僕はまだこの時期母親のことが好きだった。僕は自分の家が裕福でないことを分かっているからこそ必死で勉強し、進学校であるアメ茶に小学生として入った。母親も僕が大学へ行く頃には再婚して数年が経ち、家計も安定しているだろうと見通しを立てていた。
The Mishima family had a bright future ahead. Her mother never neglected her parental duties, not even while indulging in her newfound love.
けれど、彼女は再び裏切られることになる。
Apparently, the man told her that they should break up, despite him having given her an engagement ring.
8月だったと思う。その男の職場に新卒で入社してきた女性社員と恋に落ちてしまったと。
The relationship had been going on for over a year at this point. One couldn't easily regain the feelings they'd lost.
これが僕の母親にとって人生で最後のイベントと言っていいだろう。これ以降 僕の母親はおそらく惰性で生きているだけさ。つまり母親が変わってしまったのはこの瞬間。生活は荒れ、食事を作らなくなった。僕の好物も忘れ、誕生日も忘れた。
So it's just a lot of like overwhelming emotional pain to the point where it just broke. That is sad. At least they aren't a secret cheater, but still, asshole move, bro. It is not a great move. I'm not sure if neglect is the right word for this, but it's the first that comes to mind. It's basically a type of child abuse that involves not giving them the proper care they need.
口を開けばその女性の愚痴ばかりになり、家で酒を飲むようにもなった。派遣社員として働いていたとはいえ、自分のための必要最低限の家事しかしなかった。
So it went from... Okay, so... Oof, this is...
人間というのは変化に心を動かされる。これまでの僕と母親の関係が良好であった分、僕は正直辛かった。
Yeah, that makes sense.
僕がリストカットをするようになったのはこの時期であり、この時期が最も自らを傷つけた。僕を見てほしかった。好きなものを買ってもらえなくても、家事をやってもらえなくてもいいから、せめて誕生日にはおめでとうの一言くらいは欲しかった。そして同時に母親の怒りの矛先は男性ではなく彼を奪った女性に向いていたことが当時の僕には疑問だった。その女性が彼を誘惑したのかもしれない。けれど最終的に心変わりし、母親を裏切ったのは男性の方だ。だから男性に対して怒りが向くのが自然なのではないかと母親を理解できなかった。母親を被害者とするならば、加害者は男性で叱るべきだろうと思っていた。巻き込まれた側の女性を敵視し、自分の娘の聞こえるところで聞くに耐えない言葉を言うなんてと軽蔑の気持ちもあったかもしれない。
She could do little else but bottle up the stress caused by both her mother's neglect and the resentment she felt.
手首を切っても承認されない。もっと傷つけばいい。その負の連鎖は中学1年生の冬からずっと続いていた。幼い頃に君と出会った経験が僕の支柱であったのだけれど、このおよそ半年間過負荷の状態だった。そして中学2年生の時のクラス替えで僕は真央に出会った。これが僕にとって一つの転換点だったんだ。
Apparently Mao was keeping her distance from her classmates as well, albeit for different reasons. She hated the groupthink amongst the girls in her class, stuff like their decisions to ignore people if they didn't join in on bullying others. Nowadays, that's not an issue since she can brush off anything she doesn't support, but that wasn't the case back then. That's why she kept her distance instead. It was so she wouldn't get forced into doing anything she didn't want to.
当時、真央は他人との距離の取り方が下手だった。もっとも、僕はそれ以上に他人との付き合いが下手だったのだけどね。
Mao showed no effort to avoid Miharu after learning about her self-harm habits. Nor did she get angry and try to lecture her about it. She didn't even try to understand the reasoning behind it. According to Miharu, that was exactly what she needed.
真央は僕に、母親だからといって 好きでいなくてもいいことを教えてくれた。嫌いになってもいいと。
それは真央らしいね。
Yeah. Miharu nods quickly.
僕はやっと母親のことが嫌いになれた。母親の行動を客観的に見つめ、少なくとも現状は尊敬できる大人ではないと認めることができたんだ。
It's fine whether you love or hate someone. It's fine to switch from one to the other too. In the end, it's all a personal choice you make yourself. I can see Mouse saying something like that.
それでも僕は時々耐えられなくなり、手首を切ってしまった。
The frequency at which she did so dropped dramatically, however. Knowing she wasn't alone gave her peace of mind.
高校に上がり、君と出会う。君に恋してからの1年間は省略させてもらうよ。
She briefly explains that her self-harm actions had stopped around that time. The scars from before would never go away, though. That's why she started to wear clothes with long sleeves, even in the heat of summer.
2年生になって羊さんが現れた。
That was another turning point for her. I'd started to spend a lot more time with Naomi after we met. Now that I think about it, it's impressive how close we got in such a short time. 1 month in, and I already wanted to go to a theme park with her. It was completely normal from most people's perspectives, I guess. Just another facet of one's daily life. Miharu couldn't see it that way, though.
君の隣には常に僕がいたんだ。真央は僕の気持ちを知っていたから、いつも一歩引いていた。けれど、羊さんは違っただろう。単純に言えば、君が羊さんと過ごす時間と同じ量、僕が凛花と過ごす時間が減ったんだ。
Miharu makes it clear as day. I don't blame myself because I don't really agree with the idea of having to spend an equal amount of time with everyone. Nor can I blame Miharu for her perspective either, not when I understand where she's coming from now. Wait, hold on. Okay.
ある日、女神が夢の中でこれからの運命を僕に告げた。羊さんは僕から凛花を奪っていくと。
It's fucking Parka! You bitch!
女神パルカがどういうこと？
その日、夢を見た。あれは僕の不安が現れた夢だったのか、パルカが見せた可能性の世界の一つだったのか、今でもわからない。凛花と羊さんが付き合っている夢を見たんだ。
私とナオミが
My mind goes blank for a moment. First she mentions Parka, then a dream where me and Naomi are in a relationship. I don't know where that possibility came from, but it's certainly not one based on reality. I'd rather not interrupt Miharu, so I make sure to withhold my commentary for now.
この夢を見たのが5月2日と3日の間。因果の時。
ミハルや私たちが命を落とした日。
ただ、はっきりと言っておく。僕の自殺のきっかけは、君たちが付き合っている夢を見たことではない。君が幸せであるなら、僕はいずれ乗り越えることができる。
She makes sure to tell me that she'll be fine no matter how I respond to her confession. She won't resort to suicide even if I say no. That's how she felt following the dream too. The issue was with the emotions that her dream gave birth to.
僕は羊ナオミに怒り、彼女を恨み、彼女を憎んだ。きっとそれら抗えない感情を嫉妬心と呼ぶのだ。
Oh, I know what.
そして僕は理解した。 男性に別れを告げられた時、母親の怒りの矛先がなぜ巻き込まれた側の女性だったのかを。
Because both you and your mother couldn't, because you love the other person and you can't bring yourself to try to hate them because you still have all those feelings, so it's easier to lash out at the other.
僕と母親は血がつなが
Oh,
っている。
but it's like,
僕が嫌いになった母親は
that's
僕の
not,
未来の可能
no,
性の一つなんだと。
no, no, no. Girl.
僕は僕を否定した。だから死にたくなった。
This was different from when she was slitting her wrist. She didn't want anyone to notice her in this situation.
自分がこの世界に存在しているのが嫌になったんだ。
That's an emotion I simply can't understand. We're fundamentally different people after all, and it's not limited to just Miharu and myself. Not being able to understand parts of one another is what makes us all unique.
今はどう思っているの？
それはある意味では女神の選定に助けられた。僕が自殺に成功していたことは同時に、僕は自分を否定できる人間だと僕に自覚させた。
Her hate was so strong that it even applied to herself. She was able to denounce that side of her and find the will to bring her own life to an end. Those actions gave her some form of hope, it seems.
自殺という自制心を持っているのだから生きていいと僕は自分を許すことができた。
That's why she was determined to survive divine selection until I appeared in the court of fate. She made sure to stress that.
さて、ここまでが海老名美晴という人間が死に至るまでの物語。ここまで聞いてもらった上で答えを聞きたい。
She turns and faces me once again, telling me all that I may have required even more courage. Tell me all that may have required even more courage than her confession. She didn't sugarcoat the horrible things she thought about Naomi. She knows how much I love everyone in our group too. That's why she probably didn't want to accept her feelings toward Naomi. Doing so would lead her to not being able to spend time with me. Besides, she didn't actually despise Naomi. Her envy stemmed from the fact that I had been spending more time with her. I get why she didn't want me to make a decision until I heard this. It just proves how much she loves me. She is serious about this.
一つ確認させて。
And because she's so serious, I need to be serious and ask this too.
女神の器っていうのはあくまで一人で、生き残るのは一人だけって美晴は言ったけど、やっぱり私は二人じゃなきゃ嫌だ。なんだっていいから可能性があるならそれにかけたい。
Linda's diary and an outcome where we are unable to elect one another are both parts of my belief. I want to fight back as much as possible.
美晴はそのことに対してどう思ってるの？
She casts her eyes to the ground to show that she's thinking. It's not out of hesitation. She wants to be confident in her response. I don't want an answer based on logic. I want one based on her feelings. She probably understands that.
やはり僕の一番は君に生きてほしいということだ。僕自身のことはわからない。
正直に言ってくれてありがとう。
She responds in kind to my trust in her. She should know the answer I am hoping for. I've changed my mind. Let's look for a way to survive together. That isn't the answer she gives. It kind of makes me want to shout at her, much like I did when she first said it at the start of Divine Selection. Her resolution is the same now as it was back then. It's somewhat relieving though. She's still the same person I've always known.
じゃあ改めるね。
My nerves get the better of me once it's time to answer. I can feel my heart ready to explode. Miharu's face may even be more flushed than mine. Even I'm beginning to wonder how I remained so calm until now. It's only natural to be nervous. This is no doubt something that'll change both of our lives. Oh god. Hold on. Oh god, my save files are getting full. 4. Give her an answer, put it off for now. I'm not putting it off for now. We're giving her an answer.
私は
Put it off for now, what? It's like, bitch, we got all the way. And there's an immediate prom afterwards. Oh my god, hold. Let me save. Damn it. Okay. Now, you guys probably know that I was thinking of, you know, of, I was thinking of a bad end, but considering there's still more game, I'm gonna make this hurt. We're accepting.
その
I alert you. I'm not cheating on you. Since when are... Hold on. No. Chat, we are not dating. But get that thought out of your head right now. Oh, God. Besides, I'm not Rinka. Rinka gets to have a girlfriend.
付き合ってみてもいいのかなって思った。
Aw. Aw.
ああ、そうだよね。そもそも僕たちは同性だ。そういったことに偏見はなくとも、自分が同性と恋愛できるかどうかは別。え、
She was so ready for... Are we? No, you're not. Excuse... Okay. No, chat, no. I may be the thief of hearts, but... I don't give my heart easily, alrighty? If chat wants to earn that, you're gonna have to try a lot harder. She even practiced the lines you'd say for potential rejection. She rejected us like that. Rest in pieces, chat. Try a little harder, and maybe.
リンカ、もう一度言ってくれないかい？
私は美晴が好き。でもそれは恋愛としての好きかどうかはわからない。でもそもそも恋愛的な好きなんて私知らないから。付き合ってみて探してもいいのかなって思った。あれ、答えになってるかな？
Aww. She freezes up, her mouth almost hitting the floor. She looks like she wants to say something, but she can't find the words. In the end, she finally manages to crank out a coherent sentence.
嬉しくて死にそうだ。
Girl, don't die! She's smiling, her face beet red. This isn't her usual smile either. It's one she can't stop from spreading. That just reaffirms how cute she is to me. I can't help but match her smile, knowing that I'm about to begin a relationship with her. If anyone else saw me right now, they'd probably think I was a creeper. I'm gonna fall for her. That's what I think at the time, at least. We walk back to the station that night, hand in hand. Strolling through the night scenery like this feels nice. It shouldn't look awkward for two girls to be holding hands. Still, I feel a little shy about it. Ah! I'm happy. And I'm about to kill that. There's still choices probably to be made, considering week 12 hasn't appeared, and I am afraid. I'm afraid of what this game will make me do. Because there is absolutely still time to, like... there's time to fuck this ending up, I feel. Oh god. Can never be me, I'm single as fuck. Ayo, being single's fine. There's nothing wrong with being single. That is actually... I do hold that belief. There's nothing wrong with being single. Sure, it's always nice to have to have romantic relationship, but there's also no problems with being single and enjoying life like that. I think you can be equally as happy and fulfilled. Granted, you always might want a relationship still, which is always fine. I got rejected last week. Oh no! I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh god. My condolences there. I hope you're doing okay. I legitimately don't know what to say to that. I hope you're doing all right though. Take your time, Yumi. Nah, it's fine. I'm making a joke about it. Still. I hope it was it wasn't a painful it wasn't a painful thing or a painful memory. I hope it was just like, you know, it went smoothly. Some rejections and confessions can go really messy. I get ready for bed once I'm back home. Way too much has happened today. First, I finished my finals, then Mao dragged us all out, and then I had to finally give Miharu an answer. And I've done it. He's officially my first girlfriend. Weird to say that when I've never even had a boyfriend. Not weird in a bad way, though. I'd be insulting Miharu if I thought it was. What's important is that this is how I really feel. I really should sleep for now. The store will be open for the first time in a while tomorrow, so I need to get up early. There's a lot to be done. I've messaged my gran as well, so all that's left is to shut my eyes. It's fortunate that the next election isn't the last. We'll still have a week to work things out if nothing comes from this one. As much as I want to finish the diary, I'm better off getting some rest. Yep. I drag myself out of bed and stretch. I'm opening the store for the first time in a while today. There are a lot of preparations to make, so the store is only going to be open from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Once ready to face the day, I make my way downstairs. No, it's not painful. I'm still going after that person because never back down, never... What? Never give up. Alright. I wish you the best of luck, Yumi. Miharu pops into Lion House during the afternoon. Guess she's off work today. Kind of unusual considering it's Saturday.
今日は何時までの予定なんだい?
Oh, hi.
4時の予定。久しぶりで開けるのも遅かったし。
そうか。なら 閉店作業が終わったらデートをしよう。
うん、いいよ。え、デート？
Girl, that's what they are now. I answer right away, but my brain has a slight delay in processing what she's just said. She wants to go on a date, something couples normally do. Girl, you're a couple. I think your brain is not processing this fast enough.
予定がないなら決まりだね。実は僕は久々に水族館に行きたかったんだ。
Ayo, aquarium date?
小
Hell
学生以
yes.
来行っていないからね。電車で30分くらいのところに夜まで開いている水族館があるらしい。そうだね。そこで待ち合わせよう。
Assertive Miharu. A single syllable is all I can manage thanks to my embarrassment. Somehow it never really hit me that we're dating for real now. We held hands on the way back last night, but well, I was kind of going with the flow, I guess. I'm not even sure what the actual dating process is. Miharu walks out while I'm caught up in my own thoughts. It seems like where and when you meet is just as essential for a first date as everything that comes after. Went to an aquarium about a year and a half ago, but was alone. But could imagine date scenario stuff while I was visiting. Aquarium. I wonder what started the trope of going to an aquarium for a date. I'm genuinely curious. Like, what was the first? What? Why an aquarium? Genuinely curious. Why the aquarium? Such a quintessential like date spot. Who knows? Who knows? Penguins are cute, maybe. My nerves and embarrassment make the next 3 hours of work a struggle, to say the least. Maybe they're especially popular in Japan? Maybe. I'm not quite sure. Later that day at 5 p.m. Because I've seen that trope in more than just anime. Why aquarium? Because there's a lot of fish in the sea. That is an awful pun, but you know what? I will clap to that one. You get a clap there. God. I make my way to meet Miharu once I've closed up shop. It's still pretty bright out during this time of July. My thoughts slip out. It's amazing how the idea of this one date can get me so anxious when we've hung out countless times before. The last time I was at an aquarium was in elementary school as well. Now that I think about it, my gran took me to one pretty far out. I remember being amazed at the sight of a whale shark. Ooh, whale sharks. The pattern on their back has been compared to that of a night sky full of stars. I remember thinking, thanks to that the aquarium was kind of like space. A sort of association only a kid would make, really. It might just be the ideal place for us to begin our new relationship, though. I mean, my understanding of love is at about the same level as space. You're doing your best, Rinka. I believe in you. We enter the aquarium about around 6 and leave just as it was about to close for the night. It wasn't too big of a place, but the effort put into every display was remarkable enough that they kept our attention the whole way through. Yeah. I am failing to speak. Holding hands the entire time was pretty embarrassing, but part of me stopped caring thanks to all the sea creatures. We make our way to a nearby restaurant for some food afterwards.
とても楽しかったね、リンカ。
クラゲがたくさんいるとこもすごく綺麗だったし、エイとかマンタとか大きな魚も見られた。 あんなビルの中に水族館があったなんて知らなかったよ。
It was the sort of place where kids, families, and adults alike could enjoy themselves. Apparently it's a popular date spot as well. The nightscape from inside was beautiful too, so I could understand why.
僕は子供のようにはしゃぐ君が可愛くてリンカばかり見ていた。
Oh my, did Rinka always have this pretty necklace? Yeah, she always did. It's very nice.
もうそういうの恥ずかしいからやめてよ。
Rinka, you're gonna have to deal with this for the rest of your life. She says this stuff even when other people are within earshot. I shoved some of the lettuce wedges that came with my hamburger steak into my mouth to distract myself. Chances are that was the exact sort of reaction she was hoping for, though. Despite knowing this, I can't stop myself. She's got me wrapped around her finger.
明日お店を開ける予定はあるかい？
She poses her question once we're done talking about the aquarium.
あるけどどうして？
そうか。実は今日リンカの家に泊まる予定でね。
Oh my!
明日遊園地に行こうと誘おうと思っていたんだ。来週になれば女神の選定の最終局面を迎えてしまうからね。
Ah. Well, it makes sense. She could stay at my place so we could get up nice and early for it. The suggestion came out of nowhere, but she's thought it all through. She's probably taken tomorrow off work or asked someone to cover her shift, too. Not that she admitted to me. It's rare to see her have both days of the weekend off, so that's the only explanation I can think of. It hurts to admit, but I have no reason to open the store if I don't want to right now. Every single day is precious now. Having acknowledged that, I decide to take the day off myself. That being said...
うちに泊まるのはいいけどそういうことはまだ早いからね。
Girl! I don't think she was thinking that. Arinka's head immediately went into the ditch. Oh my god. Miharu didn't even realize. That was a noise. Miharu blushes profusely in response to my timid claim, drawing her eyes away from mine. She follows up with one of her standard chuckles before whispering something to me.
リンカの方からそう言われるとは思っていなかった。リンカもそういう知識はあるんだね。大丈夫。僕は正直そこまで想定していなかったよ。
She's just like, my brain wasn't that far down into the degeneracy. Oh god, secondhand embarrassment. Oh god, I am embarrassed for you.
それじゃちょっと
Rinka, you're overthinking. Calm down. So I'm the one with a questionable thought process, basically. Oh, girl. You're doing your best, though. I pat on the back for you. You're trying. All I can do now is shovel more food into my mouth and choke as a result. God, I love... It's so stupid. Once back home, we both shower and hop into bed. Separately, might I add. I doubt I'll be able to read that diary tomorrow at this rate. That's fine though, I'm not opposed to this. Spending time with Miharu is fun, pure and simple. Maybe that's what dating entails, just enjoying time spent with your partner.
おやすみ、リンカ。
おやすみ、みはる。
Aww. We're waking up early. Fortunately, I'm able to fall fast asleep, thanks to my tired nerves from our date.
おはよう、リンカ。深い眠りだったようだね。
Oh my god, she's so cute! Oh my god. Very cute, very nice. I feel like we've seen this outfit, but I just don't recall. Making me feel jealous and shit. I'm canceling dating at 20%. Oh gosh. Oh, and she got a little hat too. Very nice.
おはよう、みはる。あれ、もう準備終わってるの？
Not only has she gotten dressed, but she also has her hair all done up as well. Seems like she woke up an entire hour before me, which means she barely got any sleep. She looks perfectly fine despite that though. I've never seen the outfit she has on before today either. Oh, so this is new.
では、僕は下で待っているよ。君の邪魔になっても悪いからね。
Okay. A thought comes to mind as I watch her walk off. She's somehow more gorgeous today. More gorgeous than usual today.
どうかな。
Aw, look at Rinka. Very nice. Got the little choker there. I make my way downstairs after getting ready. Seeing Miharu dressed up all nice makes me want to do the same. My clothes looked really cute when I bought them, but I never could find the courage to actually wear them till now. Rinka's blushing. She is just a mess. Mess of a person.
素敵だ。
Aww. She says this without reservation. I don't take such compliments very well, which causes me to look away from her out of embarrassment. Anyway, we make our way to the station since we're both ready. Very cute. Hold on. Our destination is Stardust Kingdom. The same place we went to in May. Back then there were 4 of us, but now it's just Miharu and me. It's pretty busy today. It's pretty busy because today's Sunday, but it's not near as bad as it was during Golden Week. Helps that summer holidays haven't started yet.
さて、どうする？僕はリンカの行きたいところに行くよ。
Man, give me this type of life for real. It's like, God, just let me go into an anime. Actual question, guys. What anime or manga or like story would you ever want to like isekai into? Or like transmigrate into? And what character would you want to be?
そうだね。せっかく来たし、今日はみはるの行きたいように回ろうよ。
Oh gosh, indecision.
僕のかい？そう言われると困ってしまうな。
He's probably memorized where all the attractions are and what events are going on today, just like last time. That's why she should be able to plan out the most effective route, based on where I would want to go. But I don't care about efficiency today.
前は4人の意見をまとめてたからさ。今日はみはるのしたいことが私のしたいこと。
Attack on Titan. I mean, oh god, worst decision of all time. Yeah, I don't know if you want to be there unless you are searching to get eaten by a Titan. The villain have fun again, manhwa. The main character is Girl Boss, Real My Queen. Bam, my idol. Ooh, I don't know that one. Or, though it sounds familiar. Maybe I know it. There's a possibility I know it.
なら僕の希望は少し欲張って5つ。君の隣で絶叫マシーンに乗ること、お化け屋敷に入ること、夏限定のパレードを見ること、君とお揃いのお土産を買うこと、
Go through a haunted house. Of course. Oh god.
そしてあの日と同じ
Mm.
夜のパレードを見ること。
遊園地に来て5つって十分謙虚じゃない？でも分かった。よし、全部達成するよ。
Oh my god, you have to consider reading it real. I love it. I will give it a look after stream. Because I got a few things I need to do before I had to sleep tonight too. I'm determined to be proactive today, so I summon all my courage and grab Miharu's hand. Having done that, I gently pull her along toward the entrance. We successfully clear 4 of Miharu's goals right when 8 p.m. rolls around. I handle thrill rides pretty well, so I wanted to go a second round on the free fall. Miharu didn't take it too well though, so I scrapped that idea. The haunted house was less about trying to scare you and more about letting you enjoy the concepts behind horror-themed stuff. We managed to get to the front row for the afternoon parade, amazingly enough. We got a bit wet since it had water spraying all over, but the weather was warm enough that we dried off pretty quickly. As for souvenirs, we got a pair of mugs with our names engraved on them. Needless to say, we were both thrilled. They are packed in one box, so I'm in charge of carrying them. It's an important duty, if you ask me. All that's left now is the nighttime parade. Technically, that's where everything began. I learned last time that mainly couples come to watch it. That's fine though, we're part of that crowd this time.
今日は来てくれてありがとう、リンカ。
お礼を言うことじゃないよ。私も来たかったから来たんだ。
あの日のことを覚えているかい？
もちろん。
I stand right by Miharu and wait for the parade to begin.
あの時から随分状況が変わったね。お互い女神の選定の参加者になったと思えば、その中で最後の2人になった。
それは偶然ではない。リンカの強さがそうさせたんだ。
そうだね。否定はしない。否定をしちゃったら今まで脱落してきた人たちに失礼だ。でもさ、同時に美晴の覚悟もこの状況を作ってる。
True.
だといいけれど、僕はリンカのことをずっと考えてきたから今ここにいることができている。
The fantastical scenery of the theme park almost makes it feel like I'm dreaming. Though that might sound a bit ironic coming from someone who knows what the dream world looks like.
でも一番の変化は美晴と付き合ってるってことなのかな。美晴に告白してもらって私は自分に自信が持てたんだ。不思議だよね。
僕も同じさ。くす。確かに不思議かもしれないね。
Mm. You can never truly understand yourself without the help of others. I've gained a whole new perspective through Miharu's feelings toward me. My outlook on the world has changed significantly after a mere 3 days of being in a relationship with her. I'm sure the world's full of things I still don't know. I mean, sitting beside Miharu right now is making my heart race, but I still don't know if that means I'm in love with her or not.
ねえ、リンカ。
何？
キスをしようか。
Oh my.
昨日眠っている時にリンカの唇は奪ってしまったけれど。
Of course you did. What a thing to admit.
冗談さ。僕はまだファーストキスをちゃんと残している
Okay,
よ。
you're joking, but honestly, at this point, I can't tell if you're joking or not.
確かめようのない冗談は心臓に悪いよ。
Same, Renka.
けれど口に出さないとできないならまだするべき時ではないんだ。僕たちがキスをする時きっと確認なんて不要になっている。
My heart almost stopped for a minute. Kissing in my mind is, well, a pretty advanced step in a relationship. It's a whole different ballgame from holding hands. I'm not sure I can even make a comparison that represents the difference well enough. The illuminations around us finally fade, which signals the beginning of the parade. I feel Miharu's presence beside me the entire time, making the experience all the better. Aww. We leave the park around half an hour before its gates close. Miharu comes back to Lion House with me to pick up her stuff. She left it all so she wouldn't have to drag it around the park. Divine Selection is tonight. The plan is for her to pick up her stuff and leave so we can both relax before it starts. Miharu has a stern look on her face as she's about to leave.
一つ提案があるんだ。聞いてくれ。
女神の選定のことだね。
ああ、今週ずっと考えていたんだけれど今日やっと考えがまとまったんだ。
Oh.
君が僕を指名して僕がそれを防御する。君の提案を試してみるなら今回しかないと思うんだ。
どうして？
今夜が11度目の選定だからさ。例えば女神は強権を持ってその指名を無効にするかもしれない。その場合でも一度の猶予があれば別の方法を考えることができる。
Her proposition makes sense, so I nod. I'd been considering the possibilities of how Parker would settle things if neither of us could elect one another, myself. Stuff like the number of cards we have or how many cards we've acquired thus far, they could all become factors. It's entirely possible that Parker has the power to void an entire election too, considering her position. If the scenarios I've considered end up happening, the last thing we want is for it to be during the final round we could trap ourselves. In that case, today is the best day to try it out. Who knows? It might just cancel the entire ritual and force Parker to return to her own world. It's not guaranteed, but the possibility is there.
わかった。試してみよう。
ありがとう、リンカ。また今夜、夢の世界で。
Yep. Miharu leaves afterward looking satisfied. Wait, I forgot to give her the mug with her name on it.
まあ、いいか。月曜日、学校で渡せば。
This feels ominous. I head up to my room with that thought in my mind. Please go along with our plan, I swear to God. Once in bed, I recall everything that's happened since yesterday. I went on my first date with Miharu to the aquarium. And we went to the theme park today. It's been a special weekend, to say the least. The idea that I'll have more experiences like this down the line makes me smile.
よかったな。ちゃんと返事をし
Everything feels very ominous right now. It's only been 2 days since we started dating. I wonder what else we'll do from here on out. Hi, Lette. Please be a good sign. Lette sneaks into my room. I invite it to bed since I'm in a good mood, but it brushes me off. It turns around and makes its way back out the room, but not before stopping to look back at me. It keeps its eyes locked on me for quite a while. Lette, what the fuck are you thinking? Oh god. High Court of Fate. Of the 12 platforms present in the Court of Fate, only two remain that participants are actually standing on, Miharu's and my own. A strange sense of sadness pervades the endless dreamscape. As usual, Parka's voice cuts straight through those sensations.
ごきげんよう。運命の奴隷の皆様。
Hi, Parka.
皆様といえども、もうお二人様しかいらっしゃいませんね。
Yeah. Neither of us react to her comment, causing her to press on.
今宵は11度目の選定。いくつもの嘆きの果てに、あなた方のどちらかが私の器になることでしょう。おやおや、あなた様方だけではせかされることもありませんね。
Yeah.
それはそれで少し寂しくもありますね。こたびの選定の参加者は特に賑やかでございましたから。
Past selections, plural. There's a lot more that have happened.
女神の選定は今までに何回行われてきたの？
そういえば気にしたこともありませんでしたわ。12度目。あら、運命的ですわね。
The 12th.
きちんと覚えているんじゃないか。
How ironic. Fatal 12 divine selections. Miharu sighs before speaking. There's a special meaning behind this being the 12th time, though. I always figured that the 12 weeks and 12 participants was just due to 12 being a good round number. Like how a year is split into 12 months, a clock into 12 hours, and so on. It's a common phenomenon the world over. The same can't be said after this revelation, though. It's too big of a coincidence for the number 12 to recur this much. Then again, I'm not sure if 12 is a lot in this case, since I don't know how much time passes between each selection period.
おやおや、あまり長話をしてもいけませんわね。
Now that I think about it, something doesn't add up. Parka's always mindful of time passing during in this procedure. She never just lets the participants talk till they're blue in the face. She always forces things forward eventually. Why would she do that if this pace is supposedly cut off from the normal flow of time? Oh, it's not.
それでは、今宵も選定を始めましょう。
Parka makes her announcement before I can ask about it, however. The clock at the center of the Court of Fate begins to move shortly after.
さて一番様、今宵の指名はいかがなさいますか？
Between this new info, Rinka being number 1, the weird ancient English woman diary stuff, these Rinka the Chosen One's suspicions not disproving themselves. Yeah, something's happening.
私は2番をミハルを指名する。
You better fucking defend, I swear to God.
あら、
And a surprise washes across Parka's face. It soon swirls into a wicked grin, about for just a moment. Perhaps she's realized what we're planning, as she knows we're friends.
てっきり今回はお二人とも指名なさらないのかと思いましたけれど、もし他に狙いがあるなら。いえ、それを
Girl.
邪推するのは私の役目ではありませんね。2番様は指名を行いますか？
僕は指名をしないよ。
I make eye contact with Miharu. She nods ever so slightly in response.
それではこれより1番様による2番様の指名を実施いたしますわ。
We've placed our bets. Our platforms begin to gradually ascend towards the upper stratum.
言葉はもう多くはいらないね。話した通りだ。 君がカードを3枚選んだ後、僕はそれを防ぐ。
You better, I swear to God. You're scaring me, Miharu. Once we arrive, we go over things before Parker appears. This whole ordeal might just come to an end right here. Although unlikely, the possibility does exist. All we need to do is make us both incapable of becoming Parker's vessel. She won't be able to exist in the real world without one. She might be able to remain within the Court of Fate, but honestly, I don't care what happens to her. What's important is ensuring that we both have a future. That's why we're doing this.
お二人ともよろしいでしょうか。楽しみですわね。もうすぐ
Shut the fuck up, Parker.
12週間を待たずに最後の一人が決定する。あなた様が運命の終着点へとたどり着くまでには1週間の猶予がありますけれどさまつな問題ですわね。2番様よりは貧相な体ではございますけれど可愛らしくて楽しみですわ。
Oh my god.
あなただって大して変わらないでしょ。
あら、私は女神ですわよ。あなた様のような人間の感覚で比べるのは線量が過ぎるというものですわ。
Sure, sure.
ちょっと怒ってるよね。
Knowing that Miharu is going to protect herself helps to keep me composed. Part of me does fear Parker's reaction based on how pleased with the situation she is. We won't get anywhere without trying though.
もういいだろう。始めよう。
Miharu's on the same page as me. Parker pouts for a moment, but she quickly adopts a grin instead.
それでは一番様、指名をどうぞ。
I nod and flip open my card book. I swear! If she doesn't, I'm going to scream. I nod and flip open my card book. Picking out 3 cards I need is an easy task.
使命、蛇名美春、死因、自殺、未練、獅子舞凛花。
I speed right through the election this time. Once I finish, Miharu opens her card book. Thank God! I can't see too well thanks to the light, but I assume she's getting her cards ready as well.
さて2番様、カードブックを開いていらっしゃるということは防御を行うということでしょうか。
凛花、ありがとう。こうやってカードブックを開いていれば少しだけ時間が稼げると思ってね。
God damn it. Girl? Don't, please. A cold chill runs down my spine. I have no idea what she's implying. Well, I mean, I do. I'm just trying to convince myself otherwise. Miharu, onegai. There's no way I can accept it. There's no way.
君と特別な関係になることができて本当に良かった。幸せだった。
Girl!
悔いがないとは言わないよ。
Girl, no!
でも僕は君に言っただろ。女神の選定における僕の目的は君を最後の一人にすること。僕の命を捧げてでも。
何言ってるの、美春。美春は私のカードを持ってる。だから。
My mind's a mess from this sudden change of events. I can feel my emotions going wild.
また君に嘘をついてしまったね。思えば僕は凛花に嘘や隠し事をしてばかりだった。
いいよ、そんなの。美春がすることは一つ。今出ているカードの中から私のカードを3枚選ぶだけ。そうすれば。
僕の本心を話すよ。僕は凛花に確実に生きてほしいんだ。
私だって美春と生きたいよ。だって私たちはこれからなんだよ。
これからだからこそ僕の引き際なんだ。僕は自分で死を選んだ。
Girl, no. You can't do this to me.
元から他の参加者を押しのけて生き残る権利なんてなかったんだ。
ミハル言ってたよ。自分のことを許せたって。
それも本心だよ。
ならなんで。
これが僕の答えだ。凛花の運命を変えるためなら死ぬなんて怖くはないよ。
違う、そんなの違う。
違わないよ。僕は凛花を愛しているからね。
私だって好きだよ、ミハルのこと。はあ、私はきっとこれから人生で初めて恋愛するんだって信じてた。
ありがとう。凛花がそう思ってくれたことバレバレだったよ。だから僕は満足できた。
満足なんてしないで。だって私たちまだキスだってしてない。
ああ、だから言っただろ。悔いがないわけではないと。
She closes her card book. A sign that my plea has fallen on deaf ears. There's no pain or anguish in her expression. She offers only a sincere, beautiful smile.
あなた様は今カードブックを閉じました。それがな。
僕にわからないと思うかい？
待ってよ、まだ。
凛花。
ミハル。
さようなら。
Girl, no.
再会を望む言葉はもういらない。これは僕の選んだ別れだ。君と特別な関係になった3日間、別れが近いと思うとそれはとても濃密な時間だった。
やだ。私嫌だよ。そんなの別れなんて。
The cards I chose began to move, as if my will has no further say in the matter. I tried to reach out and snatch them back to no avail.
お願い、バルカ、女神様、止めて。もう一度、せめて次の制定まで保留に。
いいんだ凛花。選定が始まってからの約3ヶ月間生きた僕の記憶は君にしか残らない。凛花しか知らない僕がいる。それを想像するだけでとても幸せだ。
そんなの幸せじゃないよ。
My 3 cards make their way to the center of the Court of Fate. Once there, light pours forth from them.
夢の世界とはよく言ったものだよ。僕が過ごしてきた今日までの日々は、なるほど、夢のようだ。
You can't give me this! Oh. Oh. God damn it.
生きて生きて生きて生き続けてほしい。
やだ。
My overflowing emotions caused me to collapse onto my knees. There's no way for me to stop it. Miharu's going to die again, and there's nothing I can do about it.
僕は僕しか知らない凛花を知っている。この後に及んで僕は君を独り占めできることを喜んでいる。
I can't even see her through the light anymore.
認可の人生にはこれからいろいろな特別が増えていくだろう。いつか僕を超える特別が現れたら、その時はさよなら。
What? Miharu's voice fades as she speaks. My mind grows cloudy following that. The scene shifts to that of a lone girl. The type of person with a tendency to beat themselves up in the face of any misfortune. This led to her desire for pain. A desire that never abated. She came to learn about the wickedness in people's hearts, the insatiable parasite known as jealousy. What's worse, she learned that she herself was a host for it. She decided to reject herself. Rejecting oneself while trapped in a mental prison was no simple task. It was something that only could be accomplished through death. Knowing this, she chose to put herself to rest. Her limp body and blood-drenched covers were reminiscent of a princess asleep on a bed layered with flower petals. What the fuck? You cannot do this to me. Oh god, the worst part about this, you know that Park is just gonna be living rent-free and wrong. And Vinka's head mocking her all her life. Just thinking about that makes me want to rip Parker to shreds. I'm going to punt Parker out the fucking window. I'm unable to bring myself to my feet after returning to the lower stratum. Miharu has been eliminated. I saw the moment of her death as a result. The same happened with you, Cal, Scale, and Alan. I elected all of them to keep my own life. And I even did it to Miharu. I sacrificed what was most important, what was most precious to me. Parka explodes into an evil grin. You bitch! I can't contain my anger. How dare she laugh in my face? In the face of what just happened. The sheer vigor with which I shout at her sends my tears flying off my face. Her laughter doesn't let up, though. It doesn't take long for me to realize that her evil grin is directed right toward me. Oh?
この喜びを微笑み以外の一体何で表現できましょう。
Fear begins to take hold. My every instinct screams at me that Parka is dangerous. That fear interwoven with my grief over losing Miharu causes my entire body to convulse.
もしかしてあなた様は感じ取っているのかもしれませんね。私と同じ肉体を持つあなた様であれば。何を？あなた様がたどり着いていない真実であれば、私の口から語るまでもありませんわ。大切なのは
私の悲願がようやく叶うということですわ。
I feel fear.
Mo, どうでもいい。悲しませてよ。私は大切な人を失ったんだ。あなたのご託に付き合っている暇はない。
では少しだけ女神の選定についてお話をいたしましょう。
Giving into my own despair, I finally rise to my feet. Parker seems to interpret that as my intent to listen, which prompts her to continue.
はっきり申し上げましょう。女神の選定とは運命を変える儀式。
A ritual.
運命の奴隷の皆様の死の運命を変えることのできる唯一の方法でございます。私は器である人間が命を落とすその瞬間、因果により結ばれた12人の運命をねじ曲げる。
All 12 people linked to
無
them.
限に存在する運命の支流、未来の可能性。その中から運命の奴隷である12人の皆様が死ななかったことになっている世界を探し、糸を紡ぐように束ねるのです。けれどもそれは世界への反抗に等しいこと。ねじ曲げられた運命には戻ろうとする力が働きます。
戻ろうとする力。
I can't help but question her terminology. I have to know. Why were we granted this glimmer of hope in the first place? Is it possible that it'll be ripped away from us by this counterforce?
この世界は認知の上に成り立っていますわ。皆様がリンゴをリンゴだと思うからこそ、リンゴはリンゴとして存在することができるのです。リンゴがこの世界でみかんと認識されれば、この世界のリンゴは全てみかんになってしまいます。つまり獅子舞凛花様というあなた様が生きているのは、あなた様が誰かに生きていると認識されているからでございますわ。世界の本流、最も存在する世界が違えばどれが本流かも変わってしまうのですけれど、において獅子舞凛花は死んでいると認識されているとしましょう。そこにあなたが生きているという世界を紡ぐことで矛盾が生まれる。獅子舞凛花は死んでいるのに獅子舞凛花が生きているという矛盾。この矛盾がある限り、世界はより広く認知されている方に戻ろうとします。これが運命が元に戻ろうとする力。
Okay.
強引に束ねられた運命は再びそれぞれの支流に分かれようとするということでございます。
それなら美晴が生きている支流も存在するんだよね。美晴も私も生きている可能性が、今からでもその世界に変えられないの。
あなた様であれば答えは分かっているのでしょう。私は万能の絶対神ではございません。
なら美晴だけが生きている世界でもいい。あんな 別れ方をするくらいなら。
私の話があなた様に希望を持たせてしまったみたいですわね。残念ながらそれも不可能でございます。あなた様が2番様を脱落させた時点で2番様が生きている世界は元に戻る。この世界から遠ざかってしまいます。遠ざかっていく世界を引き戻す力は今の私にはございません。
美晴はさ、あなたの元の器だったんでしょ。夢の中で話もしたって言ってた。同情とか親近感とかそういうものはないの？
私には理解できない感情ですわ。器はあくまで私が現実世界に存在するためのもの。
一生この世界にいればいい。
それはお断りさせていただきますわ。私が器を借りず夢の世界に存在できるのもまた12週間。
それを過ぎると。
それはすでにこの世界では存在しない可能性でございます。お話ししてもあなたには理解できない事
No
象ですわ。
longer exists. So there is a possible. Parker takes one step toward me following that. My body has stopped shaking at this point, but one thing remains steadfast. I know for a fact that she isn't human. She really is a goddess. Her piercing gaze alone is enough to make me freeze.
私たちは何をさせられてたの？
それはお話しするまでもないことでございます。これからご覧いただきましょう。
What the hell? New CG, but also, what the fuck? I feel my world shrinking with each step she takes toward me. Then out of nowhere, the situation takes a sharp turn.
何？
The cord of fate begins to collapse following a tremor. Suddenly I panic. I'm bound to get caught up in this so long as I'm here. I don't know how to leave the dream world on my own though.
恐れることはございません。
The crumbling world soon begins to light up, and the light gradually gathers around Parka.
あなた様にわかる言葉で説明をすると、運命の大広間とは人間の存在を収集するためのシステム。選定の参加者が脱落するとき、死んでいるという認知だけが元の世界には残ります。つまりその方の思いは元の世界に戻らないということですわ。世界からあぶれてしまった思いというかけらはこの運命の大広間に夢となって収容される。故に皆様は運命の奴隷。凛花様、あなた様は奴隷から解放され、私の器となった。
Parker shows no concern for the world collapsing around her. The light grows stronger and stronger with each step that brings her ever closer to me. There's little I can do besides remain motionless, unable to understand anything that's going on. I have nowhere to run while I'm stuck on this small platform. My only choice is to watch as she approaches.
11の夢は私の力に変わります。その力を消費することで私が現実世界に存在するという奇跡を起こすのでございますわ。
そのために私たちに束の間の希望を与えたっていうの？だとしたらそれは人をもてあそぶのと同じ。この場所にいたみんなはあなたの踏み台になったってことでしょ。
何か問題がございまし したか？
私はあなたが憎い。
I have no reservations in calling her that. Sorry, Gran. There's no two ways about it. I hate the being before me with every fiber of my existence.
いいよ、来て。あなたが私の中にいてくれれば、私は一生あなたを恨み続けられる。
Parkas extends her hand out to me. Her palm is so tiny, her arms so slender. They seem like they'll snap just by touching me. I extend my own hand in response. Parka doesn't take mine in hers, though. Her hand goes straight toward my chest. After making contact, it sinks into my body. In this moment, I witness her merging with my own body. The light surrounding her envelops me. Upon closing my eyes, I see a number of dreams. Oh, what the? I'm not sure if I'm remembering them, or if the light is responsible. Chan and Ro, who were eliminated without me ever knowing anything about them. I'm sure they had their own desires in the face of the brief hope they were given. Keiko, who entrusted her feelings for her child to me. I'm sure she and her husband shared those feelings, hence why a letter was never needed in the first place when naming it. I'm so sorry, son. You wished for our happiness from the bottom of your heart, but I'm the only one who survived. I promise I'll show Passagier more of the world for your sake at least. Shigetsugu, who loved you as if he were his own grandson. Our time together was brief, and though I never really came to like him, I can't say I hated him. He had his own convictions in all this, not to mention the things he wanted you to learn. As for you, I can never forgive him for killing Naomi. The despair he went through is something I can't let myself forget, though. It represents the tragedies happening all across the world. His regret represented his desire to live a normal, simple life, similar to my own, yet with a much heavier weight to it. He simply wanted that which he never had. So I can't hate him, despite what he did. Odette, whose strength never ceased to amaze me. She had accepted her fate, I'm certain. Death is simply the end result of life, after all. Her resolve to not look back is what allowed her to leave on her own terms. I can't condemn Scale for his attachment to life, and that's why my only option was to eliminate him by my own will. I may not have been able to condemn him, but I could never see eye to eye with him. I only have ever met Federico in the real world once, but his realization that he had been victorious left him shivering with joy. I'm not too sure about his life and how it played out, but I have no doubt that to him, it was worth it in the end. Alan, the sister I resembled. His way of life was something I could never accomplish. That was precisely why I thought he was incredible. And Miharu, who taught me more about who I was than anyone else. I don't know much about being in love, but confession was no doubt a turning point for me. One so major, it changed my entire life, my entire outlook on how to live.
Miharu.
Grief overwhelms me once more now that Parker's done with her explanation. This is different from what happened with Naomi. Miharu won't come back, no matter what I do. I know that I'm going to feel even worse than I do now when I wake up in the real world. Even so, I need to live on. I'll live my life to its absolute fullest.
残念ながらそれは不可能なのでございます。
Shut the fuck up! A voice rings out. An incredibly annoying voice at that.
言ったでしょ、あなた 様を器にすることが私の悲願でしたと。なぜなら
The voice gradually becomes more distant, but I already know.
あなた様の体は私がいただきますわ。
I know because
あなた様が前の器である2番様と出会ってからずっと私はあなた様を求めていました。
huh?
2番様があなた様と出会えたのが奇跡であるように、私があなた様に出会えたのもまた奇跡。
What?
2番様の因果にあなた様を巻き込むことは決して難しいことではありませんでしたわ。お二人はとても強い運命の輪の中にいらっしゃいました。お二人の運命は螺旋の中心に向かっていくかのように互いに引き合っていましたから。
I finally grasp my own consciousness. Parka's speech is a bit fuzzy, but I can more or less understand her. This has to be a different process than what she did with Miharu.
あなた様はもとよりねじれた運命の中で産み落とされた子供。あなた様自身が気づいていませんでしたけれど、あなた様にも器の力の一部が流れ込んでいたようですわ。
Oh.
だからあなた様の体も心も私と同じ。他の皆様では不可能だった真の奇跡をこれから見せてあげましょう。その頃にはもうあなた様の意志は消滅しているでしょうけれど。
If I had to describe what I'm experiencing right now, I'd liken it to having my insides thrown into a blender. The foreign object whirring around within me makes me want to throw up. If my understanding is correct, then she has one thing in mind. She wants to take control of my body. That theory soon becomes conviction.
あなた様をいただいて私は現実世界の住人になりますわ。
She really is trying to take control of me. But I have no special powers of my own to speak of. There's nothing I can do to stop her. Even so, I can't sit by and let someone wrest my own body from me. Not even Miharu was robbed of this. I know my mind is being taken over, and yet I'm able to remain defiant. It doesn't change anything though. Parka's will eventually overtakes my own. 11. We're not even at week 12! What the fuck happens after this? I joined at the wrong time. You joined at a time. I have so many different emotions right now. Holy fuck. The glow of the morning sun wakes me up. I never would have guessed that light could sting the body this bad. Myths portray sunlight as a force that can roast humans alive. Now I understand where those ideas came from. Not that I feel any discomfort. Life and pain walk hand in hand. I've yet to experience the latter, but I truly believe that to be the case. Ailete, please help.
あら、レオじゃありませんの。お元気でいらっしゃいましたか？
Leo. It is the cat! What is happening? Oh my god, her eyes are gold. Leo. What the? Who are you? Oh. Leo hisses at me before scurrying off somewhere. Who are you? Were you? Wait, hold on. Okay, no. You are definitely connected to Linda in Diana. Are you Diana? What happened? What is happening? Quite the odd attitude for a cat that was once rather fond of me. You are Diana. Who the fuck? Or no, maybe she's talking about Rinka. Maybe I'm thinking, but she's saying Leo. That's the God. Well, this won't do. Hold on, maybe I should change my narration style here. Okay. Well, this won't do. I should take a moment to calm down. I have become Shishimae Rinka. I am present in her home. Thus, that cat cannot be Leo.
気をつけないといけませんね。学校に行くはずですけれども。まあ、大丈夫ですわね。行ってみればきっと、なんとかなるでしょう。
God, this is... A uniform is required at her school, as I recall. Relying on faint memories, I attempt to locate my own. Other preparations are required before leaving, but those seem to come naturally. I suppose these can be explained away as habit. I take a look at my new self in the mirror. Shishimae Rinka's eyes were once blazing rubies, but now my lovely amethyst eyes have taken their place. Fancy as they may be, I doubt many people will take notice. Well, all will work out just fine. These are my real eyes, after all. Oh god.
リンカ先輩どうしたんですか？カラコンですか？
Okay, Naomi immediately notices. Please help, Naomi. Oh, bother. Who could have thought that my eyes would so quickly become the primary topic of conversation? This calls for but one course of action. I shall play the fool.
あら？どこかおかしくて？
いや先輩喋り方がなんかいつもより上品ですし違和感が
There are too many things happening right now. I can't. My brain.
あれもしかして人違いですか？
Oh god, it's still the same voice actor. Yeah. This simply won't do. My life as Shishimae Rinka has only just begun. The adorable girl panicking before me is Hitsuji Naomi, my junior 1 year below me, and someone with whom I seem to have a very good relationship. Perhaps it would be best to imitate the style of speech she's accustomed to. Let's see, Shishimae Rinka spoke like this as I recall.
どうしたの？ナオミ。変だよ。
リンカ先輩なのは間違いなさそうだしでもおかしくなりそうですで、その今日はお休みのはずですけど先輩はどうして学校に？
Right, it's a Sunday. Oh wait, no, it's a Monday, but it's a holiday. My adaptation seemed to have worked. She has given up on trying to make sense of things. But as for her current question, I was rather forceful in my means, so I'm not quite used to accessing Rinka's memories yet. After a pause, I finally find a somewhat useful excuse.
忘れてた。
God, this is creepy. I don't like it.
先輩らしいというかなんというか先週まで期末試験だったじゃないですか。
Then why are you wearing
だか
your...
ら今週は木曜日まで試験休みです。
You're in your uniform too. Why were you here, Naomi?
あれ？なんであなたさ。ナオミは来てるの？
私は図書室に本を返しに来てそのついでにまた何か借りようかなって。
Ah.
そっか。私も行こうかな。せっかく学校に来ちゃったんだし。
先輩がですか？珍しい。
たまにはね。
I'm getting the hang of how to talk like her. Displaying around 1/3 of my emotions seems to do the trick. Rinka is not one for books, judging my Naomi's reaction. Quite unlike my actual self. It's taking some effort to conceal my glee. What sort of books await me within, I wonder? I hate Parka. I really hate Parka. But did she just not want to be a god? What the fuck is her goal in all of it? Like, did she literally just not want to be a god? Did she just want to be able to, like, exist in the human realm with an actual body that's tangible that can interact with stuff? And, like, she couldn't before, no matter what she did? Is that it? The library is a facility within the school where students can borrow all manner of literature, it would seem. The word itself implies as much. A librarian is present despite it being a holiday too. What an admirable sort. Naomi returns her book first and then sets off to find a new one. Half an hour later, we seat ourselves at one of the public tables.
先輩、ずいぶんじっくり選んでましたね。
Naomi sounds vaguely surprised. Alas, my grasp of the concept of time requires further polish.
シェイクスピア。先輩、好きなんですか？
まあね。
I once disliked his works, but they speak to me more now. My current interests may be suspect, but all I must do is make them seem like unnatural growth. Keeping one's desires at bay is detrimental to both body and soul. We spend time making small talk following that. The concept of small talk befuddled me before now, but engaging in it with Naomi has proven quite the fruitful experience. All we do is discuss minor trivialities from our lives and the like. Now I understand how most people interact. I must say, though, being able to enjoy conversation without it being at the expense of others is lovely.
先輩。
Naomi attempts to address me, her expression ever so meek. Meek is a rather funny word, isn't it? Perhaps I should try my hand at such an expression. A meek goddess. Quite the juxtaposition. Well, former goddess.
そろそろ遊園地に行きませんか？三島先輩のことを忘れたわけではないんです。でも、真央先輩もずっと寂しそうで、遊びに誘われることもなくて、だから、行く予定だった遊園地に行って、悲しんで、惜しんで、泣いて。でも、3人は一緒だって実感して。もちろん、私じゃ三島先輩の代わりになれるなんて思っていません。でも、凛花先輩にも真央先輩にも、ちょっとずつ前を向いてほしいです。
Naomi, I wish you were talking to the real Rinka. What a lovely girl she is. She must have been quite fond of numeral 2. Don't call her that, bitch. Ah, my mistake. I should refrain from referring to her as such in my current state. Miharu took her own life on May 3rd in this world. Over 2 months have passed, and yet their grief has not. Of course, I would never make such an observation aloud. I happen to know precisely how Shishima Rinka would respond to this. You bitch! Don't laugh.
そうだね。気を使わせちゃったね。ごめん。でもありがとう。マオには私から声をかけるよ。
God, it's weird. She sounds like slightly like stilted, like very stiff.
先輩。
Her eyes are twinkling with joy. She was able to overcome her own grief quicker than the other two due to knowing Miharu less, I presume. Forcing those who suffer from grief outdoors is an important skill in its own right, I must say. This is a phrase my grandmother apparently would say often. Having checked out a book, I finally return home. It seems that my eyes will prove to be no issue so long as I act as though all is normal. The issue comes from within. Quite a nice saying. I'm doing rather well if I do say so myself. I don't like. Once home, I decide to change into my pajama attire. They are somewhat revealing, yet so very comfortable. I leave the book I borrowed from the library on my desk. There is quite a lot on this desk, really. By no fault of my own, I must add. A stuffed animal, a letter with nothing written on it, and a key? No, a keychain.
痛いですわ。
What? I'm assaulted by a sudden headache. My surprise at the pain causes me to revert to my natural speech. I must take care that this doesn't happen in public. I feel myself wanting to not look at these for some reasons I cannot quite understand. Oh, it's right. It's the items from Divine Selection. Oh, and because she's gonna be feeling all of the pain Arinka is feeling emotionally. Maybe the things Rinka did, let's go. Well, maybe that emotional pain and stuff and all of the human experiences will convince her to get out of my body and change things. Were they important to me, perhaps? I try to recall, but it feels as though the memories remain off limit. Oh, interesting. Well then, making my way downstairs to read this book seems a novel idea. This is a cafe, from what I recall. A rather fine location for some reading.
苦々ですわね。
Oops. I revert to my speech pattern again. I place the blame squarely on this wretched coffee. Cafes should be all about tea. And yet, there is nary a drop in sight. Naught but coffee as far as the eye can see. I attempt to make some myself, but the taste is just too much for me. Running the store also seems to be part of my daily life, a fact that leaves me both anxious and excited. The store has remained closed for some time now, so cleanup is necessary. As such, I take some time to wash dishes, cutlery, and the like. All this I can do out of habit. I seem to have been quite the hard worker. Now then, it is time to check for anything missing.
あれ？これ。
I noticed an unopened box whilst checking the cupboards. The mugs. A rather heavy one at that. I assume that more cutlery is contained within. Far be it from me not to make use of new goods. Thinking that, I open it up. Oh. A sharp pain stabs through my temples once more. Far worse than the previous episode. Another headache, I presume. Odd, considering I am supposedly not one to suffer from them often. Perhaps I'm simply not yet used to this body, leading to premature exhaustion. I should finish with haste and sleep early tonight. I have a long life ahead of me. It would be a shame to overexert myself at this stage. Oh. 2 mugs are within the box. I take them out to inspect them. Both have mascots printed on them. Although they don't seem to be made for children, I'm willing to assume they're not for use within the store.
して。
Go, Rinka! Upon closer inspection, I noticed two names inscribed on them. Ninka Shishimai, that's me. The other one says Miharu Mishima. A pair of mugs for good friends, I assume. Curious as I am, I'd much rather avoid another headache today. I can attempt to recall at a later date.
返して。
I hear a voice addressing me. Well, it's one I've been trying to ignore, but perhaps I should give it some attention now. Go, Rinka, yes, go! It's coming from none other than myself, after all.
返しませんわ。
あなた様とはもう私のことですもの。
Oh, that's creepy. The pain caused my headache worsens, leading me to collapse.
ちゃんと守れた。
Mm.
何をおっしゃっていますの？
私だけが知っている美晴と、美晴だけが知っている私。
残念ながら時間の問題ですわ。あなた様が見られたくない記憶があったとしても、私があなた様の体に完全に馴染んでしまえば記憶に蓋はできません。
させない。これは私の体。だから返してもらう。
This theme, Rinka's theme. And you know, you see, get that. You go, girl.
もう物分かりが悪いですわね。あなた様の意識にはすでに私の意識が上書きされています。
物分かりが悪いのはどっち？私があなたに話しかけている。話しかけることができている理由はわかるはず。だってあなた自身がヒントをくれたから。運命のねじれだっけ。それで私にも元からあなたの力に似たものがあるって言うなら、あなたと同じこともできるはず。
まさか。いえ、でもそれは不可能ですわ。あなたの意志を私の意志で上書きするために運命の大広間に蓄積した力を使いましたもの。
力っていうのは変わっただけ。あなたに自分の体の中のことだからわかるよ。
おやめなさい。もしあなた様の意志があるなら、それは器の中にいる私と同じ状態。とても幸運でございますわ。私に完全に支配されることなく意識を保っているのですから。もし仮にあなた様が私の意識を再び上書きしようとしているのであれば、それは
失敗なんてしない。だってあなたの力はあなたのものじゃないんでしょ。
Oh.
選定の参加者の夢が力に変わったからと言いたいのでしょうか。力はあくまで力。エネルギーに意志などありませんわ。あなた様も電気とお話しできると思ったことはないでしょう。
やってみなきゃわからない。
失敗すればあなた様の意志は完全に消えますわ。夢の世界ですら現れることはできなくなってしまいます。こうして少しでも意識が残った幸運をかみしめるべきですわ。私の中から世界を見ることはできますもの。それに私はとても楽しかったですわ。だから私は私を譲るわけにはいきません。
Oh. She's getting tense.
もう黙って返してもら 私だけの私を。
いいでしょう。文字通り全身全霊で今宵あなた様を完全に消滅させましょう。
What? Oh god. The results of our finals served as the last chapter of my first semester as a second-year student at Amecha. Mal comes over to bother me while I'm taking a peek at them.
お疲れリータン。どうだった？
どうにか全教科60点は超えた。頑張った甲斐があったよ。
Her eyes are normal! Thank god! Oh my god.
さいですか。
I share my results with pride, but Mal looks away from me. And that makes it obvious I managed to outdo her this time. I use this window of opportunity to snatch a report card from her, only to be shocked by what I see.
いやー、リータンあれだけ頑張ってたのに、魔王様以下だったのはかわいそうだし。
Oh my god. She managed to score about 10% higher than me on every subject. She said she didn't want to rain on my parade, but I know that's not the case. She just wanted to take me by surprise. The proof is in the pudding. The pudding being her grin in this case.
まあまあ、これでどうにか試験が終わったね。夏休みどうしよっか。ラオリンは8月の最後の方で家族旅行するみたいだって。あと塾も行くって言ってたね。若いのに大変だのう。
We already agreed to go to Stardust Kingdom next Friday. We have nothing else planned though. None of us are in any clubs, so there's little reason for us to come to school during summer. Naomi will probably drop by the library every now and then, but I have no intention of joining her. I tried to read that Shakespeare book that's sitting at home, but it's pretty boring. I'll probably see Mao a lot, but I'd rather all three of us be together if we're doing something special. There's one other thing though. Something we have to do, no matter what. Something I promised back then, with her.
花火大会。これは絶対行かないと。約束したからね。
With Miharu.
あれ、そんな約束したっけ？してたような、してたような。
両方してるよ。大丈夫。多分、ナオミも覚えているから。
ナオリンも？そっか。なら大丈夫か。
Today will be the first time in a while we've all gotten together at Lion House. I'm still not sure which parts of my memory are correct in relation to the current world. But the thing is, I don't really care. Not now that Miharu's gone. I'd rather look to the future than think about the past. I keep the store open until the evening, and after that I spend some time relaxing. I think back to that night, when I spoke to Parka following the 11th election. I'm sure my existence was on the brink of fading away, but I was able to re-establish dominance thanks to Miharu. Our knowledge of sides to us that no one else knew helped me keep control of myself. That's the only reason I can think of. Parka may know more than I do, but it's also possible that she doesn't exist within me at all anymore. I am, and forever will be, Shishimae Rinka.
さて、寝るかな。
It's that time of year when I start to get sick of how warm it is. Lette, help me, dear God. Lette plods in as I dive into bed. It jumps up and curls up beside me. Tonight would have been the night of the final election. I never did find out what would happen if Miharu and I had elected one another. I couldn't bring myself to finish the diary either. Not that I'd be able to decipher the English in it now that my card book disappeared along with the Court of Fate. Naomi lost most of her memories regarding divine selection too, so I doubt she'll take much pleasure in Actually, this is Naomi. She'd probably love to read it, even now. I might just be the only one left who knows about divine selection. That's fine. No one else needs to know. My knowledge alone should be enough to support someone. Mainly myself. Am I crying? Nah, I can't do that. I've long since exhausted my supply of tears. I think I am dreaming for a moment, but it turns out I'm just in the dream world, where a voice I've become ever so familiar with speaks out to me.
やあ、まさか人間が瞬きほどの短い時でも自分の力で私たちの領域に踏み込んでくるとは思わなかった。
Hey you, mind helping me here, you... Please?
かつて到達した人間もいなくはないが、あれは全く特殊なケース。もっとも、君もよっぽど特別ではあるけれど、女神の選定というシステムを遂行しながら、女神を消滅させる。
Oh, we did kill Parka.
これを偉業と言わず、何と言おう。おっと、消滅と言うべきではなかったね。
Well,
それが何を意味するのか、君はすでに分かっているのかもしれないけれど、おっとその前に、君に全ての真実を話すべきだったかな。
I don't need him to. I don't care about the past anymore. My eyes are set solely on my future. He seems to understand what I'm feeling, which explains his sudden smile.
君と会うのもこれが最後だから、もう少し長く話をしたかったけれどね。さて、それでは質問だ。君は君の中に残っているものに気づいているかい？
What? No, what? I'm not.
さすがの君もそこまでは見抜けないか。いや、落胆はしていない。繰り返しになるけれど、君はここまでたどり着いたことがすでに偉業なのだから。君の中にあるもの、それは女神の力というべき力だ。
Oh.
女神は夢のかけらと表現していたけれど、紛れもなく人知を超えたエネルギーと言われるもの。11度目の選定の時にことが終わって本当に良かった。運命の終着点にたどり着いてしまったら、これから起こるはずの奇跡は起こせなかっただろう。
Oh.
君は一度だけ運命を変えることができる。
This doesn't surprise me. It's something I had already anticipated. It's felt like something irregular has been inside me for the past week. It's the same feeling as when Parka forced herself into my body.
ただし、運命を変えるためには条件がある。運命が戻ろうとする力の存在は、君はすでに知っていると思う。君が運命を変えようと、世界は元に戻ろうとする。そこで、私の出番だ。私は忘却の川に等しき存在。ただ一度の奇跡のために世界の認知を騙すくらいなら、喜んで手を貸そう。
I really wish he wouldn't be so roundabout when explaining things. There's no way I'm going to understand any of this, so I wish he'd just be blunt.
君は一層手厳しくなったね。長きにわたる選定を乗り切ったならば当然かもしれないけれど、君に与えられた選択肢は2つ。1つ目は女神の選定に参加した全員が生きている世界を紡ぎ、因果の時そのものをなかったことにしてしまうこと。
Oh.
その代償として世界からその間の記憶は忘却される。もちろん君自身も。君が覚えていれば世界は元に戻ろうとしてしまうからね。そして2つ目、何もしないこと。君は女神の力を持ちながら何もしないことだ。しばらくは他人の夢と同調することくらいはあるかもしれないが、いずれ君は体内の異物感にもなれ、自分が力を持っていることすら忘れてしまうだろう。その頃には私も君のことを忘れているだろう。何しろ私の知能は猫並みだ。パンダの君よりも知能が低い。
I don't bother to ask how he knows about a conversation I once had with Mao. Either way, this makes things much easier to comprehend. I just have to make a choice. As for me... Oh god. This is gonna be an end. And you know what? I'm keeping true to my word. The first ending we ever get. It's not gonna be the happy one. We're not gonna do anything. I'm so sorry. Oh god. Okay, I did save. Yeah. We're doing nothing.
決まってる。そのままでいい。
よく言った。それでは君のすることは一つ。ただ悲しみに耐え忍ぶことだ。
I can't deny that it hurt. That's part of life, though. I would never have come to understand myself if I were alone. Falling in love is what helped me to do so. It's thanks to this time I spent with everyone else that I am who I am now. That's fine. That's how it should be. So please, don't leave me.
それではお別れだ。君の奇跡を大切に。
Don't let these memories fade. Oh my god, we got an ending. All these talented voice actors. Yeah, round of applause to them. Ooh. My heart is in shadow too much. I'm sorry. Ooh. Yeah, while we cry. This is really nice. God. What a game, honestly. I mean, I'm getting all the other endings, but like... Actually, we might be able to do that now. I might be able to just finish off the game today. Because a lot of getting the other endings is just skipping through dialogue choices. Want to do that? Granted, I don't know how much is left in the game. I need to go to sleep for work, unfortunately. It's gonna be a rough day tomorrow. No worries, then. Get some good sleep. True, but I definitely think some choices probably matter more than others. Damn, this is a really... Class in a moment. I absolutely forgot about the... Oh god, good luck, Yumi. The meaning of my life, holy shit. What an ender line. Oh. Hey. I'm sitting on a bench at the park, sipping away at some coffee I've made. I make it a point to remain here all day. I apparently need to be at this specific place today anyway. That's why I made some coffee for myself. I was given a plastic cup that's used for takeout samples, so I decided to give it a try. This place is special to me. Many important things have happened here. It's where I first met Miharu. It's where I've spent time with my gran. It's where Naomi said she'd shoulder my burden with me. It is my final destination. The place where all 12 of us were supposed to gather. I trust that my choice is the correct one. My memories of Miharu remain as a result. Today served as the end of divine selection, forever. I still feel that power within me, but like that man said, it's only a matter of time until that fades away. Is there any meaning to the days that happened, but were undone? It's a sudden question that comes to mind, but it's one with an obvious answer. There isn't. All that remains now are my memories of those times. My thoughts are spoken aloud involuntarily, and I cast my gaze up to the great blue sky. Fatal 12. That is an ending, holy shit. Get ending 2. 2? Okay. Oh, open gallery. Oh, we can see all the CGs here. Oh my god, look at all of these CGs. Oh, I'm missing one here. Oh, I'm missing more here. Oh, there's a lot I'm missing. Holy shit. Well, we've officially achieved our first ending. I definitely want to see what would happen if I were to alter fate.
それでは質問だ。君は君の中に残っているものに気づいているかい？
Yeah, I am now. Now I am.
そうか。やはりと言うべきかな。ここまでたどり着いた君のことだ。気づいていてあえて普通の生活を望んだのかな。君の中にあるもの、それは女神の力と言うべき力だ。女神は
Okay. Yeah. And then he explains it again. Alrighty, guys. We're also gonna get a second ending right now. Because there are 2 endings. Right here. I know I haven't said much about my thoughts on the game, but I will get to that in a bit. But I'm definitely curious about what happens if I alter fate.
変えるよ。運命ってやつを。私が自分の意志で全てをなかったことにする。
よく言った。それでは君のすることは一つ。夢見る乙女のように願うことさ。
Oh. I do as he says. Being alive is all that matters. Even if it means both me and Miharu will forget about those sides of each other we came to know. Even if it means forgetting all about the other participants. Even if it means forgetting about Naomi's conviction to shoulder my burden with me. Even if it means forgetting about how I fell in love with Miharu. Even if it means forgetting about the time I spent with everyone. Oh, this feels a little more ominous doing this. And also, hello Tachiko Makuro! Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome, welcome. Hey, nothing says Miharu and Ninka can't remember. I don't know about this one. That's fine.
それではお別れだ。君の未来に幸あれ。
I'm not really sure if it mattered. I heard ending 2 and that sounds like getting the near endings. There are apparently various endings. Good things are bound to happen so long as we're alive. Oh. Here we go. It takes me a while to drag myself out of bed upon waking up. I feel so drowsy today. I let a groan slip out while I take a big stretch. Today's the first day of summer vacation. It's also a Marine Day, a public holiday. Nothing special has happened up until now. Why is this music so ominous? Holy shit. Oh yeah, we still have the... That leads me to hope that maybe something will during summer. I go through my usual morning routine while daydreaming about such a possibility. You can't change reality with wishes, though. Actually, you can. Part of me knows that I'll just spend time with my friends doing the same thing as usual. Oh. I'm not sure why I've chosen to come here today. Oh, it's the final destination. Interesting. I feel like going for a walk, and before I know it, here I am at Shinjuku National Park. I've been here with my grand plenty of times, so it's kind of a special place to me. The view of the clock tower from here is great too.
すみません。ホテルを探しているんですけど。
Oh, and she's all right, because everyone's supposed to be here at the final destination. A woman approaches me while I'm walking around. She seems like a tourist. It's actually pretty common to run into foreigners here.
ホテルを探してるなら、とりあえず公園から出た方がいいと思いますけど。え、あれ？公園？私、いつの間にここに来たんだろう。
A bit of a weird thing to say when you need to pay to get in, but I understand. But I stand with her while she whips out her phone. Beside her is a pleasant-looking man. I can only assume it's her boyfriend based on how comfortable he seems to be with her. Or maybe he's her husband.
まあいいや。とりあえずこの公園でお散歩しよっかな。行こう、ビル。ありがとね。
Saying that they skip away. She seemed like the kind of person who just went with the flow, so it made sense that she'd randomly wander in here. The man with her was smiling about it though, so it must be a healthy relationship. Wait a minute. How did I talk to her just now? She was speaking English, a language I'm hardly fluent in. Things only get stranger from there. Oh, they can still understand each other. What the hell? What the fuck? Oh, hey, dude. I overhear a man in a suit. Bro. He starts speaking to his family after that, but in Chinese. I can't understand a thing they're saying. I noticed an interesting duo after some more walking. They seem pretty spirited, to say the least.
おいおい、こんなところ来てどうするんだ。
ああ、理由なんてねえよ。これからしばらく日本で暮らさないといけねえんだ。知ったこの国の文化を楽しめよ、アンポンタン。
Oh, Dead and Federico.
ま、仕方がねえか。あんたの船も沈んじまって行く場所もない。
Oh.
この国なら組織の連中も来ないだろうしよ。
So that's okay.
だがこの国で飲むイタリアワインは高すぎる。
てめえが言ったのはぼったくりのろくでもない店だろ。どうせ。やれやれ。今日は私がいい店を紹介してやるよ。
Oh, Dead, I haven't seen you in years.
てめえのおごりでな。
ああ
お、絵になる二人を発見。
Oh my god.
一枚撮らせてもらうよ。
High scale.
おい、勝手に撮ってんじゃ。
ネットにはアップしないから安心してくれ。
Wait.
ネットにはアップしないから安心してくれ。ただの俺の趣味だ。
Okay. They're all pretty tall people, but you can mistake them for high school kids with the way they're acting. It's funny. They've just met, but I get the feeling they've known each other for years. Also, we all understand each other still. It's like no one's questioning this shit. There's something extraordinarily unsettling about this.
この場所に似合わないうるさい連中だ。
Hi, Alan. A dark-skinned young man complains about them from not too far away.
アムが日本へ留学したいとダダをこねていたが、これは見送らせるべきか。
あ
あら、いいところですよ、この国は。
そうか。
Oh my god.
この子、生まれて3ヶ月になるんです。
なぜ僕にそれを。
あなた、余裕がなさそうに見えるから。せっかくの観光なのですから、
Oh my god.
肩の力を抜けばいいのに。ねえ、春樹くん。
Oh god.
仕事のついでに寄っただけだ。余計なお世話ではあるが、ここでは肩を張る必要もないか。
Today's full of conversations between randoms. Odd as it seems, I doubt someone's going to pop up and explain the reason why to me.
Ah,
Mysterious girl, that ain't a girl. Hi, you.
元気がないようだな。どれ、今日は大勝ちしたんじゃ。売店でアイスを買ってやろう。
These two.
うん。
An old man and his granddaughter pass by. The girl has a golden key attached to her backpack. Oh, right, the key's from you. Next, I hear the energetic voice of another girl. She seems to have overheard the conversation that just took place. I take the baby hostage. I don't think Alan will do that.
お父様、ソーニャもアイスを食べたいってあります。
Sonia. My girl. Or no, Sophia. Or no, Sonia. She's walking along with her parents while carrying a stuffed animal. They seem like a wealthy family, but more importantly, a happy one.
パサジール、そこのお姉様にご挨拶です。
She makes her teddy bear bow at me. I don't deal with stuff like this very well out of the blue, so I just bow back. I don't know if that's an appropriate response, but she's already run off to catch up with her family at the ice cream stall. Today's quite a lively day at the park. Kind of feels like I've fallen into Wonderland, but whatever, who cares? Just as I'm about to head back, I notice a familiar figure. I sneak over toward her before planting myself down right next to her.
バレているよ、リンカ。
Hi, Miharu. Miharu, you're alive. Don't be so stupid.
知ってる。どうしてここに？
君に会いたくなったからさ。
なんだ。いつも通りか。
I lean in close to her. She's pretty tall, so I end up resting my head against her arm.
リンカ。
I feel exhausted for some reason. Miharu's face lights up a bit, but she eventually leans toward me as well. There's nothing special about today. We're just living out our normal lives. It's our one and only shot at life. A black cat sits with its back toward the sunset. Hi, Lette. With one mew, it resumes yet another of its leisurely strolls. Like a dream world. Oh god. That was weirdly surreal. Ending 3. That wasn't 1. God, what the hell is 1? Man, this is interesting. I kind of want to get all the endings. Maybe I should look up an answer key, just so I know what actually leads to things. I just won't look at the endings. Just like an third ending, huh? Yeah, how many endings are there? Yeah, because that would help me figure out what choices actually matter for like changing things. But there, yeah, we have this and this. Hold on, let me type here. I don't know if there will be anything because I don't know how much information is out on this. Oh, okay. So it seems there's Okay, so from what I'm looking here, there's an ending. Ending 1 I should wait to do before. I need to get the other endings before I choose ending 1. Yeah, there seems to be a bad ending at Odette. Hold on, let me see. Maybe? Hold on. Okay, I have a guide here. We're gonna do this in order. There's... Oh god, we're gonna get some bad endings, guys. You ready? So I need to go from week 1. Okay. That's long ago. Am I gonna be able to? I should be able to. Let's do it. We're starting from here. Alrighty. This is the... literally the beginning. Wow, it's been a long time. So the first time we said, let's have a look. Let's not mess with it this time. Looks pretty expensive, so I shouldn't mess around with it. Might as well message Gran about it tomorrow, considering it's already this late. Literally ignoring the book. My phone vibrates after I turn the lights off and hop into bed. It's a message from Naomi.
今日はありがとうございました。これからよろしくお願いします。か。律儀だな、ナオミは。
Hold on, do I have it set to... No, okay. I have it set to only red. I can skip through dialogue that I've been through already. Alright, might as well sell it. Oh god. At first I planned on selling it, but I don't know what kind of store would buy it when there's no real content to it. Okay, wait. Then there's the fact that they need to check the contents first anyway, so... And then... Okay, that seems to be... I'm so sorry, Miharu.
ちょっと恥ずかしいから話して。
ならまた僕の隣に座ってもらえないかな。それまで話せないよ。
Oh. It's not often that she wears such a shy expression either. Onlookers. So I try to move again. Okay, no, I haven't read this. She's normally a lot more outspoken, but something seems to be on her mind right now. Soon after, people start to gather around us by seeing the impending parade. Seems like we've picked a pretty good spot, judging coincidence on. The only issue is that it'll be hard to meet back up with Mao Naomi if it gets any more packed, so I try to move again. Miharu maintains her refusal to let go of my sleeve, though, and I fail to find the words to make her stop. The silence between us continues. This isn't normal. People tend to get the wrong impression about her, since she rarely talks about anyone other than us, but she actually has a great sense of humor. She enjoys talking about the most meaningless stuff too. And yet here we sit in utter silence. She looks a bit shy, but there's determination in her expression as well, so I can't bring myself to say anything. Okay, the park staff sets up barricades near the bench during this time to make sure no one can get in the way of the parade before they start to organize people into lines. We could just stay seated, but doing so while the rest of the crowd waits around all excited feels too awkward. Okay, this might be... Okay, that seems to have been read. Hold on, is this really set to... skip mode only red. Hold on, let me... I know this is red. Hold on, I can... Hello for... Oh god, this reading. Right, and then... Okay, no. No, go back here. I shouldn't have been able to skip through that. She's spilling boiling water and folded the cups filters wrong a good number of times, but fortunately none of our cups have been broken yet. That's likely due to the fact that she's aware of how much my grand treasures them, so she takes extra care despite her inherent clumsiness. As for Miharu, nothing's changed between us since this whole thing started.
違うか。
There's actually been significant change. Acting though nothing has
今日
changed.
はもう寝よ
Say this out loud for no reason. Okay. That should be... Oh my god, this is skipping. There's so many things.
う。今日もうちでコーヒー入れる練習するからさ。
I take it you're going to... I'm so sorry. Miharu.
みはるは今日バイトがあるんだっけ？
ああ、そうだよ。なるべく稼がないといけない
This
からね。
hurts my soul.
そっか。
Yeah, the skip button's
頑張ってね。
disabled there. Okay, and now I can skip. So we said no. Every single choice here is agony. We're literally doing the route where I ignore every fucker here. Look at how much skipping is happening. Hello, fast motion. Sayonara, Keiko. Oh. I'm gonna leave her be. Goodbye. Hi, Sonia. My utmost priority now is ensuring that I survive divine selection. That's why I can't do anything to bring attention to myself. Even so, I can't just leave someone collapsed on the street. Oh. Okay, I said leave her be. Okay. Even so, I can't just leave someone collapsed on the street. There's no need for me to directly get involved either. So I take out my phone in an attempt to contact the police. Shit. She hums a noise to emphasize that she's staring at me to get my attention. Okay, and... I feel my face turn pale as her face is revealed in the sunlight. Yeah, and then we find her. It's a bit God. As this is for
選定が始まってからも
we can still spend time. As for me, it's a bit awkward actually. I feel so bad.
いいのかな、これで。
何を迷っているんだい？
Lots of things actually, like how this brings me pain.
私たちはさ、選定の参加者なんだ。いい加減、その実感は湧いてきたよ。でも、この毎日を最優先にしてる。本当にそれでいいのかなって思ったんだ。
構わないよ。たとえ君が何もしなくても、僕が守るさ。命に変えても。
みはる！
I realize that I've raised my voice far louder than intended.
ごめん、大声出した。
うん、 僕が悪かった。話題を変えよう。ちょうど君に聞きたかったことがあるのだけれど、羊さんとは最近会っていないのかい？
Okay. Good. Goodbye. I love the skipping. It's just funny to watch them move rapidly.
では、そろそろ行くよ。
Okay, take care.
じゃあ気をつけてね。
I don't know if any of these choices have any impact, but I am following the guide. She tilts her head at my reply, but opts to make a quiet exit rather than ask about it. What did she say?
タイミング
Oh,
タイ
Sonia.
ミングはバッチリ。うん。
Okay. Okay, and that's it. So much. And yes, the stuff with you. And we get this short moment of Rinka in the bath. Oh, we didn't say hello last time, so we're gonna talk with her. We might as well say hello.
ナオミ、おはよう。
I'm sorry.
リンカ先輩、おはようございます。
She turns and greets me with a smile. Right after, she introduces me to her friend, informing her that I'm the one who helped with the coffee stuff at the culture festival. Seems like she knows the rumors about me, but hasn't actually realized I am the subject of said rumors until now. She isn't intimidated though. In fact, she thanks me for my help. Looks like things are going smoothly on that front. The three of us make our way into the building together and then split up to make our way to class. Okay, so that... And then everything here is skippable. Hi, you. And hi, Alan. Hi, Odette. Have a fight. It's more funny when you just hear the pows and whacks like in fast motion. It makes it sound more like a cartoon. We're going home alone, because we're a loner.
また明日。
ああ、また明日だね。
Miharu, I'm sorry you're gonna be the saddest person alive. Miharu set things up so that the other participants think we had a falling out. Knowing that, we run the risk of them realizing it's a ruse if we're caught together. That's why I make my way home alone after saying goodbye to her. I never realized how much just happened. One primary route we took. Yeah, a lot happened. And then we went home alone. The stuff with you happens. Shigetsugu dies. You gets mad at us. Oh yay, we get to watch now we get blown up. Oh, lovely. Go through depression spiral. Hello, Scale. We're having an emotion. Go through emotional growth, and then I can save Naomi by doing what Odette says.
さあ選べ。
It's all but guaranteed to work. Naomi. Naomi. Smiling face pops into my head. We didn't get this dialogue before. I'm fine with being eliminated if it means I can save her. I gave my life in order to save her in the first place. There's no reason for me to hesitate.
約束は守ります。代わりに あなたも守ってください。
Oh wow, I don't even get a choice here, I don't think.
そうかいそうかい。てめえにとって最善か知らねえが、私にはどっちでもいいことだしな。任せな。ちょうど私も派手に暴れたかったところなんだ。
Oh, there isn't a choice that time. It was just, no, we're accepting the deal conditions. Holy shit. Is my decision really the correct one? I don't know. No, probably not. I can't help but ask myself over and over. It's all for Naomi. It's all for her sake. I make it a point to repeat that to myself instead. My own elimination is imminent, but I won't think about that until the time comes. Granted, my elimination by that point is already... Oh, right, because this is a changed scenario. I should have said my goodbyes to Miharu, but that won't be possible anymore. I should be able to figure out what's going on at the very least. Seeing the changes in dialogue is really jarring. It's like, this is... Falling...
これ以上誰も傷つけない。
誰も。
Oh. Oh, that's pissed at us. I see, that's from hurting anyone else, but she knows it's like our death hurts Miharu and it'll hurt everyone in general. Oh.
まあ待てよ。
Oh. A menacing voice stops me right as I'm about to leave. Odette is addressing me in a completely different manner than before. I know why too.
わかってるよ。
There's no need for us to mince words. I tell her the contents of my cards. Settling the score with fate includes my doing so after all. And then the bomb. No reason for me to hesitate. My fate's already been sealed. Today's my last day. I'll do what I need to and then perish. It's somewhat ironic though. It's the exact mindset you believed to represent a hero.
指名するよ。
Oh.
私の番だ。
Oh god. Odette makes her intent loud and clear when her turn comes around.
なんだって？
Miharu, I'm so sorry.
11番様、指名をどうぞ。
1番だ。そいつを指名させてもらう。
I nod my head in silence. I'm scared in all honesty. Once I eliminate you, it'll be my turn. I know I've accepted the inevitability already, but it doesn't stop me from being scared. Mainly because it involves returning to the flames that sleep deep within my memory.
リンカ、ちょっと待ってくれ。どういうことだい？なぜ君が
Oh,
指名されているんだ？
I'm so sorry, Miharu. Oh, that's guaranteed to screw over in this room. Screw us over. God. Miharu, I'm sorry.
黙っててごめんね、ミハル。
I uttered Miharu's name within the court of fate. But she did reveal it previously, so I think it should be fine.
謝らなくていい。そんなのいらないよ。
Oh.
あとはお願いね。
ちょっと待ってくれ。取り消してくれ。どうしてリンカが？
No.
女神様よ。取り消しってのはできるのかい？
いえ、私はもうあなた様から1番様へのご指名を承ってしまいましたわ。
This is... Holy shit.
だそうだ。 まあ取り消すつもりもないがな。ジョーちゃん自身が受け入れたことだ。
そういうことなんだ。美晴ならわかるよね。
I do everything I can to stop my emotions from bursting out. It'll only make things harder for Miharu if I break down now.
私自身が決めたこと。ナオミを取り戻すためにはこうするしかなかったんだ。
嫌だ。そんなの嫌に決まっている。
Oh, this hurts.
ナオミのことお願いね。7週間前に遡ったらナオミとの関係がどうなっているかわからない。でもきっとまた友達になってあげてね。マオのことは大丈夫か。なんだかんだ言っても私よりもずっと美晴の方がマオのことを。
Holy shit.
嘘だ、リンカ。どうして。僕は女神、どうにかしてくれ。
Oh. Parker ignores her plight, instead moving on to question Alan as to whether or not he will elect anyone.
3人で仲良くするんだよ。
Yeah. I don't know either. Because they haven't had that talk yet either, I don't think. Miharu doesn't give me a proper answer.
それではこれより1番様による4番様のご指名および11番様による1番様のご指名を開始いたしますわ。
My platform begins to move in tandem with her statement. Use platform does the same.
リンカ。
Oh! Miharu's voice gradually fades into the distance. And... Okay. Oh yeah, and this is new
お
dialogue.
姉ちゃんも指名されちゃったんだね。
Yeah. Completing the bad ends may be lots of putting Miharu and us through the ringer. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of pain. It's gonna be a lot of pain.
大切な人を取り戻すためには必要だったんだ。謝らないよ。だって元はといえば5回目の選定で僕を指名してくれればよかったんだから。
Oh my god, you. I mean,
謝罪なん
true.
ていらない。謝られたら怒ってるよ。私は迷ったけど。
改めましてごきげんよう。
Parker's voice rings out of nowhere. I didn't even notice her arrival. It's like she just appeared out of thin air. She has a big smirk on her face.
皮肉なものですわね。
Yeah.
何が？
いいえ、それでは始めてくださいませ。方法は簡単ですわ。
I pick out and announce use 3 cards just as she instructs me to. Wow, there's not even like any kind of thing. I honestly don't feel much as I do so. I mean, the same process is going to happen to me right after. Wow. She doesn't even have like any. And then we get used death. Oh.
さて、あなた様はそのままでいてくださいませ。
Oh god. Parker wastes no time in addressing me. Not long after, Odette appears across from me.
よ、ジョーちゃんの友達に散々罵倒されちまったよ。
Oh god.
てめえがいなくなっちまって、あいつは大丈夫なのか？
Probably not.
意外と優しい。でも心配無用だよ。だって美晴は強いからあなたには負けないよ。
気に食わねえぜ。女神様よ、指名を始めてもいいかい？
かしこまりましたわ。
Odette opens her card book before Parker responds. to because of 3 cards.
氏名獅子舞凛花死因窒息死万が一私のカードを揃えている可能性もあると思ったがなさそうだな
This is horrifying. That would be one of the methods to prevent your own elimination. I'm a lot more calm up here than down below, though. Memories of my death resurface. That's right. I am already dead. That's why I feel so calm right now. At the very least, my death this time around will be for Naomi's sake.
美晴はこんな気持ちだったのかな
Oh, and she's crying. Fuck. If so, this isn't right. I'm calm, but I can't stop crying.
たくやりにくい未練普通の日常当たり前のものがてめえの未練かある意味てめえらしいんだろうな
True. Odette tuts before announcing my regret.
ごめんねナオミごめんねマオごめんね美晴
My fate's been sealed. I'm going to die.
ごめんねおばあちゃん
Forgive me for going out like this. I've simply been avoiding the truth all this time. There has never been any way I could escape my own death. I've just done everything possible to keep my mind off it. I can't hold these emotions back any longer. That's fine though. This is it for me.
じゃあなつまらなくはなかったぜジョーちゃん
This is the end. Is this music different? This is different. What the fuck? Oh, this is so much more ominous. It's very pretty though. It's like, hey, congratulations, you're fucking dead. Maybe a Yushi's theme from Code Geass. Oh, and it's an even shorter credits too. Oh boy. I find myself here all alone. Here at the final destination that Parker spoke of.
虚しいな凛花のいない世界というのは
Oh, so Miharu makes it through. Divine selection. Last night served as the end to those hellish days for me. I was ready to give up the very moment Rinka was eliminated. But she didn't allow me to do that. She wanted to ensure that Mao and Naomi wouldn't lose us both. And I'm not one to break a promise with the person I love. So I survived until the end. How I managed that feat can be a story for another time. I see. As a result, Parker resides within me once again. It must feel good for her.
この場所は気持ちがいいよ望むことなら君と来たかった
A clock tower stands tall in the distance. Rinka seems to have been fond of this place. I once desired to come here with her, but that's no more than a distant dream now. If possible, I would become the goddess herself in an effort to alter fate, to create a world in which Rinka never died.
あ、ミハルン。
I hear Mao shouting over to me. She's the one and only person I can call a friend now that Rinka's gone. The time I was able to spend with her had dwindled due to my efforts in divine selection. It marks today as the first time in a while we'll be able to spend time together.
なんか久しぶりだよね。こうやって二人でさ。
そうだね。
Mao stares off into the distance as she replies. The scars left in our hearts through Rinka's death will never heal. She was just too important to us. We can still imagine her being here with us, wherever we go. It's something I've come to accept. Just being able to see her is enough for me, even if it's only an illusion. None of the issues I've been facing since before divine selection have been resolved. Ah, you're right. My excellence is something I've never been proud of. That being said, it was an essential factor in my survival within divine selection. My life goes on even if I am alone.
そろそろかな。あ、来た来た。ナオリン。
Ah.
お待たせしました。
Along comes Naomi, my junior. She trips over herself so often that sometimes I think she's doing it on purpose. She pulls herself back to her feet with a flushed face. Rinka had one final wish before her elimination. She wanted the three of us to get along.
では行こうか、ナオミ。
Oh, she calls her by her first name in this.
はい。
Oh, lurking because I'm sleepy. Enjoy lurking, no worries. And please get rest if you need to.
あれ三島先輩、私のこと名前で。
これから始まるからね。
That's right.
もう僕のこともミハルでいいよ。
Aw.
ほほー。ミハルン、何かあったね。
She survived hell.
大したことはないよ。僕から言い出さないと今さら呼び方を変えることもできないだろ。だからだよ。
わかりました。ミハル先輩。
This is my first step toward fulfilling Rinka's wish. If Rinka herself is gone, then the least I can do is ensure that the traces of her desire remain. Perhaps by doing so, with time, I can sort out my own feelings. That may lead the fog in my heart to clear up. Life would have been easy had I always thought like that. You're granting her wish in a black screen with white text. That's... Wow, that is a... Get bad ending one. Oh god. Ready for the next one? Let me see. Okay, for this it seems I can load a save. Hold on. Turn her down. This seems to be the turning point here. If I say Mao here, this is an interesting choice.
もうくすリンカは変な夢でも見ていたのかな。選定の後に楽しい夢を見ることができたのだから幸せと言うべきかもしれないね。
Okay.
おはよう、リンカ。
How does saying one name change the ending so drastically? What? This is interesting. I wouldn't expect just like a small name difference to just. Okay. This is interesting. And I never expected the name thing to just fucking matter. Lots of skipping. Flashes of themes, flashes of colors. Leave her be for now. This is okay.
余計なことしない方がいいかな。
Wait, so what was this for? My mind jumps to Miharu, more specifically the expression. Oh, okay, it's this.
余計なことしない方がいいかな。
Chances are she wants some time to herself, especially on a day where she just revealed secrets she's been keeping for so long. In that case, I plug my phone into my charger by my pillow before lying down.
でも
Butterfly effect, yeah. Unable to hold my frustration back, I grab my phone and call her. But her line's busy. I'm unable to get a hold of her after that, nor does she try to call me back. Oh. Friday. Today rolls around without any progress in regard to the Court of Fate, as well as information regarding remaining participants. I haven't been able to get in contact with Miharu since Tuesday night either. She hasn't been at school, and none of the teachers have anything to say other than she's off sick.
ねえ、リーターもミハルンと連絡つかない？
Oh, this is different. Looks like Mao hasn't had much luck either. That alone is proof that something's up. There's nothing I can do though. I just spend my days worrying about her. Divine Selection is tonight. That thought is just depressing to me now. I'd hoped to make some progress, but I've ended up doing the exact opposite. I'll need to put more effort in next week. For now, I'll focus on sleep and pray that next week actually comes. What in the world? This is so weird to just see how much this has
ごきげん
changed.
よ
And then we have, and thus begins this week's round of Divine Selection.
う。それでは、今宵も選定を始めますわ。回りなさい。運命の大時計。
Oh, Parker's voice is weirdly grave. With the small talk over, Parker signals for the gigantic clock hand to revolve. The tone of her voice sounds colder than usual. I have a bad feeling about this.
一番様はいかがなさいますか？
Oh, this is creepy. I shake my head in response. I'm still unsure whether or not I should elect scale. I haven't properly explained that we could all elect and protect ourselves yet. I haven't talked things through with Miharu either. Speaking of Miharu, she has her head down, a gloomy expression on her face. Something must have happened. I couldn't get in contact with her though, and I got chased away at the door when I tried to visit her. It hurts, but there's nothing I can do.
2番様はどうなさいますか？
I figured she won't elect anyone. However,
僕は一番を指名する。
what the fuck? Huh?
あら、
Did she get threatened?
おっと、進行役の私が驚いてはいけませんね。
Holy shit, what the
かし
fuck?
こまりましたわ。さて、お後は
Huh? I'm unable to parse anything else after that. My mind has gone completely blank. My emotions soon follow. And then the platform I stand on begins to rise. The only thing that awaits me now is death. I saw you cheat me 2 months ago on May 3rd. What kind of ending is... On that day, Mao lost her 2 best friends at the same time. They both met their ends at different places. Shishima Irinka was caught in a terrorist attack while riding the train. Her attempt to save her junior, Hitsuchi Naomi, resulted in her death. Mishima Miharu committed suicide in her own bedroom. She slit her wrist and then took several sleeping pills. Ooh.
うちはさ、一人になっちゃったよ。
She whispers to herself in front of her friend's house. Rinka's grandmother had a relative to take care of, leading her to return to the countryside following Rinka's funeral. Lion House has closed down for good as a result. However, she seems to have been unable to part with the house by nature of all the memories it contains. Ma understands all too well how she feels.
第4巻はみんなの第2のお家って、リータンは言ってたな。でもさ、人がいなくっちゃ、お家はお家じゃないよね。
Yeah. No one is around to hear her.
遊園地行こうって約束してたのにさ。
A promise that will never be kept. Mao hasn't spoken with Naomi since Rinka's funeral. It just feels too awkward.
うちもいつまでもこんなんじゃダメだって思うんだけどさ。
The sight of Lion House stirs up her memories.
どうしてないことまで夢に見るのかね。
She dreamt about them all going to the theme park together. About drinking coffee made by Rinka at Naomi's class during the culture festival. About putting way too much milk and sugar in the coffee. About eating lunch with Rinka and Miharu up on the school roof. All scenarios that can no longer happen. And yet one she sees unfold in her dreams often. Ones that felt so real that they could be mistaken for actual memories.
だってそれくらい悲しくって。
Oh, Mao. Mao spends around half an hour in front of Lion House following that. Just as she sets her mind on leaving, she bumps into a man walking in the opposite direction from her. He probably didn't notice her moving due to his height.
あ、すみません。
おっと失礼、お嬢ちゃん。可愛い顔は汚れてないかい？
Federico? You're the one who survived? Oh. Okay. I mean, technically you are like one of the protagonists who's fault.
いや、大丈夫っすけど。
Mao makes her displeasure apparent and assumes that he's hitting on her. He's a foreigner. He spoke in Japanese to her, albeit brokenly, so she figures he either lives here or is a tourist who has gotten used to the country.
おっと、そういえばここか。運命の終着点からこんなに近くに住んでたんだな。
Oh.
お兄さん、リータンを知ってるの？
I'm gonna pass out now. Enjoy your sleep, Bison. Thank you so much for sticking around for so long. I know it's late for everyone. I'm going really long.
リータン？ああ、凛花獅子舞のことか。知ってるよ。俺の仲間だったやつが随分と肩入れしてたからな。
Odette.
どういう関係？
お嬢ちゃんは美晴とも同じ学校か。
Right, and he knew Miharu well too.
ミハルンのことも？
まあな。
もしよかったら2人のこと聞かせてよ。うちの知らない2人がいるんだったら知っておきたいから。
Aw.
そうか。あんたはあの2人と仲が良かったんだな。
Mao shows a rare hint of desperation. She wants to make as much of their existence a part of her as she can, even more so if it involves the details of which she is unaware, even if it results in an outburst of tears while thinking about them.
仲がいいとかじゃないよ。うちら親友だから。
どこまで話していいもんなのか。まあいいか。終わっちまったことだしな。ただ、ちょっとなんとか御苑ってとこに行かなくちゃいけなくてな。話はそこでしてもいいか。公園なんだろ？
Oh, right, because they have to go to the final destination.
このタイミングでもナンパするわけ？
ちげんだって。だいたいあんたは俺のタイプじゃねえから。その
うわ、最低。まあいいよ。案内するから教えてね。お兄さんみたいな男の人とどうして知り合いなのかやっぱ気になるし。
This is not a CG I expected to see in my life. Mao and Federico. This is a strange ass combo.
なんか俺の評価はいまいち変わらないんだよな。
Yeah, it's not gonna change, dude. They both set off following that. Mao would come to learn about things far beyond her understanding for the first time in her life, but that's a story for another time. A story that leads toward the future, one with countless encounters and partings intertwined. Time is precious precisely because it only moves forward. A fact everyone comes to realize at some point in their lives. That night, a certain phone call takes place. The recipient of that call is Mishima, or Hebinata Miharu. The caller, Scale Jones. Exceptional at spinning words, he makes use of his ability to its fullest and convinces Miharu. Nothing will come from your love for Rinka, no matter how strong it may be. Telling her how you feel will only damage your relationship. Rinka's regret doesn't involve you. You'll never be more than just friends with her. There's only one way to make her yours, though. Eliminate her. Take control of her fate. That's the same as making her yours. Oh, Scale, you're the slimiest bastard I've ever seen in my life. Miharu would brush it off as nonsense under normal circumstances. That was the worst night for him to call, though. She had just unveiled her secret to Rinka, a secret she felt terrible for keeping in the first place. But that wasn't all. There was something else she had kept secret. Her lack of courage to reveal it was eating away at her. That single line, be honest. That single line from Scale becomes something of a drug to Miharu. Her decision to ignore Rinka's call is a crucial one that causes a fork within fate itself.
そうか。僕はリンカを奪いたかったのか。
Even if it means killing her. Oh, Jesus. This is the another story. This is another story. I think it meant to say this is another story. Bad ending too. Holy shit! Even without CGs or anything, I can already imagine Miharu with dead eyes here. Yeah, I can too. Alrighty, next ending. Let's see. Turn her down. Oh, it goes back to that name. Calling a name. This time it's Naomi. Yeah, that could.
Naomi?
僕より羊さんの方が良かったかな。
I'm sorry.
今朝だからか。それとも。おはよう、リンカ。
God. Oh god, if the mouthing already led to that, how much more? I don't know. Okay, then... Girl has to die again. What? Okay, so we get in touch with her though here.
やっぱり
We get to hear her confession. Hold on, how does this change? Ignore it? I don't have time for this. I decline the call without hesitation. I type the necessary information and send it along. You should be able to... Oh, if you choose the answer the phone, hear him out. Ah, I see. You should be able to create my cards with that. A call comes from my grand's phone immediately after.
賢明な選択だ。
これでいいでしょう。おばあちゃんを解放して。
だが、このままでは俺の安全は確保されない。君が俺を指名することはできるからね。俺としては最も安全な方法を取りたいんだ。君のおばあ様はこれから近くの山に車ごと放置する。捜索をすれば見つかるだろうけれど、少なくとも今日中には見つからないだろうね。
Oh, Skel, you're a fucking bitch.
月曜日に見つかればいいけれど、火曜日に見つかったらどうだろう。人はそう何日も食事をしないで生き残れないからね。
Fuck you.
しかも結構なご高齢ときた。
ふざけんな！おばあちゃんを！
言っている意味がわかるね。
次の選定ではあなたを指名するなってこと。
その通りだ。次の選定で俺を脱落させれば、君のおばあ様は発見される前に餓死するだろう。もう夏だから投資はしないだろうからね。
Can feel myself clenching my teeth so hard that they might actually crack. I'll never forgive him for doing this to her. Or so I say, but there's no way for me to get back at him. He's basically saying that he plans to elect me.
俺は君のことを指名する。防御をすればおばあ様がどうなるかわかるね。
卑怯者！
何とでも言えばいい。俺は生きるために行動している。俺が生きることは俺にとって正義の側で違いない。警察や他の参加者、もちろん見張りや君の友人に連絡はするなよ。その時点で車内に練炭を焚く。
He hangs up after making his threat. All I can do is collapse down on my knees. It's over. I have every intention of making my way over there to find her. I know nothing will come up from that, though. I know that I can't accomplish anything on my own. Oh wow, and it ends like that. Only Parker remains, a smile on her face. Wait, what?
意外な結末というべきなのでしょうか。一番様はもう少し長く生きてくださると思っていましたのに。だって。おや？誰が聞いているかわかりませんものね。これ以上はこの場所でもお話ししない方がよろしいでしょうかしら。
Scale Jones has elected Shishimae Rinka. Alan Scorpion has elected Scale Jones in turn. Shishimae Rinka comes to realize that her grandmother, who has been taken hostage, will not be saved in time.
けれど、一番様のあのお顔はとても印象的でございました。
That one bleach, it's over meme, but it's Rinka. Yeah. Despair hardly begins to describe the look on her face when she realizes that both she and her grandmother are going to die. Parker finds herself curious about what Rinka is feeling in that moment. It will likely remain a mystery forever, even to her.
さて、残る参加者は2番様、3番様、12番様。
She lists off the remaining participants, with her smile never fading.
一体どなたが脱落し、どなたが生き残るのでしょうか。どなたが私の器になるのか、未だ予想がつきません。こうなってしまえば、もはやどなた様でも同じですけれども。あら
？ Parker tilts her head in response to her own declaration.
それはどうしてでしたっけ？
Oh? No one is around to answer her question. Thus does Parker return to her duty of overseeing divine selection. What is your purpose? Oh, that's chilling. Get bad ending 3. Okay. So there seems to be one more bad ending and then I can get the final ending. Alrighty, let's do this. I need... Fix desk... Okay. Let me see here. I have to go back to this name question. Naomi... Okay. Final ending, very foreboding. Yeah. After one more bad ending, and then we can do the final ending. Oh, this is... get in touch with her. We get the confession. Gale gets desperate, he goes crazy, starts throwing threats, being a bitch. We answer it. We hang up. Alan saves us. We go over here. Okay, now we have to really skip through a lot. I hope you're ready for flashing colors. Alan has his soft boy moment. Okay. She divulges her past. We give her an answer.
私は
And we have to turn her down. Oh, I'm so sorry, Miharu.
ごめん。
That's all I can muster for my answer. All color fades from her face for a moment. That sound effect will haunt me on my next exam. Imagine the silent room and suddenly all you remember is the sound of... Yeah. All color fades from her face for a moment. She speaks up after a moment of silence.
ありがとう。ちゃんと返事をくれて。僕は満足だ。大丈夫、心配しなくて。明日から僕たちはまた友達だろ。
She dashes toward the station after her question, not giving me any time to respond. I don't have the right to chase after her. Her emotional state is obvious, and I'm the one responsible for it. I just can't accept her feelings, though. I'm still not sure about my own, but most importantly, I'm scared of our current relationship changing.
ごめんね。
My apology falls on deaf ears. I make my way home after that. The nighttime scenery makes the journey back even more painful. Yeah. And then I answered her. And my answer hurt her. And then I should sleep. I let out a sigh after finishing with the day's last customer. The day's coming to an end and I don't feel any better. I think it's because I realize that I'm using work as a means to keep my mind off things.
いやはや、店長さんがそんなため息は良くないね。
Hi, Mao. Mao, who I don't even remember entering the store, makes one of her patented jokes. I glance at her face before sighing again.
まあ仕方がないよ。
Yeah.
聞いたんだ。
仕組んだ側としては聞いておかないとさ。
She makes her way to the table and sits down. Now I see that she's brought a whole lot of stuff with her.
今日は魔王様おすすめの漫画を大量に借りてきました。一晩じゃ読み切れないくらい。重かった。
Aw. In new CG, thanks Mao for being a good friend. She then digs out a pile of manga from her bag and lines them all across the table.
うち今日リータンの家に泊まるからよろしく。
私よりもミハルの方がきっと。
ミハルンは今日バイトだよ。きっと振られると思ったから土日はバイトを詰め込んでたみたい。それに今はうちが行ったって泣いてるミハルンの横で漫画読んでるだけだし。
I'm so sorry. I'm pretty sure she'll be doing the same thing here, but I decide not to point it out. Hearing rejected come out of her mouth forces me to realize what I've done. I outright denied the possibility of entering a relationship with Miharu. Not like it's a sin, but there's no means for me to repent either. She's hurting far more than I am. I know that, but I can't get over what I've done. That's why I've been sighing so much.
リータンといた方がいいよ。リータン、告られるなんて初めてだからダメージ大きいだろうし。相手ミハルンだしさ。
Yeah.
この土日が終わったら振り返る。これ魔王様からの命令。
Alrighty.
ミハルンがうちに頼んだのはここまで含めてだからさ。って言っちゃった。今のはミハルンには内緒ね。
Aha. Yeah, whatever. She did it on purpose. So Miharu figured things would turn out like this and asked Mao to mitigate the damage, huh? Not for herself, but for me. I'm at a loss for words. That hits home just how strong her resolve was. It wasn't some half-hearted confession. She put an almost painful amount of thought into it.
でもさ、リータン、ありがとね。ミハルにはっきり返事してくれて。中途半端な返事なんて、ミハルンは望んでないわけだったし。これで、ミハルンも新しい恋に進めるわけなのだよ。
True. Looks like this has taken a toll on Mao, too. Not that I can blame her. It's been a pretty complicated process, all things considered. Seeing her try so hard to comfort me hurts, but at the same time, it does make me happy.
さあ、どれから読めばいい？
実は一巻が借りられてるのが多くてさ、最初から読めるのってこれかこれくらいなんだよね。
おい。
In a rare twist, Mao recommends some shonen manga as opposed to the usual shoujo stuff. What's more, it's a super long series that's been going on since before I was born. I eventually give in to her whims and decide to spend the weekend reading manga and chatting with her. I find myself relaxing in my room on Sunday night, not long before this week's Divine Selection. The weekend really did end up being nothing but Mao and me hanging out. Can't say I've ever had such a lazy weekend before. I didn't even make any progress with the diary, much less spare a moment to think about Divine Selection itself. I used the fact that we still have a week left after this to push it out of my mind. Granted, I can't deny that everything with Miharu has taken a toll on me, and that hanging out with Mao did help make me feel better. Miharu sends me a text around 10. She's asking me to elect her tonight. It doesn't end there, of course. She says she'll protect herself. This is probably our only chance to test that method. I don't need to worry about her going back on her word, and it's worth betting on even the smallest chance. As such, I sent her a reply agreeing to do so. Mao said I need to switch gears starting Monday, so I'll do that. Things won't go back to normal right away, but nothing can change the fact that Miharu's a precious friend.
おやすみ。
I say to no one in particular. I lit there. That day makes its way into my room just as I turn off the light. There's a hint of loneliness in its mewing tonight. Because all the bad things are about to happen, and... God. Miharu quickly declines Parka.
リンカ、今までありがとう。
And now we have to watch Miharu die again.
ちょっと、何して？
Saying that she closes her card book. The meaning behind her gesture is more than apparent. My 3 cards begin to make their way to the center of the Court of Fate in response. Light pours forth from them, drowning out both the scenery and my screams. My subconscious is overtaken, stealing away any opportunity to address Miharu. She ends it right there. All that's left is one single regret. This result is all my fault. And this happened. The light surrounding her envelops me.
とてもか弱い心ですこと。
Oh. Parka's voice echoes within my mind. A voice so lovely, so warm. I can only imagine the pleasure that would come from yielding to it. I no longer carry any desire to defy her. A being who exists on a plane I can't fathom is going to overtake me. All I can do is accept it.
あなた様は私の器ではありません。あなた様は心も体も特別。
No last words.
私と同じ性質を持っているのですわ。
Yeah.
これからお見せするのは真の奇跡。 もっともあなた様は何も見ることはできませんけれど。
Something about all of this seems odd. Miharu maintained her own will when she served as Parker's vessel. Parker existed within her, but that was about it. She never became Parker herself. But in my case,
私はあなた様をいただいて現実世界の住人になるのです。
I have to be vodgang from this point on. Take care, everyone. No worries, I'm going way longer than expected. She put it better than I could. And now, as if to prove that, my consciousness is I have taken over your body. That interruption in the sentence. And thus numeral 1 became me. And then this happened. Yeah, and then it ends there because there's no resistance. Fixed. Okay. Oh. Today we make our way to the theme park. And on my birthday no less, what a lovely turn of events. Needless to say, the three of us enjoy a fantastic time together.
いやー、楽しかったね。私も楽しかったです。
Despite their words, melancholy hangs heavy in the air. Not that I blame them. They must be thinking of Miharu. Some days have passed since I first accessed Rinka's memories. Miharu's importance to the group has become as clear as day to me.
二人ともありがとう。今日はとても楽しかった。
Oh, her eyes are red still. My grasp on her manner of speaking has come quite far. It seems that leaving a brief pause between sentences makes things sound more sincere.
いろいろあったけどさ、こうしてここに来られることはきっと幸せだと思う。
That feels like the most appropriate thing to say here. I make sure to maintain eye contact with them both as I talk.
ねえ、リータンはリータンだよね。
Oh. Mao poses a sudden question. One I fail to understand, which leads me to panic. I try to find the best way to answer it, but Mao soon relieves me of that task.
ごめん、変なこと聞いちゃったよね。
Oh yeah.
リータンはリータン。間違いないよね。そうですよ。リンカ先輩はリンカ先輩ですよね。
変なの。
This is how I get to spend my 17th birthday. Now then, all that's left is to watch the parade. It doesn't take long for it to make the news. Oguma Mao finds herself unable to return home. The damage dealt to her heart is too much.
リータンまで。
Oh? The news is reported as follows. An accident took place at Stardust Kingdom, a theme park popular with all demographics. A float collapsed during its popular night parade, crushing a spectator. Oh my god. The float had a number of illuminations incorporated into it, causing it to burst into flames upon its collapse. The victim, a mere high school student, burned to death as a result. The student's name was Shishimai Rinka. In a tragic twist of fate, she had come to the theme park with her friends to celebrate her 17th birthday.
リータン。
Mao can do nothing but cry. Something felt off about Rinka, but that doesn't matter anymore. How could it now that she's gone? Her future was stolen from her. Mao lets her emotions run wild in the station that night, but her cries go largely ignored by everyone else around her. fix destiny. Wow. All my friends are dead. Yeah. Bad ending 4. So wow, Parker. Holy shit. So Parker gets to experience death, I suppose. Alrighty, time for the last ending. Ending 1. And I know exactly where to load. Oddly enough, ending 1. I have to put off the confession.
返事はまだできない。
なんだって？
Miharu's eyes open wide before she freezes up completely.
今夜に返事をしたら、それがどっちでも、美晴はきっと満足する。チューブラリンな今の状況なら、美晴だって行きたいって思うでしょ。返事は必ずするって約束は守る。だから、守らせて。
Oh, this is an interesting way.
君はずるいな。
Oh my
そんな
god.
こと言ってまだ考えがまとまっていないのだろう。
うぐ。実はそれもなくはないです。美晴のことが大切すぎて、ちゃんと二人が生き残る方法を見つけないと落ち着いてなんて考えられない。でもね、美晴が真央に頼んでまで結論を急いだのは、次の選定までに返事を聞きたかったから。そして満足して私に指名されるつもりだった。私からの指名を防御して指名できなくする方法を試してみようと嘘をついて。
Alright. She pulls her eyes away from me. I know this is the truth after asking how she felt earlier. Her love for me means she'll do whatever she can to make sure I survive.
悪いけど、いくら美晴だって許さない。死ぬなんて絶対許さない。
僕のこと嫌いになったかい？
なるわけない。美晴こそ結局私が優柔不断なのがバレちゃったわけだし、私のこと嫌いになったんじゃない？
正直に言うと、凛花からあの質問があった時点でこうなることを予想はしていた。もっとも凛花を嫌いになるなんてありえない。困ったり迷ったりする凛花も好きだ。
Don't say it like that, Miharu. Oh boy, she's making me all hot and bothered again. Also, don't say it like that, Jesus.
分かったから。とにかく取引みたいで気分良くないかもしれないけどさ。女神の選定が終わったらちゃんと返事をする。だからそれまで生きる方法を一緒に考えよう。
ああ、変わったね、凛花も。くせ、このまま死んだら化けて出てしまうね。凛花から返事を聞けるよう、僕も二人が残れるよう覚悟を決めるよ。
I'm not the only one who's changed. Miharu just changed a bit right now.
ただ一つだけ確認させてほしい。先延ばしにしているだけではなく、僕にもちゃんと可能性はあるのかな。
私は恋愛したことがないからまだよくわからないだけで、どっちの可能性もある。どっちつかずの状態で偉そうなこと言ってごめんね。
構わないよ。もともと付き合おうが振られようが決着をつけるためだったんだ。だから可能性があるなら それはいいことだ。
She brushes her hand through her hair before smiling. The light from Tokyo Tower reflects off of her. She's so cute. Not only that, but she's smart and capable as well. She can be a bit mean sometimes, but she always thinks of her friends. She makes it seem like life's so easy, but in reality she works hard to make it so. It's tough to take all that into consideration and tell her she has no chance. If I'm being honest, I'm still not too sure. I really am the worst. Anyone else would have ditched me by now. Following that, we make our way back home. We have to walk back to the station together, but that's fine. Being together doesn't feel awkward tonight. Interesting. I get ready for bed once back home. Way too much has happened today. Okay, and this... Well, technically, I didn't, but we reached a conclusion for now at least. I sit down for a breather after today's work is done. Shifting back into work mode is a pretty exhausting process after spending so many days with my head in the books. At least, working here is really fun. Plenty of regulars stop in since it's Saturday too. It isn't busy in the afternoon thanks to the limited food menu, but it gets pretty packed toward the evening. Easily the busiest day since I first took over the store. The door chime rings while I'm relaxing. It's a customer I'm oh so familiar with.
もしかしてもう閉店でしたか？
Hi, Naomi.
あ、ナオミ。ナオミなら気にしなくていいよ。
すみません。
I have Naomi take a seat at our usual table and then head to the kitchen to brew us some coffee. Once it's ready, I sit down with her.
はい、今日はサービス。
ありがとうございます。先輩、ご機嫌ですね。
そう？やっと期末試験が終わってお店を開けられたからかな。
実は今日クッキーを焼いてきたんです。
ありがとう。私このクッキー好きなんだ。
Aww. I can tell they're the same one she brought once before. The bag's tied shut with a nice red ribbon, my favorite color. We spend some time chatting while enjoying both our offerings.
そういえば先輩、昨日のあの後。
Ah. I explain what took place when Miharu and I were alone. Well, everything... I'm guessing... Well, everything sans what Miharu shared about her past. I skipped to the part where she asked for my answer to her confession, and that I couldn't give her one just yet. Naomi acts strangely relieved over it. Probably because I mentioned that Miharu came to the decision to survive as well.
前に見せてくれた日記帳はもう読み終わったんですか？
Oh, you might find something.
期末試験が始まっちゃったから止まってたけど、今日から再開。それでさ、多分今日読み終わる。
Yeah, we can finish the diary and actually get an answer, probably.
わかりました。明日の閉店後、ご迷惑じゃなければまた来ても大丈夫ですか？みはる先輩にも来てもらって。
そうだね。何の情報も得られなくても日記に書いてあったことを話すよ。100年前の日記だからそれだけでも面白かったしね。明日の夜の選定で何もできなくてももう一度機会は来る。
Yeah, I wonder if the book can save us this time.
落ち着いていこうと思うんだ。
はい。それで、日記帳、明日貸していただくことはできますか？
She's obviously shy about asking again. I tell her it depends, and she responds with a smile. Ooh. If the past few weeks have told me anything, it's that I focus better when reading at night. I set a cup of coffee down next to the diary and crack it open. Hey, buddy. Latte curls up at my feet. It gets pretty humid in July, so I guess the floor here is the coolest place for it to rest. I'll have no luck getting it to move either, so I bring it some milk before getting started. My great-great-grandmother is the one who wrote this diary. Her sister owned a cat named Leo too. I wonder if she wrote the diary in a similar environment, coffee by her side, cat at her feet. Makes me wonder how, while the times may change, our actions never really do. It's kind of funny. The bookmark I'm using is shaped like a cat. I finished both my second cup of coffee and the diary around the same time.
これは
Oh? The shock of what I've just read even knocks out my taste bug. I'm immediately overcome with disbelief. Yeah, glad I arranged to meet with Miharu and Naomi tomorrow. I might have forgotten to do so after reading this knockout. I'm not over-exaggerating its shock value. It's fortunate that I can talk to them about it before tomorrow's election. At the very least, it'll reduce the risk of me going wild all on my own.
信じられないけど
Yeah, that's what I thought earlier. I'm not quite sure though. As Miharu said, this could very well be our trump card. We might just be able to pick Divine Selection apart thanks to this. I can feel my heart racing. After closing the diary, I removed the photos tucked between its final pages. Oh my god. 3 in total, one of Linda, one with her family, and a third of her with another girl. Linda Harrison, my great-great-grandmother. That's who this diary belongs to. Seeing her picture isn't what grabbed my attention. It's the one with the other girl in it specifically. Yeah, that girl is noted as Linda's sister, so Diana is Parka. But how did this happen? The photo isn't high definition or anything, and it's turned sepia with age, but I know for a fact that it's Diana.
この女の子はダイアナ・ハリソンさんは女神バルカと同じ顔をしている。
Her clothes are more appropriate for the time of the picture, and her hair isn't as long as it is now in the dream world. Regardless, this isn't the case of passing resemblance. They're the exact same person. Every nerve in my body is telling me so. It's theoretically impossible for this to be true, but what's written at the end of the diary makes the impossible a reality. That's not all though. I somehow materialized a new card. 13 named Diana Harrison. Oh my god. A 13th numeral that shouldn't exist, which means
女神のカード。
I can't help but mutter it aloud. Maybe it's my way of forcing myself to accept the truth I've just uncovered. We can fight the final boss!
ありがとうございました。
Closing time arrives once I've wrung out the last customer. It's a little early, only a bit past 4 p.m., but I've been open since 8 a.m. That's the norm when the store opens all through the weekend, really.
お疲れ様。
Hi, Miharu. I have a bombshell to unleash upon you.
お疲れ様です。
Of course, the Japanese work ends... Yeah, a casual workday ends with killing God. Thank you very much. Miharu and Naomi had arrived a little bit earlier. They've been waiting for me to finish up for the day. Once done with my cleanup duties, I make my way over to our usual table. I hand them both a cup of coffee as thanks for coming.
11回目の選定の前に2
Oh,
人と
and
会え
there's
て
the book there.
よかった。
That's the only way I can think to lead into the topic. Following that, I place the diary on the table and open it up. The photo is what I want to show them first.
これは嘘だろ。
Hi. That's Miharu's immediate reaction upon seeing it. Naomi seems puzzled, so I explain its significance to her. How the girl in the photo is Diana Harrison, and her uncanny resemblance to Parka.
女神様と同じ
That's interesting. That's weird to think, so that it's like, even though it's the significance 12, she's always been a participant as well. I say nothing, but offer a reaffirming nod. Now that they've seen it, it's time to show them the name card of numeral 13.
女神のカード
I wanted to use these to preface our discussion, but maybe I've served the entree before the appetizer, as it were. You could cut the tension with a butter knife.
じゃあ聞いてね。この日記はまず私のおばあちゃんのおばあちゃんリンダ・ハリソンさんのものなんだけど。
Now feels like the right time to talk about the contents of the diary. Based on what I know, Diana died in a fire when she was 12. And the 12 significance comes back. Linda wrote about her regret over this tragedy at the end of the diary. She regretted not being able to save Diana despite her pleas for help. The main issue is the 11 weeks leading up to her death, though. 11 weeks before Diana's death, a boy seeking to become her father's pupil fell down the stairs and died from trauma to the head. One of the assistants who had been to their home the week after soon died of food poisoning. The week after that, the mother of the boy who died 2 weeks prior died from a fever. Oh. Every week following that, someone with some sort of connection to Diana died. There wasn't any pattern behind who died. Some were close to her while others weren't. These events terrorized her family. It led them to a natural conclusion, that any one of them could be next. Their fears came true with the 12th victim. Yep. It's just as I mentioned before. The fire took not only their home, but also Diana's life. The destruction caused a bookcase to fall on her, crushing the lower half of her body. Linda was in the same room at the time and did all she could to save her. She just wasn't strong enough to move the bookcase. This was 100 years ago, so they lacked the same means to extinguish fires as we do today. Upon finding the two, their mother had to make an impossible decision. But to her, the answer was clear. Even with her aid, they couldn't get the bookshelf to budge. Their father had passed out from smoke and inhalation. The fire would likely consume Diana, were they to stay and call for help too. So their mother made the only decision she could. She had to save who she could. She chose to save Linda at the expense of Diana. Linda viewed it as the wrong choice. She felt a responsibility to write about these events in the same diary she received from her beloved sister. Oh, you know what? The fixed destiny ending has even more significance. It just shows that, like, no matter what Parka could do, no matter what Parka did, she was always destined to die. That's so fucked up. Like, she's fucked up still, but, like, this is so interesting. She felt a responsibility to write about these events in the same diary she received from her beloved sister. Her feelings toward Diana are penned in detail. It's through them that the entire tale feels all the more tragic.
これが私が日記帳で読んだ中で一番重要だと思ったこと。
Things remain tense after I finish my explanation. Understandably so. It's hard to remain composed when you realize the cute girl in the photo died not long after it was taken.
とにかくこれが切り札足りえるというのは正解と思う。
女神は元人間だ。ダイアナ・ハリソン。私のひいひいおばあちゃんの妹。
話の途中で予想はしていましたけど、驚かずにはいられないです。
Yeah. We're all on the same page.
12週間という期間と12人の参加者。ダイアナさんが死に至るまでに起こったことが、女神の選定の原型になっているんだと思います。
Yeah.
ああ、これは悲劇だね。
Yeah. And where the it also makes sense that divine selection begins again when her vessel dies. It's almost no matter what vessel she takes, they're destined to die. It's like she just simply is not allowed to live. That is the conclusion of fate there for her. There's a lingering sadness in Miharu's voice. I doubt she could feel anything else in the face of this revelation.
人間が神様になったってことですよね。もう信じられないです。
Yeah.
でも運命の大広間も女神の選定も存在する。記憶の改変っていう超常現象も、
Yeah.
人間が女神に変わるっていうことも信じないわけにはいかない。
これはあくまで僕の予想だけれど、運命の大広間で出会った女神パルカには人間としての記憶はないように思える。
Yeah, that or they're so buried down in her subconscious that she isn't literally incapable of remembering.
そうなんですか？
確かにそうだね。人間はあくまで自分より下の存在として接していた。
It doesn't feel like she's spiting us because she was once human either. Her role as a goddess is unquestionable to her. That's how I saw it before now, so I agree with Miharu's theory. All three of us start to ponder on our own. Naomi eventually speaks up, suggesting that we've probably noticed what she's about to say.
女神様のカードができたってことは、女神様を指名できるってことですよね。
Yeah. Both myself and Miharu stare at Naomi in response. Our cards contain information that represent our past, present, and future. Most importantly, they allow us to elect and eliminate others. The fact that Parker has her own cards must mean she can be elected as well.
けれどまだ謎も多い。僕もカードブックを持ってきているけれど、僕の方にカードは生成されない。ダイアナ・ハリソンという氏名ははっきり認識しているし、顔も分かっている。
凛花先輩が何か特別ってことでしょうか？
特別かどうかはわからないけど、理由があるのは確かだね。
Oh, because it's her being special and the fact that her fate is her being alive is a twist in fate itself. I've been wondering why Miharu's card book never reacted to the information I shared. I've been wondering this something else too, something Naomi picks up on as well.
ダイアナさんの死因も明らかになっていると思うんです。それは凛花先輩の方にもカード化されていない。
Yeah.
この日記帳から読み取れるのは、火事による焼死か煙による窒息死。
Yeah.
でもリンダさんはダイアナさんが亡くなるのを見届けたわけじゃないはず。だから彼女の見ていない何かがあったんだと思う。
Yeah.
直接の死因だね。屋根が崩れてきたとか、出血多量だとか、可能性はいくつもある。
We have to consider how Parker looks, maybe. It's shocking how calm we are while imagining events from 100 years ago. It's the only method we have to learn more about Parker, though. This is a possibility that's been right next to us since the beginning, and yet it's one we've only discovered at the last moment.
本当に指名できるかはともかく、指名するとしたら未練も必要。
Yeah. That's going to be the hardest part. There's no way we'll be able to get an answer by asking her directly. Not like she'd even be able to if our theory about her not remembering her past is true. It's nothing but a theory, and yet it's one we have to base everything on. I want to believe that we're not following the wrong trail.
でも希望は見えた。女神の使命。それがきっと美晴と私が生き残るための唯一の方法だ。
希望には変わりないけれど、唯一かどうかはわからない。次の選定で確かめる必要はあるよ。
Yeah.
凛花先輩が美晴先輩を指名して、美晴先輩が防御したらどうなるかですね。
Right.
試してみるってことですか？
それはダメ。指名できる人がいなくなって、もしその時点で指名以外の方法で強制的に決着をつけさせられるなんてことになったら手遅れだ。
True.
つまり女神様に聞いて確かめることも危険なんじゃないですか？先輩たちの意図が知られて対策を取られたら。
そうだね。希望が近づいて少し焦っていたようだ。次回の選定での正解は何もしないことかもしれない。12回目の選定の時に手の打ちようがない場合に初めて試せばいいことだ。
そうだね。そして私たちは女神のカードを持っていることを知られてはいけない。だね。
True.
もう少しですね。本当に。
Yeah. Naomi's word hit close to home. I'm getting my hopes up. All that's left is to turn my hopes into a winning strategy. It's kind of ironic though. They talk about fortune smiling on those with hope, but we're dealing with the goddess of fate here.
それでこの日記帳借りてもいいですか？
Actually, it might be good if Naomi borrows it because she can get info. I can tell she feels guilty asking, but she just can't suppress her curiosity.
いいよ。ただ、おばあちゃんの大事なものだから、汚したり傷つけたりしないようにね。
ありがとうございます。石橋を叩いて壊すくらいに慎重に。
いや、だから壊しちゃダメだって。
Important and valuable to my gran as it is, I'm sure it'll be fine with Naomi's hands. The source of information too. Naomi might just be able to pick up on something I missed. Once we finish that topic, we spend the rest of the day hanging out as normal. Both them and head home after the dark. Seeing them talk to each other like friends when I see them off is a relief. I can't hide my happiness, not even after getting back to my room. I never would have imagined this scenario at the beginning of Divine Selection. Not only is Miharu looking to survive now, but we've also found a possible way for us to both make it through.
女神様か。
It's basically confirmed she used to be human. What happened during her dying moments then? Something must have caused her transformation. We're left with more questions than before, but it's also proof that we're making progress. I'll do this no matter what. Having steeled my will once more, I dive into bed in preparation for tonight's election. Oh boy. They can try to fish Parker for info too, but it is risky.
さて一番様。
No.
私は指名をしない。
I think that meant to say I won't, not you won't.
かしこまりましたわ。
Parker shifts her gaze to Miharu.
2番様はいかがなさいますか？私のもっと器の2番様。
God, don't say it like that.
挑発したところで何もないよ。僕も指名をしない。
わかりました。もう 面白くありませんわね。
She puffs her cheeks out in discontent before making her way back to the center of the court of fate. She does act like a 12-year-old for sure. Those mannerisms of hers are reminiscent of what I've learned about Diana from the diary. Innocent yet always one to act on her whims. A girl loved by cats, perhaps because she was like one herself.
お二人様が指名をなさらないのであれば、今宵の女神の選定はこれでおしまいでございます。次回の選定がこたびの女神の選定最後の時。もう一度2番様が私の器になるのか、1番様が器になるのか、今から楽しみでございますわ。どちらが器になってもくすきっと素敵な生活が待っているでしょうから。
Parka smiles, pinches her skirt, and curtsies. She does this in the exact same way as when I first met her here.
一つ聞かせて。次の女神の選定で私たちがどちらも指名を行わなかったらどうなるの？
なるほど。確かにもうその可能性を考慮しないといけない時期になりましたわね。運命の奴隷の皆様に割り当てられた番号が何を意味するのか想像していただければよろしいかと。
Oh.
仮に僕らがどちらも指名を行わなかった場合、若い方が優先して生き残るということか。
So Parker rigged the numbers from the start.
そんな。
Hard as it is to accept, it's likely what Parker's implying. It's a simple enough conclusion to reach at this point. At first I thought the numerals were only represented the order in which we carry out the election process, but now they seem much more interwoven with our fates than before. So it's almost like the order of compatibility with the vessels.
もったいぶることもないよね。この番号の意味教えて。
割り当てられたと言ったね。つまり君がつけた番号ではないということだ。
True.
おかしいとは思っていた。僕の死をもって女神の選定という儀式が始動するのであれば、僕が一番ではないかと。もしそうであれば、因果の時に発生したわずかな誤差と推測できる。けれど、僕が2番の時点でそれは否定される。
ええ、よろしいでしょう。実を言うと、私もいつ聞かれるかそわそわしていましたの。
Oh.
皆様の番号は私が好きな数字をつけたものではございません。
Okay.
1から12の番号は世界の本流に近い順番、すなわち1番が最も世界の本流に近く、12番が最も遠いということですわ。
Oh, the world's primary course. Neither of us really understand what she's just said. I can't say I've ever heard about this primary course or whatever before now.
世界というのは無限に支流を作り出す大河のようなもの。人間の皆様は認識することができませんが、ある原因に対して少しずつ違った結果になった世界がいくつも存在するのです。そしてこの運命の大広間は世界を俯瞰する場所。
一度目の選定で君はそう言っていたね。
Yeah.
ちょっと待って。本流とか支流とかどういうこと？
例えばあなた様が朝食にパンを食べようと思った時、あなた様が朝食にパンを食べた世界と 食べなかった世界が生まれます。
Hmm. She tries to give me a basic example, but it flies over my head. Her cheeks puff up, likely due to my interrupting before continuing.
どうして2つの世界が生まれるのでしょうか。あなた様がパンを食べようと思った時点で、あなた様はパンを食べようとした自分とパンを食べない自分を想像します。
Hmm.
世界とは人間の皆様が思っているほど確かなものではありません。あくまで認知の上に成り立つもの。
Yeah.
結果としてあなた様がパンを食べても、あなた様の想像の中にパンを食べなかった結果はすでに生まれている。
Hmm.
実はその瞬間、認知上にパンを食べなかったという結果は生まれているのです。これが世界の本流と主流という考え方だとご理解ください。つまりこの場合、世界の本流はパンを食べた世界になります。食べなかった世界は主流として進み、本流から少しずつ離れていきます。
どういうこと？
I direct my question not toward Parka but Miharu. She nods and then goes on to explain.
観測者とでも言えばいいのかな。そうだな。より可能性の高い方が世界の本流になると理解すればいいかい？
さすが2番様。実はこのお話、あなた様と夢の中でお話ししたことがありましたのですけれど、
Oh.
覚えていらっしゃったのですか？
Miharu shakes her head in response. Her quick explanation helps me to understand things, though. If we're talking about the more likely scenario, then me having bread falls under that because it's a scenario born from my initial desire to do so.
話がそれてしまいましたわね。
Parker forces a cough before proceeding.
因果の時で皆様が命を落としてしまった時、どこかに命を落とさなかった世界も存在する。私は運命の女神の力を持って因果の時で結ばれた12人の命を落とさなかった世界を本流に束ねているのですわ。
今、本流の世界には僕たちが命を落とした世界と命を落としていない世界が同時に存在するということかい？
少しだけ異なっています。矛盾した世界が存在できるのはあくまで皆様の集合無意識である夢の世界の中でのみ。運命の大広間は本来世界にとって異物同然。しかしこの場所における認知が本流世界に影響していると思ってくださっても結構です。
The more she talks, the more lost I become. Miharu seems pretty interested in what she has to say, but it's doing nothing but confusing me. I take a chance to interrupt Parka when she stops for a breath by pointing at the floor.
それで結局、この番号は何なの？
Yeah.
察しが悪いと言うべきなのでしょうか。皆様が生きている世界は本来であれば世界の支流。その支流を私の力で紡ぎ直すことで一本の世界にしている。簡単に言えば運命を変えるのがたやすい順番と思っていただければよいでしょう。
The ease in which fate can be altered. Oh. I think this is the easiest, then Alan's would have been the hardest. I think Parker gave up on explaining toward the end there. I get the gist of what she's saying now, though.
2人残った場合に番号が後ろの人が脱落するのは運命を変えるのが大変だから切り落とされる。そう思えばいい？
あら、その通りですわ。あなた様は変なところで察しがいいのでしたね。
I notice Miharu nodding from the corner of my eye. I can't deny her claim if Miharu's agreeing.
もっと言えば 12週間という期間は君が矛盾した世界を成立させられる限界と考えてもいいのかい？
さあ、限界は試したことがありませんわ。けれどそれ以上は疲れてしまうから実行しないと思っていただいてよろしいです。
She pouts following that statement. I can't help but think she's exaggerating a bit, mainly because she doesn't want to admit that she has a limit. Can't be her divine pride. Anyway, the gist is that she's only capable of joining the branches together with the primary course for 12 weeks.
選定の参加者が脱落するってことは、死がなかったことになっている世界はどうなるの？
いい質問ですわね。世界には元に戻ろうとする力があります。私のような女神が世界の糸を紡いだ時、支流は再び支流に、本来の流れに戻ろうとするのです。脱落した皆様が生きている世界はそれぞれ支流となって、この世界、本流の世界から遠ざかっていきます。
ならどこかにみんなが生きている世界は存在するってこと？なら、
ええ、存在はしているでしょう。けれども一度離れてしまった世界はもう私の力をもってしても観測することはできません。因果の時で結ばれているからこそ、私は12もの世界を紡ぎ直すことができたのですから。さて、指名を行わないのであれば、今宵はもうおしまいにしましょう。必要以上に長いお話をしてしまいましたわ。
待って。
それでは今宵の脱落者はなし。これをもって選定を終了といたしましょう。
She wastes no time making her announcement after cutting the conversation short. I turn my gaze to Miharu, who calmly nods back to me. That's right, there's no need for us to panic right now. We need to throw our original plan out the window based on what we've learned tonight. Should 2 participants remain, whoever has the higher numeral will be eliminated by default. This likely applies to a situation where we can't elect one another too. Our only hope is that the one card sleeping within my book. Ooh.
こんばんは。あるいはおはよう。こんにちは。ではないかな。私も女神のように何か決め台詞というものが欲しかったけれど、なかなか思いつかないものだね。
Once again, I'm face to face with this man. He speaks casually, then grins. Is he trying to provoke me?
さて、冗談はここまでとしよう。
Oh.
君はついに、君にとって最も根源的なピースを手に入れた。あとはそのピースをはめれば、原風景が完成する。完成するはずのなかった記憶のパズル。
Oh.
さて、それでは君を忘却の先へと案内しよ
う。Thank you for guiding me through memories again. Oh. Flames envelop me. Oh, we're getting parka. Good evening, or is it morning? Sure, what time is it again? God damn it. Shh, shh. Flames powerful enough to flake the skin from my bones. Flames that produce enough smoke to smolder my lungs. My life turns to ash. My inability to move even my finger tells me as much. Diana! Ooh.
Diana! や、一緒じゃなきゃ。
I hear someone shouting. I finally know to whom those cries of anguish belong. Fate truly works in strange ways. I thought these were memories shared only by myself and Naomi. But I learned that I share them with my parents, and now it turns out even Linda and Diana went through the same thing. That is funny. All of them died from fire. Or in fires. Oh, she's saying run. The flames spread further, drowning out the cries. My consciousness vanishes by the time they become inaudible. And then I wake up in a cold sweat. Hi, you frickin' whatever the hell you are. Letty must have crawled into my bed at some point, but it's not responsible for this. No, it is. I recall those flames. The memories sleeping within me aren't just my own. I'm not sure if it's because we're related, or because I read that diary. But it's definitely due to one of those reasons why I saw what I did. What's more, I noticed that a new card has materialized in my book.
女神パルカ、ダイアナのシーン。
Poison is written on the card. Poison? Oh, carbon monoxide poison. That's the most common cause when it comes to death like this. Carbon monoxide poisoning kills much faster than the flames. No death can be described as pleasant, but Diana's case seems especially painful. Let's say jumps from my bed, probably because I've gotten up and moved to my desk. チーム大丈夫？ちょっと待って。今、チェックして。ちょっと。Okay, we're good. We're good. Alrighty. I'm gonna rewind a little bit. Lente jumps from my bed probably because I've gotten up and moved to my desk. It usually runs off after I get up, but I'm not gonna let that happen today. Rather than pick it up by normal, I grab it by the tail, mainly out of fear that it'll outrun me. It was definitely about to hightail it. He hiss. It turns to face me and then starts hissing. I guess being grabbed by the tail doesn't feel too good. I refuse to let it go and tug it even harder. It tries to run, but I scoop it up and then check its front paw. We kindly caught on. It's the cat. It has a scar there. The same scar that Leo, Linda's cat, had. Her diary mentioned that it cut itself by stepping on a piece of glass. Naturally, you don't inherit a scar. The possibility of Lete somehow injuring itself in the same spot exists, but I'm willing to bet that isn't the case. My question may make me sound crazy, but I pose it nonetheless. Lete is always nearby whenever that guy appears. I first noticed it after seeing the photo of Diana and Leo. I can't just chalk it up to them looking alike now, even if the idea of it living for so long seems impossible. Throwing away logic is a must if I want to find the truth behind divine selection. Its paw serves as my definitive piece of evidence. It only makes sense that even a cat can become a vessel for something if humans can. A sudden realization causes me to plop Lete on my seat. If it really is that guy from my dreams, then that means I've been sharing my bed with him. It is a simple meow, but it sounds like a proper response to my ears. We have Monday through Thursday off from school due to midterms being over. Although it's one of the busiest times for teachers since they have to go over everyone's exams, grade them, and then prepare all the different results on result sheet. They can probably do with as much help as they can get right now. Funny how I'm the one getting help from some weird guy in my dreams at a time like this. That being said, I plan on keeping the store open all day during our off time. It might seem weird to prioritize weekdays over weekends, but I'm sure the regulars will appreciate it. The day flies by faster than anticipated, thus I return to my room. Lette's already curled up and ready to sleep, so I grab my blanket and wrap it up. He really does understand what I'm saying, huh? I've got an early start tomorrow, so I dive right into my bed once I'm ready. Well, mostly because something tells me I'm not going to feel rested at all when I wake up. Oh god. Yep, looks like I was right. The fact that I find myself in the dream world, albeit one different from the Court of Fate, proves it. Don't talk like that, you freak. Dude, stop. You're doing this just in spite of me. I get that he's trying to say something important, but all those cringy cat puns make it hard to care. I'll probably force myself to wake up if he doesn't stop soon. So what are you exactly? Oh, sorry. Hold on.
こんばんにゃー。正体が知られてしまった以上、
You're gonna
もう
have to
隠
hear
す
all this
必要も
audio.
ないかにゃ。ここで君が話せないの
You
は
get
仕
to
方ない
listen
ん
to
だ
all
に
of
ゃ。
this.
私は女神パルカ。元ご主人と違って運命の大広間を作り出すことはできないのにゃ。君の存在を概念上に固定することはできにゃいということだにゃ。私ができるのはせいぜい君の夢の世界に干渉することだけなのにゃ。辛辣だな。もっとも私が伝えたかったのは、君は話すことはできなくてもこうして私に意思を伝えることができるということだ。私はレテ、冥府を流れる忘却の川。正確にはそれを模した力を与えられた存在かな。語られる文献によって多少の違いはあるけれど、死後の世界で川の水を飲んだ者は過去の記憶を忘れる。おおむねそんな川であることを知ってもらえればいいさ。
Oh. Nope, that doesn't explain anything.
女神の選定で発生する世界の変化。その記憶の矛盾を忘却によって解決しているのがこの私だ。私には人の記憶に干渉するという役目が与えられていると思ってもらえればいい。
Either way, I was right about you being Letta. Actually, I guess you'd be Leo considering the scar on your paw. Can you explain how and why you can take on a human form and appear in my dreams much like Parka?
私はもうこの世界の何でもない存在だからさ。これはただの猫が私になり、 痛いけな少女が女神になったということから始まる物語さ。
Oh. I knew it. Parker really was Diana all along. There's no denying it now that he's said as much.
ああ。君たちがリンダの日記を見て、そこへたどり着く可能性はあると思っていた。もっとも、私は君にヒントを出し続けていたのだから、私の正体にまでたどり着いてもらわなければ困るけれどね。
Hints?
私たちにとって、現実世界での場所という概念は関係のないもの。それでも、君の夢の世界に現れる時には、傍らにいるようにしていただろう。さて、私たちの力が借り物であり借り初めである以上、そう長く話すこともできない。手短に私の正体、レテという私が生まれるまでを教えよ
う。Time seems to be a concern for him too, just like Parka. Curious as I am, I make sure not to interrupt him.
私が忘却の皮の力を与えられたのは結果論だ。順序が違う。
Oh.
ダイアナは11人の死の後に自らも火事で命を落とした。この形が彼女が女神になるのに最適な形だったのだ。偶然か必然か、それは私もわからない。とにかく彼女の生きたいという強烈な思いはこの世界に存在するかもしれない何かに届いた。
May or may not exist. What the fuck? He adds that the thing could be what humans refer to as gods or spirits, along with the fact that it's something we can't perceive.
本来それでは何も起こらない。けれども彼女の死の前には11人分の失われた命があった。ダイアナを中心として11人分の生と死の可能性が螺旋を描き、運命の歪みとなって存在していた。その歪みに彼ら11人が持っていた思いのかけらが蓄積していた。概念上の存在にとって思いというのは一種のエネルギー。
Yeah, and that explains that ending that we got.
何かとつながったダイアナ・ハリソンは歪みに蓄積していた力を消費することで女神パルカになるという奇跡を起こした。その状況で13人目となったリンダ・ハリソンを器として。
Oh, Linda became her vessel.
もっとも何かとは程遠い器と儀式を必要とする不完全な存在ではあるけれどね。と、ここで愛らしくキュートなレオという猫の登場だ。ダイアナが命を落とした火事の中で私もまた死が目前に迫っていた。ダイアナはレオに死んでほしくなかった。その一心でただでさえ不完全な自分の力を私に分け与えた。正確には分け与えた力によって私は何かとつながった。運命の輪から外れた私は死という概念を忘れてしまった。人のような意志と輪郭のみが与えられた存在。人でも猫でももちろん神でもない。それが私さ。
I see.
残念ながらダイアナの意志も虚しくレオはこの世界からいなくなってしまった。レテは何にもなれない何かだからね。
I see. I only get about half of what he's saying in all honesty. It's like how you can understand words but not their meanings. I'm sure what he's trying to say is simple though. Diana's desire to live led her to becoming Parker, and her desire for Leo to survive turned into Lete. Now I'm even more curious. That way of thinking is the exact same as us. He still has more to say.
ダイアナは優しい少女だ。だから忘却の力を手に入れた私は、まずダイアナから人間である時の記憶のほとんどを奪った。パルカという存在から人間のような意志が失われないギリギリのところまでさ。なぜだかわかるかい？
You remove?
自分が存続するために女神の選定を行うという業。残酷な希望を背負わせ断ち切るという罪。
I see.
優しい彼女がそれに耐えられるはずがないと私は思ったのさ。
So it was your form of mercy. She never once tried to interfere with our fates. Our situation seemed entertaining to her on the surface, but she never looked as though she was truly enjoying it.
そうさ。女神パルカには君たちのような心があるわけではない。だからこそ無慈悲に選定の管理者を続け、その存在を存続してきた。
So divine selection is a system put in place to ensure Diana's continued existence? It sure seems that way, at least.
さて、ここからは私のお願いだ。
A request.
ああ、忘却の川としてではなく、ご主人様を愛した猫としてのお願いだ。あの子を救ってほしい。
Save her?
そうだ。あの子はついに女神として野望を持ってしまった。それは概念上の存在であることを捨て、受肉すること。人間に対し器を超える利用を行うこと。
Right. So Diana's trying to revive herself then?
違う。ダイアナはそんなこと望んではいない。長きにわたる選定で彼女はすでにパルカという人格を作り出している。
Yeah, Parker's a separate entity.
わずかに残ったダイアナの記憶をベースに新たな人格が誕生しているんだ。人格というものにおいて野望や欲望は切り離せない。だからこそパルカは野望を持つことになった。条件が揃ってしまったからだ。肉体的にも性質的にもかつて人間だった自分と等しいものに出会ってしまったからだ。
Yes, us.
実の姉の子孫であり、生まれつき運命の歪みの中にいた少女にね。
Diana's older sister, Linda. The one born during divine selection, whose existence wasn't undone. It's me. Granted, it's not too difficult. That's not too difficult to figure out, when only me and Miharu are left at this point.
ご明察。君の友人の中から君を見たパルカは君も選定の参加者になるように運命を変えた。
は？
それはパルカが運命に逆らうことと同義。
Oh, we weren't supposed to die.
かりそめの運命の女神であるパルカは決して運命に勝つことはできない。運命は、世界は正しい形に戻ろうとするからね。だからあの子が君の体を使って受肉しても待っているのは悲惨なしさ。
What do you want me to do then?
君たちはすでにあと一歩のところまで来ているだろう。
So we have to elect her.
指名というのは個人を明らかにすることで運命を呼び戻す行為。パルカが指名されればダイアナの運命は本来の運命に引き戻される。新しく生まれた人格ではあれどパルカもダイアナと同質の存在。共にこの世界から消えていく。やっと死ぬことができる。
It's always a fiery end for her every single time. Yep.
ダイアナはもう十分に頑張った。運命に逆らうこともない。
What about us then? We're trying to do what she did.
君たちとダイアナは違う。女神の選定の参加者が生き残るというのは生きている可能性の世界を本流にすることに過ぎない。でもあの子にはもう生きている可能性がない。生まれてから100年以上経ってしまっているしね。これが本当の意味で運命に逆らうということだ。けれど痛みが伴い苦しみが伴う。それらは自覚のないうちに檻となって溜まっていくものさ。
And you're fine with this.
ダイアナは今も泣いている。これは彼女の意志でもあるさ。
Can you explain that?
さて、私が君の夢の世界とつながっていられるのもそろそろ限界だ。
Wait. We still don't know Parker's regret. There's more I want to ask too.
心配しなくても、君は間もなく全てを知ることになるだろう。
God damn it.
そして君もまた、 私から脱却しなければならない。ここからは君たちが知恵を絞って
Damn it.
君たちの力でその日を迎えてくれ。
Alrighty.
君たちが幸せになることのできるその日を。最後に一つ謝ろう。今回の女神の選定が始まった当初、君の記憶を抜いたのもやはり私だ。
I went to sleep when you started and I come back and you're still going. Yep, I'm here.
君が女神の肉体に適合することを忘れさせるためには、君の記憶も抜き取る必要があったんだ。女神が意図的に君を勝たせることがないように。
Oh, right.
いや、言い方を変えよう。今のご主人様は君だ。君のご友人も私は知っている。君が幸せになるには、二人とも生き残ることが前提条件だっただろう。
8-hour whole stream. Yep, here we go.
私ができる協力というのはそれくらいだからね。
Alrighty.
しかし、すでに彼女は君を狙っている。君が徐々に記憶を取り戻すにつれて、女神も記憶を取り戻しているからだ。
I see. A way for us both to survive. That's...
君が最初から全てを知っていたら、この今は訪れていない。もっとも、私が与えたのはきっかけだけ。今、
I guess I should thank you then.
お礼を言うのはこちらだ。猫として一緒にいる時間の方がはるかに長かったけれど、君はとてもいいご主人様だった。次に会うのは全てが終わった時だ。これ以上手を貸すのは私のルール違反だ。ルールというのは何かを守るためのツール。私がルール違反ばかりしていては、この世界の秩序は守れない。おっと、思わず笑顔になってしまうほどあどけない猫ちゃんの姿では合うだろうけれど。
Oh my god.
それでは成功を祈ろう。
Thank you. I'll do my best, Latte. My mind begins to lull once more as he stops talking. Dreams are supposed to be a way for the brain to process thoughts, but I'm leaving more confused than I came. Oh god. Upon waking up, I notice a gorgeous black cat sleeping on my bed.
ありがとね、レテ。
I drag myself out of bed after hearing its answer. Lete told me that we need to make it through on our own. Through the 12th election, the conclusion of divine selection. In other words, next Monday. We need to overcome all odds and reach that day.
さて、今日も。
My phone goes off just as I'm about to get ready. Looks like Mao's calling me. It's not a text, it's an actual call. I could do breath and answer it. Mao's panicked voice is the first thing I hear after picking up. The shock of what I just heard causes me to drop my phone. Huh? Nan desu ka? Mao called Miharu as well, so the three of us meet up in the hospital lounge to talk. Based on what we know, Naomi was rushed there earlier.
今朝いきなり倒れたって。いつもみたいに家で本を読んでちょっとうとうとしてると思ってたら、いきなり頭が痛いって言い出して、ひどい熱が出てたみたいで、それでナオリンのお母さんが救急車を呼んだんだって。
Bruh.
原因は分かっていないようだね。
I'd like to hear the details from Naomi's mom as well. They have no idea what's happened. What's worse, she's also unconscious, so it's so sudden. It's so sudden that they can't think of any cause. I can't blame them either. She seemed perfectly fine to me when we last met. Doesn't seem like she's collapsed from overexertion, so all the doctors can do is put an IV, put her on an IV and let her sleep for now.
どうしてマオのところに連絡が？
リータンのお店に行こうって誘おうとしたら、お母さんが出て、それで。
Yeah. This would be completely unexpected to most people. But me, I've seen her gone through this before.
その本って何の本かわかる？
わかんない。とっても古い本だったってことくらいしか。
Yeah, it's her memory stuff, and it's with the old fate stuff. God.
でも古いからカビとかアレルギーとかが原因かっていうとそうでもないみたいだよ。
I try not to make a big deal out of this information.
今私たちにできることはないね。これから検査とかもあるみたいだし、一旦帰ろうか。
I head out after that, but not before making eye contact with Miharu. Back at Lionhouse, Miharu turns up before long. Guess she understood what I meant. Mao took this development the worst out of us, so I urged her to just go home. That plus the fact that we really can't discuss what I'm about to when she's around.
10回目の選定の前にも、ナオミが倒れたっていう話をしたの、覚えてる？
ああ、アラン・スコーピオンが羊さんを助けたという一件だね。
Yeah. I nod.
あの時も、ナオミは頭が痛いって言って倒れた。熱も出ていたし、あの夜よりも症状はひどいけど、似ている。
記憶の混濁が原因だと言っていたね。僕たちと違い、羊さんは選定のたびに毎回記憶が塗り替えられている。それが彼女にとって負担になり、頭痛が発生しているということだったね。
I suffered similar headaches during the start of Divine Selection due to my own foggy memory. In Naomi's case, new memories are overwriting those she had prior to the alteration. That means she's suffering twice as much as I did.
私のせいだ。私が気づかなかったから。
君のせいではない。僕もその可能性を想定するべきだった。
Naomi's been with me this entire time. I may have chosen to distance myself from her at the poor time, but I've been keeping her up to date with everything since the incident with you. So basically, I've been replacing her new memories with those from before the alteration. Things never would have escalated this far if I had been more careful.
今はお互い責めても仕方がないね。僕たちは羊さんの意識が戻るのを信じるしかない。そして今僕たちがすべきことは女神の選定について考えることだ。
ありがとう。
I'm so grateful for Miharu's level-headedness. Then again, I doubt it's all natural. She's forcing herself to be like this due to my own state of panic. I take a deep breath and suggest that we sit down. I can't just switch gears considering the circumstances, but the truth remains that either Miharu or I will die if we don't sort things out. We need to make progress no matter what.
見て。
I show her a certain card. Diana's cause of death. Not only that, but I make sure to fill her in on what Lete told me. Yeah, I guess what, my cat's sentient. Needless to say, doing so takes some time. I make some coffee to help calm both of us down, but we drink it all long before I am done.
なるほど。多くの疑問は解決した。そして君にしかダイアナのカードが作られていない理由も予想がつく。
Yeah. I tell my head in curiosity, not entirely understanding her.
はるかが君を求めるのは彼女にとって君が特別だから。反対に言えば君にとってもパルカ、ダイアナは特別なはずだ。
私の中にもともと女神と同じような何かがあった。だから私だけカードを作ることができた。
Miharu nods and says that's likely the case.
とにかく猫ではない方のレテは信用するしかないだろう。また聞きだからかもしれないけれど、話の辻褄も合う。
何よりあの子は私たちのこともダイアナさんのことも好きなんだと思う。
あれだけ長く存在しているというのなら、もはや親心のようなものかもしれないね。
True. Lete just happens to pass by while we're talking about it. It flinches when I call out to it, but then it turns to face us.
ナオミはきっと記憶のことで苦しんでる。助けることはできないの。
Lete should be able to do something. He might even know the cause. What's more, he could use his powers to make her forget one side and stabilize things.
で、眠らないと喋れないよね。今ここで居眠りすれば話せる。
Lete shakes its head. Not every day you see a cat do that. I realize right away that it isn't doing so just in response to my question, though. Lete in my dreams already told me that it won't help us anymore.
僕からも頼む。君は羊さんを救う方法を知っているのだろう。
Even Miharu pleads with it. Lete doesn't respond this time, instead turning its head and wandering off. Neither of us can do anything to stop it. That reminds me of what I was told before. You can't rely on me any further. From here on out, you'll have to use everything you know to make it through.
レテはこうなることを知っていた。
It's possible that while taking this situation, he said that while taking this situation into consideration. In that case, this is something we need to overcome on our own.
とにかく明日また羊さんの様子を見に行こうか。
うん、そうしよう。
We split up for the day following that. All that's left to do is wait. So I say, but it's pretty frustrating when we don't even have time to discuss Parker's regret. Lete didn't appear in my dreams last night, though that much was expected. I can't tell if this is a tendency to rely on others. This tendency to rely on others is a trait of mine, or of people in general. Either way, we've made arrangements to go to the hospital today with Mao. Miharu has to work morning shift, so has to work the morning shift, so it'll happen this evening. We're gonna talk things out back here regarding Parker's regret once we're done too. I waste no time getting ready to leave. Ah, shit. Mao makes no effort to conceal her shock over the current situation. Both of us sigh, prompting Mao to relay the rest of what she heard from Naomi's mom.
なんとかスキャンって検査もしたらしいけど、わからない。こんなの突然すぎるよ。原因不明だから、このまま目を覚まさない可能性もあるって。ナオリン、どうしちゃったの？
Not knowing what's going on must have her far more distressed than me. It almost makes me want to reveal everything about divine selection to her. Miharu pulls on my sleeve, noticing my expression, though. We haven't told her about any of this for a reason. She doesn't deserve to be burdened with that knowledge. Plus, we want her to remain as our beacon for a regular life. I clench my fist and do all I can to hold back the temptation. Telling her won't help Naomi recover.
ナオミを信じるしかない。
It hurts, but that's really all we can do for now. Well, shit.
今日はここまでにするよ。
Miharu and I return to Lion House to talk things over. Out. Not much comes from our meeting, though. Miharu seems particularly disappointed based on her expression when she leaves. Our discussion involved Parker's regret. We came up with a number of ideas based on what I'd learned from Lete, but none of them resulted in a card. It's Wednesday, so I'm starting to panic. I'm starting to feel like I really am powerless. Was it just a coincidence that everything else went so well prior to this? I'm sure Miharu's going to offer up her own life if things continue like this. Parker said she had no involvement in the distribution of our numerals. but I can't help but suspect that she set things up for me to be the sole survivor should a situation like this arise. It allows her to carry out her ambition.
そんなの
I clench my fist in anger. It's all I can do. Damn it. I'm forced to hear Miharu repeat the same line from yesterday. Naomi still hasn't recovered and we still haven't made any progress with Parka's regret. So basically we're stuck at the same spot. Today is our last day off from school too. We'll be back there tomorrow, forced to face our exam results. Summer holidays aren't too far off either, and yet we won't have the chance to enjoy them at this rate.
ダメなのかな
My panic leads me to lament. Our lack of progress after feeling such hope for the future has taken a huge toll on me. I hang my head only to hear a violent sound reverberate through the store. A wave of pain rushes through my cheek and through my cheek accompanies it.
僕は謝らないよ。
Damn. Numb. The source is simple. Miharu is just slapping me right across the face. Holy shit. The stinging pain doesn't seem like it'll fade anytime soon.
インカが諦めてどうする？レテの言う通り、リンカは自分の力でここまで来た。僕は生きていて、まだ生きることを諦めていない。僕にこれからも生き続けたいと思わせたのはリンカだろ？リンカが折れちゃう。僕たちはみんなダメなんだ。
Miharu's lips quiver as she looks down at me. I now know she looks ready to cry when she gets angry. This may be the first time she's ever been truly upset with me.
私は何をすればいいと思う？
昨日自分で言っていたよ。羊さんを信じるしかない。
I pry my hand from my cheek as I stare Miharu down. The pain hasn't faded, but if anything, it has helped me calm down.
ナオミを信じる。
Yeah, we gotta... Naomi, please.
そして私は私のことを信じる。女神のカードを必ず揃えられるって。
I've given into my despair once before, back when you killed Naomi. Naomi's still alive this time around, though. There's no doubt she's fighting against her own conflicting memories. I don't have any right to give up. Miharu comes to her senses upon seeing me stand up and stretch, which leads to her worrying about having hit me. It's kind of funny to hear her telling me to ice my cheek down to prevent it from swelling, as well as worry about whether or not I bite the inside of my mouth when she smacks me. Miharu. I find myself in thought once alone in my room. Lette's claim has to mean that we already have the necessary information available to us, which means we need to work to find what links it all. Lette made a point to liken our memories to a puzzle too.
やっぱり関係あるよね。
In terms of both Naomi's hospitalization and Parker's secret that Lette mentioned, I mean. It's hard to believe that they're not connected when the concept of memories plays such a big part in both. There might not even be an answer to find, but right now all I can do is think. I continue to think until I fall asleep. Oh, I should add that Miharu sent me over 10 texts about how worried she is about me. None of them included an apology though. She's definitely stubborn. I mean, she did say she wouldn't apologize. Nothing new comes to mind upon waking up. Today's Friday, which means we only got 3 days till the final round. It's still too soon to give up though. We managed to materialize Scale's final card with far less time to spare. Now that I think about it, there may be another diary or something lying around in my grand's room. I'll ask her if I can snoop around once school's over. Something will come to mind so long as I don't give up. For now, though, I should focus on getting ready for school. Nothing could prepare me for what awaits me there. And I mean that in a good way.
Naomi!
Hey!
ナオリン。
羊さん。
All three of us happened to arrive at the same time, only to see Naomi there. Part of me wonders when she woke up and if she should even be at school so soon, but my relief over her being okay takes precedent. Yay, she's good. It's only natural, really. It doesn't take long for another shocking revelation to rear its head, though. One that I'm not even sure how to react over. Wait, what?
ごきげんよう、先輩方。
What? Oh my god, Parker took over her brain. Was it because there was so much distortions with her memories that her fate is like really weirdly altered? That single line is enough for me to freeze in my tracks. The same likely applies to Miharu.
ごきげんよう、ナオリン。
Mao's probably the only one to adapt well to Naomi's sudden change.
ご心配をおかけしましたわ。この通り、私はすっかり健康になりました。そっか、よかった。本当にすっごく心配したんだからね。
Oh no. Naomi places one hand over her mouth and belts out an elegant laugh. It's far too different from how Naomi usually behaves. If anything, it reminds me of a certain someone. Parka. The realization causes me to stay alert. Wasn't it my body she was aiming for? What's more, we still have 3 days of divine selection left.
さあ、遅刻してしまいますわよ。
We make our way into the school upon her insistence, all manner of questions on my mind. What the fuck? Once inside, we split up and head to our respective classrooms. Mao doesn't seem too taken aback due to her relief that Naomi's better, but I don't have the same luxury. The same applies to Miharu. What if Mao's memories have been overwritten to make her think that this is how Naomi's always talked? A chill runs down my spine as I consider that. There's nothing I can do if Park has taken over Naomi and altered the world to make that normal.
2日も眠ってたから、ナオリン喋り方忘れちゃったのかな。でもよかった、元気になって。
Thank you, Mao, for confirming something.
そうだね。顔色も良かったし。
いつ回復したにしても、もう少し休んでいなくてよかったのかな。
Mao makes it apparent that she's too preoccupied with being happy over Naomi's recovery to care about her speech. One concern's been eliminated, but the possibility of Parka having taken over Naomi's body remains. We agree to meet after school, so I'll take the chance to see how things play out. Oh god. Don't play this music. It's been a while since we were last at school, but there's nothing much for us to do other than check our exam results. I'm actually pretty invested in them this time, considering the effort I put into studying.
さあ、リータン。期末試験はどうだった？
Mao wastes no time in asking me about my grades. And for once in my life, I can show my report card with pride.
今回はちゃんと勉強したから、一教科も60点以下にはならなかったよ。
うわぁ、レベル。さすがに今回は勉強量で圧倒的に負けてるから、うちが負けちゃうと思ったけど、そんなことはなかったね。
She is happy to shove her own report card in my face. Over 70 in every single subject. She has to be in the top half of our grade with results like that.
日々の積み重ねって大事だね。
Miharu makes her way over while I'm wincing over the harsh life lesson.
仕方がないよ。今回は少し難しかった。 僕もなかなか勉強に集中できず、学年1位を逃してしまったくらいだ。
Her results are so incredible that I can barely stand to look at them. But just as she said, she dropped a second in our grade this time around. There are 3 scholarship positions from what I remember, so her marks shouldn't be an issue.
中間の時の悲惨な点数に比べれば今回はだいぶ上がったよね。そろそろ受験のこととかも考えないといけないし、憂鬱だよ。
The format of our school means that most people have already started study for the university's entrance exams the moment they enter high school. That reminds me, Naomi said she's gonna start going to cram school during the summer. I guess that makes me and Mao the odd ones out, considering Miharu's a beast that doesn't need to worry about such things. Miharu is simply built different.
大丈夫さ。進学校なだけあって、アメちゃんの定期試験はレベルが高い。まずは学校の勉強をちゃんとやっていれば、受験勉強の礎になるよ。学校のテストすらろくにできない人が塾に行ったところで、上辺の勉強法だけ学んで、できるようになった気持ちになるだけさ。
I realize she's trying to cheer me up. I do. But her point's so sharp that it may as well be a lethal weapon. I just pray she doesn't say anything like that around Naomi.
というわけで魔王様はこの夏休みもちゃんと遊びます。
Mao declares her plans loud and proud, but Miharu seems to have ignored them completely.
8月に花火大会があっただろう。この日はみんな開けておいてほしいかな。
もちろん。
Miharu and I promised we'd go back to it when we were at the theme park. That's why I respond right away.
よーし、じゃあこれからリータンの家で作戦会議しようね。
Oh god. I give Mao an affirmative nod. Oh no. We only have morning classes today, so we head back to my place after grabbing some food at the school cafeteria. As for Naomi, she's still speaking like royalty.
ラーメンというのもとても庶民的で美味しかったですわ。
This doesn't fit you. Stop. This is sure messing with my head. Hearing Naomi talk and act like snobby Parka is an adjustment, to say the least. Life would be a lot easier if I could just not care like Mao, but that's not an option.
ナオリン、そういえばいつ目を覚ましたの？昨晩ですわ。本当にご心配をおかけいたしました。お医者様もお母様もとても驚いていらっしゃいました。けれど心拍数や血圧などはすべて正常値でございました。本日が1学期の最終日ということで、皆様の反対を押し切って投稿いたしました。
Okay.
健康そのものですからご心配には及びません。
ならいいのだけど。
Miharu makes no effort to hide her incredulity. The conversation continues as we make our way to Lion House. We gotta get Mao to leave early and then corner fucking her.
じゃ、うちは用事があるからここで。
Oh, thank God, Mao's leaving now. Mao takes her leave before too long. The plan was to figure out what we'd do during the summer holiday, but all we did was chat and eat snacks. Not much in the way of planning. Granted, this is Mao we're talking about. She'll probably come up with a new suggestion sooner or later. Can't say I'm against letting her decide what we should do either. The real issue is with this girl sitting in front of me right now.
そろそろ説明してもらえる？
My question isn't posed to Naomi, but the person pretending to be her.
私は羊直美。花も恥じらう高校1年生。趣味は読書。
Stop.
少し人見知りもしますけれど、真面目で優しい性格でございます。そう言っても、お二人様には信じていただけないのでしょうね。
No. The giggles at its own comment. Miharu and I grow even more worried, but the stranger has more to say.
なんてからかうのはやめにしましょう。私はお二人の敵ではありません。私はダイアナ・ハリソン。今は羊ナオミ様の体をお借りしています。
It's not Parker, it's Diana? Wait, what?
ダイアナ。パルカではないのかい？
Miharu asked the question that is on the tip of my tongue. Wasn't Diana said to have turned into Parker after her death? Lette's explanation suddenly comes to mind.
ダイアナさんの記憶を奪ったってレテは言っていた。まさかあなたは。
さすが先輩様ですわ。私はダイアナがパルカになり、レオがレテになった直後、彼女から奪われた人間としての記憶そのもの。
I see.
ナオミ様の心と体を媒介に一時的に人格として形成されているだけでございます。
つまり君は夢の世界に存在している女神とは別の存在だということかい？
ええ。そして私はいわゆる魂でも霊でもございません。だから憑依されたとは思わないでくださいませ。あくまでナオミ様の人格が私の記憶をフィルターにして表出することでダイアナのようなものになっているだけでございます。
細かいことはわからない。ただまず一つ聞かせて。ナオミは無事なの？
I stare right into Naomi's, or rather Diana's eyes. I don't care about her identity right now. Naomi's safety is my top priority.
正直に申し上げましょう。目覚めるまでの私は非常に危険な状態でした。
あなた。
ですが、この状態になった以上、ナオミ様はもう大丈夫です。
Okay.
彼がレテが何かしたのかい？
Diana answers with a nod. However, a hint of sadness colors her expression as she continues.
しかし、あの方の名誉のために順序立ててお話をいたしましょう。
Okay.
私はお家でリンカ先輩様からお借りした日記帳を読みました。それはすなわち上書きされているはずの女神の選定の記憶を掘り起こすに等しい行為。ナオミ様の脳内で起こった記憶の本流がぶつかり合うことによる負担でナオミ様は意識を失ってしまいました。
Right.
これはナオミ様の記憶に眠る知識ですが、コンピューターのメモリーに過剰なデータを書き込むと破損してしまいますでしょ。それと同じことが起きようとしていたのでございます。
脳が壊れちゃうってこと？
She replies with another nod and then continues.
忘却の川であるレオ。いいえ、レテ様ならば2つの方法で救うことができました。一つは女神の選定に関する記憶を完全に忘却させてしまうこと。もう一つはあなた様方がパルカを脱落させるまでの間レテ様の力の一部を分け与えること。パルカを脱落させればその時点で運命は固定されます。その際にナオミ様にある新しい記憶、改変された世界の記憶を消してしまえばあなた様方と過ごした記憶を失わず2つの記憶に苦しむこともなくなるでしょう。
レテはどうして羊さんを救おうとしてくれたんだい？
Okay, but the human brain can store a metric ass load of info. It can, but I guess it's just like the contradictions and paradoxes are like fucking it up a bit. Which makes sense. It's like information and changes beyond human comprehension.
ああ見えて恥ずかしがり屋なレオのためにもそれは秘密にしておきましょう。
I already know the answer to Miharu's question. He just wants us to be happy, nothing more, nothing less.
この質問はナオミ様にとって女神の選定の記憶を失うかどうかという問いでもありました。ナオミ様は女神の選定の記憶を残す方を即答で選びました。ただしレオも無条件で力を貸すわけにはいきません。ただの人間に一時的とはいえ自分の力を貸し与えるというのはレオにとってルール違反の行為でしょう。そこでルール違反を許容するために制限とリスクを与えたのです。私忘却の顔の力はダイアナの記憶とともに与えると。
I see.
制限というのは力がある間はナオミ様の人格は私を通さなくてはいけないこと。リスクは私の記憶が入ってくる負担に耐えきること。
記憶でパンクしそうな状態にさらに新しい記憶を。それってもっとひどいことになるんじゃないの？
Yeah, I'm surprised.
ええ、最悪命を落とす危険がありましたわ。もちろんレオはナオミ様にそのことを説明いたしました。それでもナオミ様はこれまでのことを忘れる方を選びませんでした。あなた様方と女神の選定を過ごした記憶を失いたくないと決意したのです。耐えられるかどうかレオにもわからなかったでしょうけれど、ナオミ様があなた様方を信じたようにナオミ様のことを信じたのでしょう。
そして羊さんは君の記憶も受け入れた上でその負担に耐え切った。
Yeah.
さようでございます。
Damn. Now he's tough as steel. Not much is obvious considering she regained consciousness. The issue is whether or not she'll regain her original personality, though. I press her to answer me.
その点は心配いりません。私はパルカと同質の存在。パルカが消えれば、
Okay.
私も消えます。私の記憶、つまり私がナオミ様から消えればナオミ様は元通り。
Okay.
先ほどお話しした通り、私の記憶が消えるときには改変された世界の記憶も一緒に忘却してもらいます。そうすれば記憶の矛盾に苦しめられることもなくなります。
仮に僕たちがパルカに敗北しパルカがリンカとして受肉した場合はどうなるんだい？
あら、そんなことありえるんですか？私もはやお二人とも理想の未来しか見ていないと思っていましたけれど。
くす、言ってくれるね羊さん。その通りだねえリンカ。
Yeah, because we have her right here.
そうだね。私たちは
We can't
負けない。
lose. And also, we have her right here. We can ask her her regret.
ええ、その域です。世界は認知によって成り立っています。先輩様方が理想の未来を思い描けば描くほど、それはより強固な運命に変わりますもの。さて、そして私の記憶をナオミ様に授けたレオの真意をあなた様はもうお気づきでしょう。
Both of us not in sync. There's no way we wouldn't know at this point. We're missing one last piece of the puzzle in order to elect Parka. Her regret. Getting to the bottom of that won't be an issue with her.
現代の日本を楽しませてくださいな。
え？
そうすれば日曜日の夜、お二人に私の未練をお教えしましょう。
God damn it.
それパルカのやろうとしていることとほとんど同じではないのかい？
あら？だって元は同じ人間ですもの。私はおてんばお嬢様のダイアナ。日記を読んだリンカ先輩様ならご存知でしたでしょ？
Naomi stands, pinches her skirt, and curtsies exactly how Parka does it. I suppose we're doing this. I breathe a sigh of relief once I'm alone in my room. Things sure did escalate, but the important part is that Naomi's okay. What's more, we now have a surefire way to learn Parka's regret. Diana said that Naomi accepted the most dangerous option of her own will. Can't say I find that hard to believe. She always was against the idea of losing her memories of the time she spent with us.
まさかね。
There's no doubt that Lete altered her memories at the time. The only reason he didn't do so completely was out of respect for Naomi's will. He shouldered the responsibility that comes with it, despite owing us nothing, too. I'm the one that owes him, if anything. Just then I hear a thud against my door. I'm guessing it's Lete. The door is half open, so it should saunter in soon. Or so I think, but there's no sign of it.
Lete?
I open the door, figuring something's up. And I am right on the mark. Lete has collapsed right by my door.
Lete!
Ah, too much of a burden on him. I scoop it up and gently set it down on my pillow. I grab a bowl of water place it by its side. Its voice sounds weak compared to usual. I can tell it's not doing well just from a glance. No! Cat. Buddy.
病院に行く?
It shakes its head in response. I can assume that means no, considering it should be able to understand me. Normally I'd guess it's 6, but it can't be that in this case here. Instead, I think back to what Diana discussed. Latte split a part of his power with Naomi, the same power he's been using to stay alive for so long. I can only assume that he, both in cat and human form, grows weaker the less of it he has available.
レテも必死だったんだね。ありがとう。
That said, I collapse onto my bed. This really serves to remind me how much I've been entrusted with. Splitting his power has taken a real toll. But now we have to satisfy this girl. Saturday morning. My original plan was to open the store, but that won't be happening now. Mainly because we need to show Diana around modern-day Tokyo. Lette's still recuperating on a cushion, and I've made sure it has plenty of water and food nearby. I'd rather not leave it alone, but it seems more concerned with us and Diana than itself. It's not the first time we've had to show someone who doesn't know much about the world around.
しかし、ソフィアの時は彼女に目的があったけれど、今回はどこにしようか。羊さん、ダイアナ、どこか行きたいところはあるかい？
地下鉄というものに乗ってみたいですわ。
Oh.
地下鉄って
Oh yeah, because she doesn't really know modern technology.
そうか。東京に地下鉄ができたのは、現在の銀座線の一部にあたる浅草上野間が開通した1927年だったね。
According to her diary, Diana died somewhere around 1910. It makes sense that she'd find mystique in things we take for granted. She seemed pretty amazed by everything when we met up here. Now that I think about it, the automatic gates, vending machines, the number of trains, and even the building itself. Her ability to buy tickets and make her way around town must be due to being in Naomi's body.
地下鉄に乗るなら浅草の方でも見る？スカイツリーとか当時なかったものもあるし。
そうなると、東京タワーも1958年に完成したものだ。どちらも展望台があるし、現代の東京を俯瞰して一望するには最適かもしれない。
東京タワーか。でも、ミハルの言う通りだね。
I don't have particularly fond memories of that place, thanks to what happened last month. Not like Yu's attack on it even happened in this world. Maybe I'm just overthinking things.
りがとうございます。お二人様にお任せいたします。実は私、こうして踏むはずのなかった地面を歩いているだけでもとても楽しいのでございます。
She flashes us a lovely, carefree smile. She's in Naomi's body, but I'm reminded more of Parka. I'm sure she'd be able to smile like this as well if you erased that malicious side to her. After we wrap up our Asakusa tour, we make our way to Tokyo Tower. Both areas are packed, of course. The Skytree and Sensoji Temple were our main destinations in Asakusa. We stopped by a local market to grab some melon bread too.
私がもっと小さい頃に凱旋門が建てられていたことを思い出しましたわ。
Oh? The statement strikes me as odd at first. The Kaminarimon was built in the Heian period from what I remember. I looked into it later though. Turns out it burned down in 1865 and then they spent some time after that building a new one. Miharu wasn't aware of this either, but then Diana surprises us even more by telling us the arc was built toward the end of the Russo-Japanese War. I don't know if Naomi knows all this or not, but it feels like something worth telling her when she's back.
スカイツリーに比べると低く感じますわね。
Diana makes her opinion clear while looking down at the city from the observatory. While I agree that doing things in reverse order would have been better, I'm not sure how to feel about being told that after paying the hefty entrance fee.
けれど、君の知識にもあるはずだろ。第二次世界大戦の時、この東京は焼け野原だった。僕も資料写真でしか知らないけれど、きっと焼け野原から立ち上がった真っ赤な塔は、単なるラジオ塔以上の価値があったと思う。
戦争。そうですわね。私は過去の選定の詳細を知りませんが、もしかしたら、その時期に選定は多く行われていたのかもしれません。
Yeah.
選定で生き残ることができても、長くはなかった。兵士として同じ戦地に居合わせるだけでも因果は発生いたしますから。
Diana's eyes narrow as she stares out the window. We're currently participating in the 12th divine selection. The fact that we've reached that number despite it only being 100 years since Diana's death isn't normal. That'd make one divine selection every 10 years. Discomforting as it is, it makes sense if what she said is true.
決して見慣れてはいけないのかもしれませんね。この穏やかな風景は無数の人々の努力が作り出しているのですから。
Cities aren't born out of thin air. Diana's soft tone reminds us of that. And then to the final destination. Our final destination for the day is the National Park in Shinjuku.
運命の終着点ですわね。
私にとっては始まりの場所でもあるんだけどね。
僕にとっても。
I used to think that approximately 100 years ago was before the turn of the 20th century. It's so weird to think that it's nearly the Great Depression. To think that it's nearly the Great Depression now. Yeah.
その記憶はナオミ様の記憶にはございませんね。なので私は聞かなかったことにしておきましょう。
I tilt my head in confusion, to which Diana responds with a sigh.
ここの開園は1906年だったね。ということは君も来たことがあるのかい？
いいえ、この場は私のような一般市民が気軽に来られる場所ではございませんでしたもの。
Oh.
ですから実はこの中に入ることができて感動していますわ。日本庭園とイギリス庭園、フランス庭園、趣の違った景色は できることならば季節ごとに楽しみたかったですわね。
Saying that, she attempts to flip her hair out into the wind. She quickly realizes Naomi's hair isn't long enough, leading her to place her hands behind her ear instead.
いけませんね。私は本来この時代に存在してはいけない異物。一瞬自分の体のように思ってしまいました。
I take a moment to come up with a good response.
今ダイアナが存在していることは運命じゃないのかな。
Neither say anything in turn. I can't blame them. No one can say that with certainty. The same might even apply for Lete and Parka. We spend a while walking around the park until closing time after that. My body makes sure to remind me just how much I've walked today when I get back to my room. It was a pretty busy day, all things considered. We took practically the same route we did with Sonia, but that didn't make it any easier, especially with so many people around. Miharu's working tomorrow, which means I'll be taking Diana over there, obviously. I've been there with Naomi before, but never with Diana. Seems like she's taken an interest in the eccentric side of modern Japan's culture. I'd rather stay as far from there as possible, but I've got little choice now that she wants to go. No point in staying up any longer, so I set my alarm and get ready to sleep. As for Lete, it still doesn't look good. Oh no. Here we go. Having met up with Diana at Akihabara Station, we make our way to the Maid Cafe. It's kind of amazing that someone from 100 years ago can even find their way to the station. The streets are busy as expected. This used to be a pretty big pedestrian zone back in the day, but that ended after a certain tragic incident. Each and every person we pass has their own lives, their own stories. Diana reminds me of this fact, one that's easy to forget on our way.
お帰りなさいませ、お嬢様。いいかい、リンカ。君はもう頼んではいけないメニューを分かっているね。
Thanks.
頼んではいけないメニューでございますか？
Oh my god. You shouldn't have said that in front of her.
いや、本当に気にしないで。うん。周りの店員さんを見て、そのあたりは満足して。
はあ、わかりましたけれど。
There will be no repeats of what happened there, of what happened when I was here with Sonia. Never again will I subject myself to such an awkward situation. Well, I mean, what Miharu was doing was really cute, but everything afterwards was too much. I order a coffee for myself and some hot chocolate for Diana. Maid cafes are, of course, all about the maids. And when you think of proper maids, England comes to mind. That leads me to ask Diana about something.
ダイアナの家にはメイドさんはいたの？
ええ、お父様は当時にしては裕福でしたし、私のお家はいわゆる洋館でございました。日本へ一緒に来た方もいれば、日本でお雇いした方もいらっしゃいました。
I see.
ですが、美春様ほど派手な服装ではありませんでしたわ。
I would highly doubt it.
何名かは私の死の直前に亡くなってしまいましたけれど。
Right. I nod in a silent response. There's no need to apologize for it, so I instead changed the subject.
そういえば、ダイアナは喋り方がナオミと随分違うけど、お家の人は大丈夫だったの？
ええ、お家ではナオミ様の真似をしていますもの。
I see. Her response is so out of left field that I'm staring at her in surprise. She seems to have been hoping for as much, judging by her mischievous giggle.
けれど、口調を真似するのは疲れてしまいますわ。ですから、
Of course.
今は自然体でいさせてください。
まあ、別にいいけど。
I'd rather she do that. I can only imagine how weird it'd be here to hear weird it'd be to hear her talk like Naomi despite the huge personality gap. I mean, it's weird enough already.
お待たせいたしました。
Miharu, clearly in work mode, brings us our order. After thanking her, we stick around until her shift's over.
とっても満喫しましたわ。
Thank you, because you need to tell us now. Diana breathes a sigh of joy once back at the station. We make our way to Ueno once Miharu gets off of work, mainly to go to the zoo and National Museum there. The only issue is that we start in the afternoon, which means we have to rush. Diana seems satisfied though. At the same time, this is likely to be her final experience in the modern world. In the modern
もうい
day.
いのかい？頑張ればもう一箇所くらいは見ることができる。
いいえ、これくらいがちょうどいいのですわ。運命に逆行する好みが味わう幸せはこれで十分。それよりナオミ様をいろいろなところへ連れて行ってあげてください。そうですね。わがままを控えている私の最後のわがままです。
わかった。ならそろそろ行こうか。今夜はライオン館へ。
Silence ensues as we wait for the train to arrive. Oh boy. Here we go. Sunday night finally rears its head. Tonight marks the end of the final round of Divine Selection. Myself, Miharu, and Diana are all at Lion House. We're sitting at the usual table.
とても楽しい時間を過ごすことができました。まずはお礼を申し上げましょう。
No problem.
ナオミもきっとあなたが楽しんでくれたなら嬉しく思っているはず。
Probably.
パルカとは別のダイアナだと言っていたにもかかわらず、僕たちが夢の世界で出会った君そのものだったよ。
あら、そうでしたかしら。
She giggles at first and holds a smile.
それでは最後のピースをはめましょう。
ちょっと待って。
I notice a certain cat limping toward us, looking much thinner than usual. It must have realized what's about to happen. I make my way over to it and pick it up, placing it under the table. Yep, it's the ideal spot for Latte to sit.
この子もお話が聞きたかったのですわね。
Diana bends down and pets it. A certain tenderness coats her expression as she does so, one Naomi has never shown before. I can only imagine that Diana would pet Leo like this when she was alive.
それではお話ししましょう。私の未練について。
And thus commenced the curtain call on my fate. Oh, we don't get to hear it. We're gonna hear it in the Court of Fate. Okay. Midnight is mere moments away. Miharu and Diana agreed to stay with me tonight. Latte gets to join us too, of course. Also, we can see each other again in the morning.
ここにナオミ様が出てこられないのが残念ですわね。
代わりに明日の朝ここにいるのはあなたじゃないんでしょ？
ええ。私はすでに運命の幕を閉じた未練はあってももはや執着はありません。しかし私のお姉様の子孫を見ることができて安心いたしました。私の最初の器になってしまったお姉様もきっと幸せな人生を過ごされたことでしょうから。
きっと。
She makes the same tender expression from before. We didn't spend much time together, but I've grown incredibly fond of her. Perhaps because she's in Naomi's body. Parting ways hurts, but I'll never forget her.
女神の選定が始まった時は まさかこんな夜が来るとは思ってもみなかった。
Yeah.
自分が生き残ることだけを考えていて、運命の大広間で君と出会った時には凛花が生き残ることだけを考えていた。白状すると、僕は君から告白の返事を聞けたならば凛花に指名されようと思っていた。
God.
分かってるよ。
けれど今は違う。もちろん凛花から告白の返事を聞くためだけではない。
Yeah, and we saw that so many times. Yeah, we did.
ただ生きたいと願うことがこんなに尊いことと知ったから。
Miharu's statement makes me see her in a whole different light. I give her a tiny nod after basking in the radiance of her smile for a moment.
私もこの選定でいろんな思いを知った。託された。これまでの人生でそれは考えられないことだった。私の世界はちっぽけで、ライオン館と学校、ミハルとマオとナオミとおばあちゃん、それだけで成り立ってた。でも今は違う。世界は広いってことをちょっとだけ知ることができた。
There is a lot in this world indeed.
そして何より私は獅子舞凛花だって知ることができた。
Nice. I see myself as something of an unstable existence, to the point where I'm worried I might just disappear altogether if I'm not with someone. But even so, I want to live. I know I'm not alone. That's why I want to live. I want to keep living, keep on experiencing precious moments in my daily life, together with those I know. Latte lets out a meek groan. It's stretching its front legs in the air despite its current state.
ありがとう。
応援してくださっているのですね。
私たちも何かしよ
う。では手をつなごう。
Miharu grabs my hand before I can answer. I grab Naomi's in response and she grabs Miharu's.
私は体が一つですけれど、二人分でございます。
ああ、そうだね。
We lie down and form a circle before closing our eyes.
じゃあ、また明日。
We don't need to do anything fancy or cool. All we have to do is believe. Sleep eventually takes us, our hands still joined. Alrighty, here we go. The final battle. I glance around the court of fate. This marks the 12th time I've come here. The sight that greets me is one that I've become accustomed to. A number of gears float amidst an infinite darkness. I gaze upon and notice a faint ray of light piercing said darkness. The circular platform I'm on is about 3 meters in diameter. At witness stand, like one you'd see in a court, attached. This is just one of the 12 platforms, all of which are arranged within a larger circular pattern, like a clock's face. In the center of these concentric circles are massive clock hands slowly ticking away. There was a time when 12 of us were gathered here together. But now there's only 2 of us, Miharu and myself. I turn to face Miharu in the endless darkness.
来たね。
ああ。
Needless to say, Naomi and Latte aren't here with us. The Court of Fate is a place reserved solely for participants. They may have a special power of their own, but it's irrelevant to this place. It wouldn't matter if it was. We're the only ones who need to settle things with Parka, not them.
ごきげんよう。運命の奴隷の皆様。
Hi, Parka. It's time for you to rest. The girl in question wastes no time in entering the scene, accompanied by her usual haughty tone. The goddess is all smiles, like always.
皆様と言っても、もはやお二人様だけでございますけれども、今宵お二人のどちらかとお別れしなければならないのはとても寂しいことですわ。あなた様方がどんな結論を出したのか、私にお見せくださいませ。
一つ聞かせて。
何でしょうか。
あなたには私たちの運命が見えてるの。もし決まっているのなら、この選定にはどんな意味があったの？
それではあなた様の質問には端的にお答えさせていただきましょう。私が運命を見るとき、あなた様のような認識で見ているわけではございません。複数の可能性を同時に観測しているのでございます。
Potential outcomes simultaneously.
例えば、12人の皆様がいらっしゃったとき、皆様がそれぞれ運命の終着点にいらっしゃる未来を私は別々に見ていました。
つまり今は。
ええ、私には一番様が運命の終着点に到達した未来も、二番様が再び私の器になる未来も見えていますわ。
So she's limited to perception too.
どちらかが脱落した時点で、その未来は世界の本流から遠ざかっていきますけれど。
Here we go again with the primary flow talk. Fortunately, I understand the implications thanks to her explanation last time. The world as it is right now is in a state of disorder. Only by removing one more potential future can it return to normal.
そっか。なら、あなたにもわからない世界は存在するってことだね。
あら？ちゃんと私のお話を聞いていらっしゃいましたか？可能性は2つしかないのです。
She doesn't.
1番様が脱落するか、2番様が脱落するかの2つのみ。
Yeah, her not having her human memories makes it so she can't see this future.
もしもあなた様方が決着をつけられなければ、1番様であるあなた様が最後の一人になるのです。
She doesn't believe for a second that she's wrong. I shake my head at her before responding.
もういいんだよ。始めよう。最後の指名を。
ええ。それでは、
Oh,
今宵の
boy.
指名を始めましょう。周り。
Ah. You know what? It's fine. The cord of fate rumbles, prompting the clock hand to move.
それでは1番様、指名はいかがなさいますか？
She stares me down while posing her question. Her eyes are crystal clear. This is probably how Diana looked when she was still alive. It suits her high-class image rather well, and it helps reaffirm that Parker really is nothing more than a girl. A girl who wished to live. A girl whose wish resonated with something in our world. A girl estranged from the concept of fate, yet inextricably bound by it.
いかがなさいますか？
She urges me to answer once more. My answer is obvious. After a brief moment of reflection, I state my intentions.
するよ、指名。これで終わりにしよう。
Not just this round of divine selection, not just divine selection as a whole, but the suffering you've had to endure by the hand of fate itself.
運命の女神パルカ、ダイアナ・ハリソン、あなたを指名する。
My eyes remain locked on hers as I announce my election.
はあ？でございますわ。私を指名？ そんなことできるはずがないではありませんか。私は運命の女神パルカ、ダイアナ・ハリソンではございませんわ。
Her usual smile has been wiped right off her face for once.
指名できない。
なるほど。2番様も共謀していらしたのですね。私に対する冒涜、そう思って差し支えはありませんね。
Parka being unfazed in the face of this leads to further panic on my part. We have all of her cards. All that's left is to elect her. Lete said that he took Diana's memories from Parka. Is that why? Wait, no. He's never too clear about what he says, but he always makes sure to leave a hint there. Much like he did while restoring my memories.
計画は滞りなく、思惑はよどみなく。察するに、あなた様は私の目的に気づいてしまったのですね。
I give Parka a nod. Chicken as I am in the face of this, I can't show any fear now. Miharu's showing no signs of concern herself.
私はあなた様をいただこうと思っております。あなた様の肉体はどうやら私と同質。他の参加者の誰とも違った親近感を感じていました。あなた様の存在も私と同じ運命の歪みの中にありました。それはつまり生まれながらにしてごくわずかではありますが、女神の力を持っていることと同じ。何よりあなた様の心は女神の選定の最後の一人になるにふさわしい輝きを放っています。2番様、あなたは今宵1番様を指名なさらないのでしょう？
ああ、僕が凛花を指名するなんてありえないさ。
それではこれで指名者はなしではありませんか。
Parka's voice echoes through the court of fate. The grin on her face is one of pure evil.
以前に申し上げた通り、残るのは1番様ということですわね。
Saying that, she stops the clock and makes her way to the center of the court of fate. Once there, she pinches her skirt and curtsies.
それではこれをもちまして、あら？指名されたんですから、きちんと守らないといけませんわよね。
A voice ever so similar to Parka's, yet inherently different, makes its presence known. Ah, it's Diana.
ごきげんよう。優雅で高貴な私。
Hello. In front of Parka appears none other than Diana. I didn't even notice her arrival. Two girls with identical faces, although Diana's expression is much more stern. The tone of her voice says it all. She's shaken. This is the first time she's ever shown this side of herself.
あなた様は一体どうして私の場所に？これは受け売りですけれども、ここはそもそも私のものではないのでしょう？運命の大広間というのはあくまで女神の選定というシステムを実行するために与えられているものとお聞きいたしましたけれどありえませんわ。たとえ他に女神がいらっしゃったとしても、あくまでここは私の場所。私の許可なく侵入することなど不可能でございます。ええ、ですから私が許可をいたしました。
I said fuck your rules. Parka stares at Diana in disbelief. She probably can't begin to fathom what's going on right now due to her lack of memories. What's more, she has to be feeling a strange sense of familiarity with Diana, much more than the one she feels with me.
あなた様は私ということですのね。ええ、私はあなた様。あなた様は私。
I am thou. Thou art that. Thou art I. Let us form a contract persona.
生まれた順序はあれど、優劣はありませんわ。ご冗談を。私は女神。あなた様がいらっしゃったことには驚きましたが、許しがたい無礼には違いありません。立ち去っていただきます。
Parker reaches out toward Diana, who simply shakes her head. There's no smile on her face. If anything, it looks like she feels pity for her.
立ち去るのは私たちでございます。私たちはすでにこの世界にいてはいけないのですわ。
Diana extends her own hand. The palm of their hands make contact.
あなた様。さあ、戻りましょう。そして受け入れましょう。
Their fate. A bright light envelops them both.
ごきげんよう。私が真に進むべき運命様。
Parker emerges from it. The change wasn't worth all the theatrics, really. In an instant, Parker's forgotten memories of Diana flowed back into her. She's still very much Parker on the outside, but there's something different about her.
あれは僕たちの知っている女神ではないね。
ダイアナは戻るって言ってた。きっとパルカから抜けていた記憶が戻ったんだ。
不思議ですわね。記憶というのはこうも胸を痛めるものなのですね。
I don't know what she's referring to. All I can say is that she looks upset over whatever she remembers. A moment of silence follows as she closes her eyes, almost as if to control her emotions. What she's thinking is anyone's guess. She takes a deep breath once done and proceeds with her announcement.
それでは一番様による私の指名を行いましょう。
My platform begins to move in response, just like in the previous elections.
行ってくる。
ああ。パルカ。いや、ダイアナなのかな。君には今まで世話になったと言うべきだね。思えば君とは物心がつく前から知り合っていた。決して友人になることはできなかったけれど、きっと君は僕の運命にとって必要な存在だった。君は本来の運命に帰り、二度と僕と会うことはないだろう。けれど、あえて言わせてもらおう。これは僕にとって魔法の言葉だから。またいつか。
ええ、それではごきげんよう。
We've already begun moving by the time Miharu finishes saying her piece. Here we go. The final one.
まさかこんな瞬間が来るとは思ってなかった。
We arrive at the upper stratum of the Court of Fate. I'm the only one standing on a platform this time. Parker's standing on nothing at all, as always. She's even taking a big stretch.
私はもっと思っていませんでしたわ。そもそも私にはこんなにたくさんの記憶があるなど知りませんでした。私はあくまで存在し続けるためのシステム。でも それが矛盾でしたわね。
Mm.
本当にただのシステムならば、あなた様を頂戴しようなんて思いませんものね。欲を持った時点で私は人間であることに気がつくべきだったのでしょう。
一つ質問。あなたが脱落したら私たちはどうなるの？
レオはそんなこともあなた様に教えなかったのですね。私が消えればあなた様と2番様の2人が残りますが、それだけでは世界はあなた様だけを生かそうとするでしょう。
Right.
しかしあなた様には一度だけ奇跡を起こすことができるでしょう。運命の大広間は人の夢をエネルギーとして蓄積しているのです。
It's weird to see Parker like this.
本来であれば選定で脱落した11人分の思いの力を消費して概念上の存在である私が現実の人間を器にするという奇跡を起こす予定でした。当然私が脱落すればその奇跡は行われません。運命の大広間にはエネルギーが蓄積したままになります。あなた様はそのエネルギーを使ってあなた様も2番様も生きている、死がなかったことになっている、今の世界を固定してください。運命を変えてください。すでに離れてしまった可能性の世界を引き戻すことは不可能でしょうけれども、今はまだお二人様の生きている世界は交差し存在しています。私を現実世界に存在させる奇跡が起こせる力ならば、すでに絡み合っている世界を世界の本流に変えてしまうことはたやすいでしょう。そもそも世界は誰かが見ることで存在しています。
True.
今やあなた様だけでなく、私やレオ、ナオミ様やマオ様もお二人様が生き続ける未来を思い描いていることでしょう。背中を押してあげれば簡単に運命は変わります。運命の糸に背中はありませんけれど。
私は願えばいいの？
Yeah, this is the last ending.
ええ、私が消滅した時点で最も女神に近いのはあなた様になります。ここはあくまで夢の中。あなた様の認知が世界を変えますわ。迷うことなくお望みの未来を願ってくださいませ。そろそろ指名をしてくださいな。私これ以上話をしていると名残惜しくなってしまいますもの。
Alrighty. I nod at her and open my card book. This is probably the last time I'll see this book. All the cards I've acquired thus far float out from within it. It's been a long road. So very, very long.
使命ダイアナ・ハリソン。
へえ、パルカになった今でもその名前がしっくりきますわね。お父様にいただいた大切な名前ですもの。
死因中毒死。
思い出すととても悲しくなりますわね。リンダは私を助けられなかったことを後悔していたのでしょうか。
Yeah.
間違いなく言えるのは、私はリンダの幸せを願っても恨んだことは一度もありませんでした。
Both their mother and Linda had no option but to abandon Diana, their own flesh and blood. I can't begin to imagine how much relief it would be for them to hear her say that.
未練、人生のやり直し。
Redo your life.
その通りでございます。
Diana herself made this known to us. The desire is fueled by her thoughts toward those who had passed away. Diana was a special girl. She told us about how she felt personally responsible for the deaths of those 11 people. Her desire to live was what caused them to face the fate originally intended for her. A time came when she was unable to escape it any longer, though. Still, she was able to live on through twisting that same inescapable fate.
もし人生をやり直せるなら、素直に運命を受け入れたい。私は死の瞬間、そう思っていました。
記憶がレテに奪われても、その思いの一部は残っていた。だから私になって人生をやり直そうとしたんだね。
ええ、あなた様のおっしゃる通りでございます。死にたくなかったくせに他の誰かが死ぬのも嫌だった。そんなわがままな運命の奴隷がダイアナ・ハリソンでした。
My cards make their way between myself and Parka, emitting light along the way.
最後に懺悔させてください。
ダメだよ。だってあなたはダイアナ・ハリソンなんだから。
あら？
なら懺悔することなんて何もない。とっくにあなたは許されている。
いいのですか？運命の女神パルカが皆様にかりそめの希望を与えて苦しめたことに間違いはありません。
知らないよ。でもあなたはただ生きたかっただけ。私と何も変わらない。
That's been my wish all along. A wish so simple, so obvious, no matter who you may be.
私を救ってほしいとはレオもよく言ったものです。なるほど。まさかあなた様が最後にそんなことを言ってくださるとは思いませんでした。私少し泣きそうでございます。
嘘つき。涙を流してから言えよ。
あら、口の悪い本性が出ましたわね。悪いのは目つきだけにしてくださいな。
Light begins to engulf the court of fate. I'm sure this is the right thing to do. Saving someone is far beyond my capabilities. What I can do is come to know them and give them all I can.
ありがとうございました。
I'm the one who chose to part ways with you, but you're thanking me. You have no idea how much of a relief that is. Find myself in a sea of flames once more. A scene I've witnessed countless times by now. Ironically enough, this is where it all started for me.
ダイアナ、パルカ。
They're no longer around to hear me muttering their names. I can only assume they've returned to their original fate and faced their death from long ago. They were never inhabitants of the real world, so nothing should have been altered following their elimination. Part of me considered the possibility of Parker's actions all being undone, but I don't see that being the case. Seems like I was right. Divine selection itself would have been undone if things played out like that. But I'm still here, in the court of fate, which proves my point. That's good. My relationship with Miharu, Naomi, and Mao would have changed in that case. I should go. My platform begins to descend in accordance with my thought. I still have one last thing to do. Oh. Well, that's ominous as fuck. Everything was supposed to go well after this. I'd return to the lower stratum after seeing Parka off, and then use the energy there to alter fate, just as she told me to. That's how it was supposed to go. Why the fuck is it burning? Fate doesn't have the capacity to be kind, though. Black flames besieged the lower stratum upon my return. Miharu seems to have stayed put while I was gone. Rather, she had no choice but to do so. We have no freedom of movement here. It doesn't apply to my current state, though. I take a page out of Parker's book and run across the abyss toward Miharu's platform. Oh god. She's been at the mercy of the black flames. The damage isn't to her body but her soul. I'm able to tell Miharu's condition despite the lack of physical damage. It proves Parker's claim that I've become the closest thing to a goddess here upon her elimination. What? Sounding ever so weak, she pointed to the center of the Court of Fate. That's where the source of the flame seems to be. Oh. There sits a girl wailing in pain. She's holding her head while sobbing, her throat roasted beyond repair. Parka's still here. There's no doubt that I eliminated her. I saw her final moments with my own eyes. She would have told me if there were any special exceptions due to her status as a goddess. What the fuck is happening? Her condition is similar to when someone inhales too much smoke during a fire. It sounds like her lungs are giving her trouble. These flames are bad news. That's the one thing clear to me in this situation. Meanwhile, Parker sits at the center of it. My body moves before I can think. Running on absolutely nothing is frightening, but I make my way to the center regardless. Parka's small enough that I should be able to carry her on my back. I need to get her away from there first and foremost. I'll take her over to Miharu's platform. There's no heat to the flames, so I should be able to make contact with them if it's brief. I need to do this as fast as possible, leading me to get as close to her as I can. Parker continues to cower and wail. Seeing her in pain, I hug her. She really does resemble a girl stuck in an actual fire. It's like Diana's death. The situation closely resembles it if you ignore the place and color of the flames. I've no intention of abandoning her, though. I'll do everything I can to save her. Parka seems completely unaware of my voice, though. She continues to cower in fear, refusing to budge. Let the help, sir. This is the first time I've been able to speak with the human Lete. That doesn't matter right now.
残念だけれど、私は頃合いを見て消えに来たんだ。運命から外れてしまった私が死ぬには、因果で結ばれたパルカの消滅に引っ張られるしかないからね。しかしこの状況だ。できる限り手を貸そう。
Lete knows far more about the dream world than I do, so his timing is perfect. There's no one else I can rely on. There's no one I can rely on more than him right now.
取り急ぎ君がすべきは、まずその子から離れることだ。
He speaks in a calm and composed demeanor.
運命の大広間を覆う黒い炎はダイアナから出ているだろう。君はダイアナを救おうとしているんだね。この子がこれまでと同じダイアナだと思っているからかい？
It's not.
もったいぶってないで。
おや、失礼。彼女はダイアナ。ただし、君の後輩の肉体を借りていたダイアナでも、これまで女神として君たちの前に現れていたダイアナでもない。私は以前君に、パルカになったダイアナから人間であった時のほとんどの記憶を奪い取ったと話したはずだ。そう。奪ったのはあくまでほとんど。ダイアナがダイアナであるための最低限の記憶は彼女の中に残したんだ。つまり今の彼女は、あの時私が奪い取らなかった残りの記憶と言えばいい。女神の選定という形で一時的な希望とその後に待つ絶望を人々に与え続け、人の命を踏み台にして生き続けた自分に嫌気がさした人間らしい人格。これまでずっとパルカという存在を切り離し、隠れ続けてきたダイアナという少女の根幹だ。おそらくはパルカがダイアナの記憶を取り戻した際に、パルカの中にもともと残っていたダイアナの記憶は統合されなかった。君が抱きしめているその少女だけが別の存在として新たに独立したんだ。
なんで？
わかるだろう。どんなに業を背負ってでも消えたくないからに決まっている。死に際、人間であったダイアナがパルカになるほどの執着は紛れもなくあの子から生まれたものだ。あれは存続し続けたいという人間の欲望の極致。黒い炎は彼女の心象風景。どんなに苦しんでもダイアナの本性は生きたいと思い続けてきたということだ。彼女は自分がパルカになった時の状況を再現することでもう一度パルカになろうとしているんだ。幸いにもここには11人分の思いの力が蓄積している。くしくも元は自分と同一だった存在も含めてね。ああ、困った。まさかそこまで彼女が自らの存続に執着しているなんて。私にはこれ以上。
レテ。
失礼、取り乱してしまった。が、事態は深刻だ。
I'm on the right train of thought then. The situation is eerily similar to the scene of Diana's death. 大丈夫？配信。ちょっと待って。Oh, we're back? We're good? Okay. Okay. I'm on the right train of thought then. Okay, I think we're good. The situation is eerily similar to the scene of Diana's death.
ダイアナ、落ち着いて。
無駄だ。
どうすれば。
わからない。
Dude, help! Latte of all people says he doesn't know what to do. Am I supposed to figure out anything then? No, I can't give up here. Latte did all he could to help us, to the point that he became nothing but a frail little cat. Besides, he's already told me once, I need to handle things on my own right now.
一つお願いがある。ミハルを現実世界に返してくれる？
それはすでに完了している。
I glance over to numeral 2's platform. Miharu is nowhere to be seen.
君の後輩はまだかろうじて私の力が残っている。正確にはこの空間とつながっている。私がパルカの因果に惹かれて運命の大広間に来ることができたように、君の後輩は危機を察知して君の友人を現実世界に連れ戻したのだろう。
Good.
私の意志とも つながっているはずだからね。
Even as he said this, the panic on his expression remains.
はっきり言おう。私は間もなく消滅する。先ほど言った通り、私はパルカの因果に惹かれている。つまり彼女が消滅している以上、私も消滅する。黙っていて申し訳ない。私の真の目的は死ぬことにあった。運命の輪から外れてしまった私が死ぬにはそうするしかなかったんだ。
No, it's fine.
なんでそんな突然。
けれど君を助けたいという気持ちに嘘はない。目的を黙っていただけで私は君たちの不利になるようなことはしていない。
分かってる。
だが今はもう時間がない。君に協力している存在の余裕がない。私と君の後輩がつながっている今なら君は現実世界に戻れる。戻るなら今しかない。
私が戻ったらダイアナはどうなるの？
I can hear her groaning even now. The black flames continue to wash over the court of fate.
再び女神になり、因果の時で結ばれた12人を選び出し、女神の選定を行うだろう。君の見知ったダイアナとパルカはすでに消滅しているから、二度と指名されることはない。存続することそのものを意義として、永遠に続くことだろ
う。That means one thing.
ダイアナは永遠に救われない。
ああ。言わなければよかった。話さなければ君はおとなしく元の世界へ帰っただろうに。私は今心から後悔している。
He probably saw the expression on my face as he explained things. One glance was probably enough for him to understand what I'm thinking after having spent so much time with my family.
さすが。よくわかっているね、私のこと。
ダメだ。もう私は。
Lette's body begins to shine, similar to when our cards would light up during an election.
ありがとう、レテ。
お礼を言うのはこちらだ。しかしまだ。
Lette disappears mid-sentence. He's returned to his original fate, death, in much less flowery terms. I'm sure he's happy if he's able to be with Diana, though. I'm willing to bet that was his wish all along. The issue I now face is the Diana before me. The flames continue to spread, dyeing the court of fate jet black. This is a reenactment of Diana's death. Not just the events themselves, but the fear she experienced during it. I take a brief yet definitive look at her. Lette understood my intentions. Yes, my desire to save her. I have an idea about how to do it. Parker herself told me. She holds no resentment toward her mother or Linda for abandoning her. Is it possible for a person to hold no resentment whatsoever, though? Is it possible for someone who's been abandoned to hold zero animosity towards those responsible? It was Diana who split from Parka, not the other way around. Animosity is sure to have built up within her, slow but sure. The cause came down to one thing, her grief and hatred born during her dying moments. In that case, there's one simple way to ensure that the scene ends differently from when she died.
大丈夫。大丈夫だよ。
I just need to stay by her side. Hold her close and offer up a single prayer.
どうかもこの子を救ってあげてください。
One wish. I'm consumed by the black flames. My body is charged, smolder fills my lungs. They burn away my very existence. That seems like the most accurate description of what's happening to me. I'm being erased in my entirety, not just from the world, but from fate itself. But despite that, my soul refuses to pass on. I persevere with my earnest wish in my heart. I wish for the salvation of a girl once abandoned by those she held dear. This is the only way I know how to do things. It's just who I am. And then a voice calls out to me.
あなたのことは知らないけどさ、頑張ってよ。もう少しなんでしょ?
The voice I've heard before now that I think about it. Did I meet this woman at some point?
女神さえ救うか。考えたこともなかった。
Oh, it's all of them. Another voice I've heard once before. While we never had a conversation, our paths crossed here.
火の中でも凛としている。あなたのお母さんがあなたに与えた名前の通りね。
Now this is a voice I could never forget.
あなたのおかげで私の生は無駄にならなかったわ。私の中ではね。現実の世界で私の息子がどんな名前になったかわからないけれど、私はあなたに救われた。
I want her to know that her son had been named Haruki, just as she wanted. The thought never turns into words, though, no matter how hard I try. A cheerful young girl's voice calls my name next.
ソーニャの願い事聞いてくれたってありますね。
Yeah, that's right. Sonia believed that we could both survive until the very end.
とんでもないお人よしじゃの、お主は。いつか後悔することがあるかもしれんが、今じゃないだろ
う。おじいちゃん、その言い方はないよ。
Next up is that unmistakable duo. Judging my used attitudes toward Shiketsugu, they're back to their previous relationship.
お姉ちゃんは僕を人間だと認めてくれた。だから最後の最後まで僕さえも救おうとしてくれた。あの時から何人もの死を乗り越えても、お姉ちゃんは変わっていない。それがとても嬉しい。
変わっていないということはあるまい。
そうだね。きっとお姉ちゃんは進める人になったんだ。
Theme is that all for you. God damn it. Their voices suddenly grow distant. What am I hearing now? Diana's attempt to turn into Parker once more. Attempting to turn into Parker once more. There's no doubt I'll be used as energy to accomplish that. I'll become cinder and disappear from the world, with my last moments serving as nothing but fuel. And yet...
おいおい、私にあんな短歌を切ったてめえがこんなところでくたばるのかいと思ったが、そうでもないみたいだ。てめえは生きる気満々じゃねえか。
No, I'm not.
それがいい。それが。
Something tells me that I won't disappear even in these circumstances. I'd say it feels like I'm being shielded with something, but it's more than that. It's almost like I'm recovering from the effects of the fire.
俺はあんたのことが嫌いだ。この後に及んで逃げなかったあんたを不気味だって思う。
Thanks, Gale.
悔しかったらそれを貫いてみせるんだな。
Thanks.
あんたが俺みたいになったら俺を踏み越えた意味がないだろう。
Amazingly enough, even Scale's voice reaches me. I can feel my body return to normal each time this happens. I'm not imagining things.
あんたには感謝してるんだ。チンチクリンに違いはないが、俺に野郎に勝つきっかけをくれた。それに、まあなんだ。オーデットのやつが認めたんなら、ま、強いってのも納得できるかな。んじゃ、イハルとよろしくするんだぜ。
My existence is a fragile one. How others perceive me is what's helped to maintain it so far. I lack the means to prove who I am on my own. There may be countless versions of me existing in all the worlds out there, but they may as well not exist without that. It's the same vein that possibilities can be nothing but unattainable dreams.
諦めない性格も、人を見捨てられない性格も、ここまで行けばやはり愚かだ。アムリタでさえ、君と同じ選択をするかわからない。さて、今さら僕から君にかける言葉などないのだが、あえて言うなら、せめて君は自分の友人たちくらい救った方がいい。君がいなくなってしまっては、彼女たちは救われないのだろう。
Now that I think about it, yeah. There's bound to be people who can accept their own existence based on my perception of them. That's not a big stretch to believe. Miharu, Naomi, Mao, and even my gran, they all have sides to them that only I know. What would happen if I disappeared? They follow suit?
ごきげんよう。命知らずのおバカ様。結局最後まで私がご迷惑をおかけしてしまっています。そういえばあなた様はこの声が何なのか疑問に思っていたことでしょう。この世界に蓄積している力は世界からこぼれ落ちてしまった皆様の思いのかけらたち。それぞれが人格を持たないただの夢なのです。けれども人が人を見るから人は人になることをあなた様はもうご存知ですね。意志のない思いもあなた様が見たときその人の人格となっているのです。
I see.
あなた様に見られたとき消えゆく思いは最後に人格を得たのですわ。
I see.
まあ難しい話は置いておきまして私からこぼれ落ちた私を救おうとしているあなた様を皆様応援してくださっているのですわ。力が集まっている今あなた様もその力を使うことができますでしょ。さあ奇跡を願って。
I can't do that. I've already made my decision to stay here with her. I can prevent her death from being recreated by doing so. She'll be able to fade away while remaining human if I do that, right? That's all I need to do to save her, and I'm more than willing.
ええ、その通りですわ。しかし、すでに私の死の瞬間は再現されません。あの私にすでに奇跡は起こっているのですから。
Her voice vanishes when she finishes her sentence, and in its place my vision returns. I see a girl cowering amidst a sea of flames. A black cat braves the fire and approaches her. It reaches out its paw and touches her cheek. Noticing the cat, she raises her head. Her distraught expression melts into a calm smile, and the black flames soon engulf them both. It's amazing how much of an effort, how much of an effect something that is insignificant can have. That's all I can think of. That's all I can think as my consciousness begins to fade once more. Then again, it's not right to call it insignificant. Knowing for sure that you're not alone is a miracle in and of itself. None of us are alone, although it's not quite that simple. The fact that you're not alone is something, ironically, you must believe all on your own. That's why. I think I'm just talking in circles. There's no point in thinking about it right now. There's only one choice left for me.
生きていたい。
I voice my deepest desire, one that is simple and held by everyone. 12th week concludes. The brilliant summer sunshine burns its way through my curtains. As soon as I wake up, I can tell I'm drenched in sweat. Even the mornings are unbearably hot this time of year. I throw open my window and bask in the sudden influx of fresh air.
おはよう。
おはよう。
おはようございます。
あ、ナオミだ。
It's classic Naomi.
お久しぶりです。
Welcome back.
元気そうで安心したよ、ナオミ。
The three of us are able to exchange simple greetings. My eyes drag themselves toward my clock. It's Monday, July 23rd. The day after Divine Selection's final round. We did it. Both Miharu and I were able to survive. My excitement over that is soon interrupted as I take a good look around my room. Yeah, makes sense. I never really expected a big happy ending.
レテ、今までお疲れ様。
Oh sevens, Lete. Rest peacefully. I expressed my thanks to the small corpse curled up in my bed. On my bed. I'm not quite sure how things ended, but it's certain that this cat's fate is now sealed. After over 100 years of caring for its owner, it was finally able to pass away. Its peaceful expression in death says it all. This is the first time I've witnessed that. This is the first death I've witnessed that can't be undone.
そうか。君は。
Miharu drops to her knees in order to pet it.
そういうつもりで。
Naomi sits down, tears welling up in her eyes. Soon enough, the tears begin to stream down her face.
ナオミは全く覚えていないのかい？
先下に行ってて、夢の世界でのことを話そう。
I offer up a silent prayer for Lete after they're gone. I cry too. It's been with me ever since I was a kid. The memories fled back, causing my tears to follow. After my tears run out, I wrap it in a blanket. I need to explain things to Miharu and Naomi. I brew some coffee and explain the events that took place in the dream world while we all sip away at our drinks. The discussion isn't a fun one. No one likes talking about goodbyes.
ダイアナさんが私の中にいた時のことはぼんやりと覚えているんですけど、12回目の女神の選定の時の記憶は全然覚えてないです。
体調は？記憶の混乱はない？
はい。代わりに私はきっと今の世界のことを知りません。覚えているのは凛花先輩たちと過ごした世界の方みたいです。
くす、それでいいのではないかい？僕たちも同じだ。何か困ることがあったら真央に聞けばいい。
That's good.
ミハルはどこまで覚えてる？
君が上層へ行ってしばらくして突然黒い炎に包まれた。
I see.
夢の中で意識を失うというのもおかしいけれど、とにかく僕はそこで意識を失った。目覚めたら君たちと一緒というわけさ。
そっか。実は私も最後の方は記憶がおぼろげなんだけどさ。話すね。今朝までのこと。
And thus begins a long, long story. It would have been shorter if I didn't have to struggle with so many fuzzy memories. Not much time has passed, but it's so hard to remember everything, considering everything, considering just how much has happened. Once done, we make our way to a certain place as instructed. That is, the final destination. Our final destination. I came here on Saturday as well, but this time it's for a different reason. I make sure to inform my gran about Lete before we leave. That prompts her to say that she'll leave tonight to come home for a bit. Makes sense, she spent even more time with it than me. I'm sure she wants to say her goodbyes. I made a place for it to rest using a basket and some blankets. It's a bit simple, but it's the best I can manage for now. Ideally, I would have brought it along with us, but that wouldn't be appropriate. I couldn't stay behind either. We have no choice but to come here today. That's our fate, it seems.
とっても天気がいいですね。
She's right. There isn't a cloud in the sky. The sun's as bright as ever thanks to that. Just keeping my eyes open is a struggle. But I'm fine with that too. It's kind of a sign that we've won. I'm not sure how far fate's role extends across the world as a whole, but at the very least, we can say we prevailed over the deaths it had planned for us.
僕たちが生きている世界があることもまた運命なのかもしれないね。少しは前向きに考えられるようになった。
そうだね。
Aww. We stand together, surrounded by a sea of green.
私はいろんな人に助けられました。本当にいろんな人に。まさか死んじゃうなんて思いもしませんでした。
その意味では僕たちと同じだね。僕たちは未だ自分の死の記憶を抱えている。
Yeah.
笑えないですね。
でももうそれは過去。大事なのはさ。
I extend one hand in front of me, reaching nowhere in particular. There's no deep meaning to it. It's just a simple gesture. A number of people have entrusted their feelings and desires to me. More than I ever could have anticipated. I'm here right now, and it's all thanks to them.
ありがとう。
The only things that lay beyond me are the sun and blue sky. If anything, this all feels a bit underwhelming as the ultimate reward for living through this 12 turbulent weeks. But I don't mind.
さあ、じゃあ一周しよっか。はい。
ああ、行こう。
I'll gladly accept whatever's in store for me in its place. And that is the final ending. Holy shit, that went longer than I thought. Hold on, we're gonna skip that. I don't know. I'm guessing there's an end credits scene. We're gonna skip that, get to the... Yep, we got one more scene.
やーっとこの日が来たね。
I was the first to show up. I get rest now. We still got a little more left. We're smack dab in the middle of summer vacation. We've made plans to go see the fireworks display.
ナオリンは塾で忙しいし、ミハルンはバイトで忙しいし、リータンはお店で忙しいし、で、全然時間取れなかったもんね。みんなで集まるの、リータンの誕生日以来じゃない？
そういえば、そうかも。
The last time we were all together was July 27th. I'd completely forgotten about my own birthday, so I opened the store like it was any other day. The three of them came around as a surprise once I closed up. Funnily enough, Mao was convinced that I would forget. Miharu made dinner for us, and Naomi brought a cake she baked at home. Miharu was worried because she didn't know what kind of food I liked best, causing her to make a number of Italian dishes. I never really bring up my favorite foods now that I think about it. The puttanesca she made was good though, nice and red. Naomi, remembering I'm not too big on sweets, made a chiffon cake. It was decorated with cream, but one that wasn't too sweet. I gotta say, it was some impressive work. The flavor was tea-based, which led me to think she may have been influenced by Diana somewhat. Well, maybe I was just overthinking things. What's more, all three of them got me individual presents as well. Miharu gave me a rich bouquet of red flowers. Red's my favorite color, so the store felt even more Rinka-esque after putting them in a vase and using it as part of the decor. Naomi got me a book, a hardcover version of a foreign novel that Naomi loved. While simple to read, it also posed some philosophical questions. It even had a nice cover illustration. Mal gave me an assortment of hand lotions and stuff. I spend a lot of time washing tableware here, so it's perfect for keeping my hands nice and smooth. She even made sure to pick out scentless ones so they wouldn't stink up the store. Seeing how much thought they put into their gifts made me happy. My gran even gave me a call that night, so suffice it to say it was a great day.
あ、ナオリンはお家にある浴衣を借りるから直接待ち合わせだって。ってことはあとは。
お待たせ、リンカ、マオ。
Miharu appears 10 minutes after Mao.
ナオミはまだ来ないのかい？
ナオリンは現地集合だって。
じゃあどういう順番にしようか。
We all agreed to wear yukata. If there's one appropriate time to wear them, it's during the fireworks display. I'm borrowing one of my grand's old ones, while Miharu and Mao got theirs from a place Miharu knows. And on the cheap, thanks to an acquaintance of hers from work.
リンカの着付けをしてから僕たちの浴衣選びに付き合ってくれ。
そうだね。ちょっと動きにくいけど我慢してね。
うん。じゃあミハル、私の部屋で教えて。
ああ、任せてくれ。
They apparently had a yukata uniform day or something at her work, so she claims to have gotten used to helping others put them on.
マオも行こう。リンカの浴衣姿を崩れないうちに写真に収めてもらわないと。
あれ、うちも？うん。珍しいな、ミハルン。
I still haven't given Miharu my response to her confession. Oh my god, girl! She hasn't rushed me for one, but sometimes she just shoot me with puppy dog eyes. I think I'm pretty sure about my answer though. All that's left is to find both the right timing and the courage to overcome the slight awkwardness of bringing it up. Funny how I don't have the courage to respond to one single confession after everything I've been through. After everything I've gone through during Divine Selection. I just chuckle at myself as we make our way up to my room. I can't... Ninka, stop stalling. Ooh. Aww.
すごいです。
Oh my god, they're all so pretty. Look at them. My girls.
綺麗だね。
思わず見惚れてしまうね。
来てよかった。
The display is packed, as expected. We aren't able to find a spot to sit and watch because we start looking too late into the evening, but we do find a place with a decent view. You'd think we would be the only ones there since it's a bit out of the way, but nope. Plenty of others have flocked to the same area. The display itself is enough to make us forget about everyone around us, though. I've been looking forward to this. It hasn't been on my mind every day or anything. but the realization that I've made it to this day has left me speechless.
もうミハルンの浴衣選びがもうちょっと早ければ座れたかもだよね。
ちょっと待ってくれ。僕よりもマオの方が選ぶのに時間がかかっていただろ。
いや、昔のことは忘れたよ。
I don't think I've been out and about in a yukata since elementary school. I remember not being too fond of the idea back then, which led me to being forced into it. Then again, I might have thought they looked pretty back then too.
今ってどれくらいなんだろうね。
Mao's yukata has a pretty flashy pattern. Kind you'd expect for people our age.
まだ半分くらいのはずです。きっと今玉を詰めている途中です。これからドドドーンってさっきよりもすごいんだと思います。
Meanwhile, Naomi looks more mature than usual. I think it's because she's borrowed her mom's yukata, which has that adult charm to it. I figured she'd trip at some point and break the illusion, but miraculously enough, that has yet to happen. My little girl's come so far, is what I'd say if I were her mom.
この花火大会では約15000発の花火が打ち上がるらしい。半分ということはすでに7500発も花火が打ち上がっているみたいだね。
Too many numbers, Miharu. Not now.
どうだいマオ。本当に数が合っているか数えてみたらどうだい？
Miharu's yukata has a nice harmony between design and color. It goes well with her usual looks, making her seem a lot older than she is. Most people would be surprised to hear we're the same age.
来年かな。
くせ、そうだね。来年もまた。
Maybe that's why her rare smile every now and then makes her look younger.
当然。
先輩たち受験では
Not now, Naomi.
心配性だな。来られるくらいにちゃんと勉強してればいいんでしょ。余裕余裕。
同感だ。
夏休み終わったら真剣に進路考えるから今は
Naomi lets out a forced laugh. And then the crowd around us starts getting noisy again. The second half's probably about to start.
おお、すごいです。
The second half manages to be even more flashier than the first. The display doesn't let us look away for even a moment.
あちゃ
I hear Naomi and Mao's utterances between the pops of fireworks. It's then that I notice that they are trying to distance themselves from us. Mao's face contorts into an indescribable expression when I make eye contact with her, but then she sticks her tongue out at me. You can't fool me, kid. I know exactly what you're trying to do. Oh man. I couldn't even create the ideal scenario without Mao's aid. I look up to Miharu while still feeling sorry for myself. She definitely noticed them sneaking off too, but her eyes are glued to the trails of smoke left behind by the firework. Most of the time that is, she sneaks a quick glance at me every now and then, her face beet red. She's far more aware of these sorts of things than I am. It's no secret that she knows what's going on. I turn my head away for a moment out of embarrassment. I see Mao and Naomi come into view as I do. They make no effort to remain hidden, and they're practically biting their nails. I inhale as I try to organize my thoughts. Miharu already took the plunge back when she confessed, so now it's my turn.
Miharu?
Oh. I turn to face her, and then call out her name.
なんだい？
I got all the stitches. Aww. She turns to answer, although it's obvious she's trying to act oblivious. There's no doubt in my mind about it anymore.
私も大好きだよ、ミハル。
Aww. The loudest firework of the night has to go off at that very moment. Maybe this is down to fate as well. Future. I've officially obtained every single ending, and I have gotten every CG. It is done! I do want to do a quick thing on my thoughts for the game, because we have finished it. I really enjoyed this game. It was really fun. I really enjoyed all the characters in the game as well. It was so cool seeing all the different personalities and how they meld together, especially in such a weird scenario where it's like grabbing people from all different places in the world. And while there were some parts, I think near the end especially, that were a bit confusing to follow, but kind of expected because time, fate, space continuum, blah blah blah. It was still enough to to be understandable, and I really enjoyed a lot of the ways they shared messages about memories and time and like how you spend your time, as well as death and accepting death as a part of life, but also understanding the desire to live as well. It acknowledges both sides, I feel, and that's something that I find very powerful in writing. So, to say the least, I enjoyed this game a lot, and it'll be sad to see it go, but I'm glad I was able to finish it before my break, for sure. But we're gonna keep it short for this outro now, though. Thank you guys so much for stopping by, and I'll see you later tonight for one final stream before I go on my break. I might delay it a little bit just so I can rest up a little more, but yeah. So possibly final karaoke stream will be at 11 instead of 10. So if you don't see me starting earlier, just yeah. Sure, it's been 10 hours. I know. I'm keeping the outro short. We're keeping the outro short. But yes, that'll be the only thing though. But once again, thank you guys so much for stopping by, and I'll see you in the next one. おつしろ。See ya.